Good morning to the Honorable Madam Speaker. Good morning to our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Patrick Faber, Honorable Members of the House, and invited guests. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to the eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. We will resume our presentations on the budget debate today. Before we do that, though, I want to direct your attention to our standing orders, especially Standing Order 38, that deals with contents of speeches, but more specifically with Standing Order 38.4, 5, and 6, which reminds us of how we use language of not imputing improper motives of members, and also referring to each member by their electoral area and not by their name. Kindly review that standing order in particular. Standing Order 42 also speaks to the issue of allowing other members to speak. So we need to allow members to speak by remaining silent. Please also refrain from naming members in the general public, as they are not here at the Parliament to defend themselves. But most importantly, I also want to remind you that the reason we are here is to debate the budget, which means that members should confine their comments to the bill at hand, which means that members should refer to the economic and financial situation of the country, as well as the government's policies and administration, confining comments to the bill at hand. And of course, we should always keep in mind Standing Order 91, which refers to the general authority of the Speaker. Thank you very much. We will now proceed with our debate. I call on the Honourable Member for Lake Independence to begin the presentation this morning.
Madam Speaker, thank you. With your permission, I refer to my notes. It's been almost 15 years since I last spoke on the government side in a budget debate. And I've watched in horror as the UDP plundered this country for 13 long years. But I never, in my wildest thoughts, expected that our first budget experience as a new administration would be this painful, this heartbreaking, this heart-wrenching. See, 5 months into a new government, we should be sailing, spending, and seriously attacking all our Plan Belize manifesto commitments. We should be busy trying to make sure that everybody wins. After all, that is what we so boldly proclaimed. This is painful for me. It's kept me up at night. I wake 2 o'clock every morning, wide awake. I'm eating like an animal because when I'm stressed, that's what I do, I eat. No government should have to consider taking $80 million out of the salaries of the public officers and teachers in this country. Not our beloved teachers and public officers. Not out of the hands of the people who spend every day with the little people. Out of circulation from the local economy that creates jobs and keeps our money at home. One of my constituents, Madam Speaker, a career public officer, texted me yesterday morning at 4:44 a.m. She had no idea how she would survive with a 10% salary adjustment. After her own calculations, after the 10% pay cut and deductions for income tax, Social Security and mortgage payments, she will be left with $50. And that's before she has even bought food. And there are people who depend on her every day. See, she says she is overwhelmed and just reaching out to share her feelings. She says she's only one person, but she's truly sad. I responded, but I thought my response was inadequate, my words insufficient. What could I say? I told her that there will be a facility at the DFC and the National Bank where she can refinance her mortgage at lower interest rates and consequently at lower monthly payments. And I pledge to do all I can to help her in whichever way I can. But I know nothing I say to her can console her, and nothing I say can console the many others like her. And then I felt the rage build up inside of me against the UDP because we didn't have to be here. How could we be here after all the billions that these folks have squandered the last 13 years? 500 million from Petrocaribe, 600 million from B&E oil taxes, $1 billion in domestic debt, over $2 billion in overall debt, 700 million in debt in the last 2 years alone, 500 million this past year alone, and over 500 million in recently signed road contracts. People living in broken down houses while the elitist oligarchs are filthy rich, and our populace cynical, heartbroken, unable to believe in love again. I insist we didn't have to be here, Madam Speaker, COVID or no COVID. They could have planned for the future and secure our children and grandchildren. But instead they thought only of themselves and their own children and grandchildren. And when I think of all those tens of thousands who lost their jobs last year, people who went to work one morning and was told to go home the afternoon, most of them still unemployed a full year afterwards. I think of all the many tens of thousands who have had their hours cut and their salaries cut 20, 30, 40, even 50%. And I wonder how they are surviving. I try to calculate the extent of the deleterious effects that has had on our people and our country, and I can't. All I know is that we cannot in any way continue to add to the harrowing unemployment rate of 29.6%, almost 5 percentage points higher than the US experienced in the Great Depression. I also know we cannot allow the Halloween figure called retrenchment to come visit us, not now, not ever. And yet that's where we are today, April 23rd, 2021. The experts say if we do nothing, there is hell to pay. We are borrowing $30 million a month, $1 million a day just to pay salaries and bills. Our debt to GDP ratio is 132%, the sixth worst in the world. The leader of the opposition says it's not sixth worst, it's actually 11th worst. I'm not so sure what difference it makes. There are over 200 countries in the world, so go figure. In my quiet times, I console myself that as hard as this is, it's only temporary. And this is that this is only made more horrific and permanent if we do nothing. But then I also know in the quiet of my mind, because I try not to speak these things, that when countries in our region hit these unsustainable debt to GDP ratio, Jamaica, Barbados, Dominica, they've had to go cap in hand to the IMF. And I know we don't want to go there. Not to retrench thousands of workers and to see the GST hit 18, 19% and social spending hit an all-time low. Not at all. I was tempted to ask that we try not to think about how this will affect our individual selves, but how this will affect our collective selves, how it will affect this place we call home if we do nothing. Because the question is, if we don't do this, what will happen to us? But I know that we on this side have some ways to go. We don't quite have the moral authority to do that just yet. Not until we put our families and friends in check. Not until we restrain ourselves and be as disciplined and frugal as we're asking the teachers and public officers and their families to be. Because truth be told, a lot of the 64,000 who are unemployed and the 82,000 who are underemployed are the spouses and children of the same teachers and public officers whose salaries we are proposing to cut. I've never seen things this hard in our country before. Never. I've seen more grown men cry in the last few months because they can't support their families than I've seen in all the 27 years I've been in politics. I am asking the unions, I'm asking the teachers and the public officers to give us a chance. If we didn't believe this was necessary, we wouldn't be doing this. We gain nothing from doing this other than your wrath and your contempt. We know this, but we are in a desperate situation as a country and as a people. And the experts are saying that if we do nothing, in just a matter of months, we could hit the proverbial wall. It's better for us to do something now and find out a year from now that maybe we went too far than for us to not do anything. And 6 months down the road, we rue the day we never took the 10%. We're not going to keep this any longer than needs be. We will review the numbers every 6 months, along with the unions. We'll do it together. We will review it together comprehensively every 12 months to determine whether we have met our targets and can discontinue the adjustments. I assure you, we're not going to keep this any longer than we have to. We will reestablish the Cost Savings Committee and the Revenue Enhancement Committee. We will cut out the double dipping and all the unnecessary vehicle purchases and office rentals. We will actively reduce the contract officers unless they are necessary, scrub the staff list, and trim the bogus and the ghosts. And we will go after every cent of every tax dollar outstanding to us, no matter who they are and who they are related to. I repeat, we will go after every tax dollar without fear or favor. You elected us to dig us out of this hole, not in one night or one day or 1 month or 5 months, but in a way that ensures that we emerge as a sovereign nation with our independence and our integrity intact. But we can't do this alone, Madam Speaker. We need you. We absolutely need the workers. You are not our children. You are our spouses. This is a marriage of equals. And I know successive administrations have broken your heart. And it's hard to believe anything that your new man says, or a new woman for that matter. Because there's not a man in here who has not had a broken heart before. Once you've lived long enough, you would have experienced a broken heart. But that doesn't mean you stop living. It doesn't mean you stop loving. You just try to love smarter, but you love still. That's the trajectory of life. This beautiful, sometimes bittersweet trajectory of life. There are some in my party who accuse me of being too soft with the unions, but I make no apologies for that. See, I have a dual vision of things. I see clearly where the economy is. I know the dire straits the last government left us in. I know we have no choice. We have to make adjustments. We have to spend less. We have to borrow less so we can reach a more sustainable debt path. But I also know the trials and tribulations teachers and public officers go through each day. I know some people can't afford a pay cut. There will be hardship. There will be pain. Some of these persons don't have any money in the bank. If there's a part that needs to be replaced on their car, then their monthly mortgage won't be paid in full that month. A lot of our people don't have $400 in the bank in the event of an emergency. God forbid a child gets sick, or a mother or a father is hospitalized. This cut will hurt like hell. But I also know that this government has very little room to operate. So we have to ensure that the necessary coping mechanisms are in place. We have to ensure that the kids are not sent home because the fees are late, and that hospitals are not hounding people for payment, that the utilities are not cutting out people for arrears. If I couldn't pay before, how will I be able to pay now? The central bank has already extended the forbearance period of the commercial banks, and mortgages and personal loans can be refinanced. Continued efforts will be made with the banks and credit unions to urge leniency on these residential mortgages. There cannot be any fire sale of public officers' houses. There cannot be, not under our watch. But we have to work together. We cannot continue to fight each other. We have to continue meeting and improving on this relationship we've started over the last 2.5 months. Our issues are not irreconcilable. The unions are not our enemies. They cannot be. They are our partners. They have to be. They are not a political party. Union members are mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers and brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and sons and daughters, friends, cousins, neighbors. I absolutely detest the personal attacks on them. I have nothing but respect for Elena and Ruth and Sharon and Dean and Gerald and Clifford and Brother Luke and Patrick. We spent many hours in meetings together, some lasting as long as 7 hours, and there was never a dull moment. Those meetings taught me a lot. We have a mutually assured destruction pact. If they fail, we fail. If we fail, they fail. If we fail, the nation of Belize fails. The future of our children is shot. We need to set aside our differences, Madam Speaker, and focus on our commonalities. This country needs us to work together, now more than ever. So we need to continue talking to each other, not at each other. Each of us can do more to make this thing work. No one wants their pay cut. No one, absolutely no one. We understand that. And worse, you have to suffer through that. And you see your government may not be as disciplined as you want them to be. We've messed up in certain areas and we must apologize for that, because we are human beings with natural imperfections. But the country needs us to get this right. I don't want to think of the alternative. I get chills when I think about it. It's downright scary to me. One last thing, Madam Speaker, on the matter of the unions. We can never return to this place again. We've been doing this cruel cycle of boom and bust for far too long. We need to stop. We need to move post haste to enact good governance legislations. I know we have shortages of draft persons in the country and all, but we need to hire a consultant if needs be. But we need these good governance legislations now. The Whistleblowers Act, the Unjust Enrichment Law, the retroactive asset recovery law, campaign financing legislation. These pay cuts cannot be for naught. We must build an edifice of good governance that will ensure that we'll never ever come back to this place again. I met some teachers earlier this week. One morning, I was trying to lose some weight. And they said they were praying for me and I needed that. And then they said another thing. They said that it's going to be okay. And that hit my heart. It's going to be okay. I believe that. It's going to be okay because we are bigger and better than that. It's going to be okay because we've been through worse than that. It's going to be okay because our ancestors have made us better. We were colonial subjects. We were enslaved. We suffered. Our grandmothers were raped. We're going to be okay. In fact, we'll be better. I sincerely believe that. But it's up to us, the collective us. I read somewhere that if we stagnate, it's our responsibility. And if we go forward, it is due to you. There is no such thing as a hero that will save us with magic hands. There is no famous man who will take responsibility for everything. The hero is the people themselves, and the magic hands are only the hands of our people. Madam Speaker, now turning to the Ministry of Natural Resources. Our call to arms is to right a historical wrong, to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of our people. Our people don't want much. They want to be able to send their children to school and see them graduate. They want to see their children live better than they've lived. To see that our children and grandchildren are born into a country where they have every right and opportunity as any other child of getting an education, getting a job, and getting a piece of land and a decent house. But there's been a problem in this country for far too long. Land has been the domain of the elite. 50 years ago, foreigners owned 90% of the privately owned land in this country. 10 years ago, 464 persons or companies own 82% of the privately owned land in this country. A total of 3.2 million acres. 464 persons or companies own 3.2 million acres. Can you wrap your mind around that? That almost dwarfs the South African kind of inequality, where whites own 70% of all agricultural lands, even as the majority of the non-whites, they are 90% of the nation. And it's for sure that such inequality has only gotten worse in Belize over the last 13 years. And what's worse is that these people refuse to pay their taxes. Simply refuse. They rack up massive outstanding land taxes. And all the government did was, the last government did was sit back and wait for them to come pay. A mere $1 per acre was what the government collected in property tax each year. We have 5.7 million acres of land in this country, and the government collects $5.8 million in property taxes each year. In fact, during the 3 UDP terms, they had 4 land tax write-offs, including the infamous $90 million tax write-off in 2019. Today, these companies owe tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. We cannot continue like this any longer, Madam Speaker. This cannot be left to stand. Truth is, if the wealthy was paying their fair share of taxes, we wouldn't be here today. If the tax dodgers were paying their fair share, we wouldn't be here today. We have to go over these tax delinquents, go after these tax delinquents with every vigor in our body, no matter who they are. A minimum condition for anyone owning land is that you pay your taxes. An inviolable principle of any market-based economy. If you don't pay, there must be consequences. How difficult is it to understand that idle hands impair the economy and promotes and cements inequality? What if the bank took your money but never lent any money. Wouldn't the central bank pass a directive and revoke that license? But such a huge portion of our lands can be frozen and these people not pay any taxes. That has to stop. You either pay or we take back your lands. We have too many people in our country who are landless. This is an opportunity to right a historical wrong. Unfortunately, the debt management team in the ministry is not equipped to unleash the kind of rigorous vigor that is required to collect these taxes. So we are in the process of upgrading and expanding that unit so that we have the wherewithal to go after every tax dollar. In the meantime, the Ministry of Natural Resources has been busy trying to reorganize itself into a leaner, better functioning, more responsive, more honest arm of the government. But it's not an overnight process. And in some areas, the progress has been slow in coming. But we are committed to making sure that the ministry shed this moniker as a hotbed of corruption. The people didn't vote for change to have more of the same. You said enough is enough. You said it in one sweet sounding voice that you want our people, all our people, to finally get what's theirs. You said you want a country where everybody wins, not only some, where the ordinary people come first and we start living better. That's an ideal I've waged war for, and that's one I will continue to live by. Once more, I want to inform the public, Madam Speaker, you don't need to pay an agent to get anything done at the Lands Department. You don't need to pay an employee to get anything done at the Lands Department. You are paying their salaries already. You should be able to get your lease approval in a month as long as you have identified the land. You should be able to get your purchase approval in a month. And you should be able to get your permission to survey in a little over a month. We are committed at the Land Utilization Authority to meet as often as possible to avoid any backlog in its subdivision applications. And I repeat, we need you to pay your taxes. Land ownership comes with a social responsibility. We didn't inherit this land from our ancestors. We borrowed it from our children. We have established an internal committee to provide resolution and monitor the implementation of issues relating to this huge backlog we found at the land registry, a backlog of thousands of files. We are in the process of mowing down that mountain. Our people in the ministry are guaranteeing that going forward they will be able to ensure that you complete all your business at the land registry within 4 to 5 weeks. We will hold them to that. It's a tall challenge they are embracing, and I'm praying that they are able to live up to it, just because the land registry is such a vital part of our economy. But don't come and give us any false statements and try to cheat us out of our stamp duty. We will deal with cheaters stiffly. We will name and shame you. The process will work better and quicker if you come clean. We also have been in touch with the Belize National Teachers Union and the Police Association, and pretty soon the Nurses Association and the BDF and the Coast Guard to give us their list of public officers who don't have land. We will prioritize those starting this year. We have located some lands across the country, but the delay will be the surveys, finalizing the ones we've started and doing the new surveys. This budget will allow us to get some badly needed equipment for the mapping and survey department. But I can't do this without you, Minister of Infrastructure. You've assured me that your surveyors will be available for us so that we can take on this giant task of ensuring that we provide land for those who are landless. Within the coming month, we are hoping to deliver the outstanding leases and purchase approvals for the people in Langriga, and I want to thank them for their patience. And in the coming weeks and months, we will be back on our mobile clinic in San Pedro, Punta Gorda, Bella Vista, back to Cayo, and every other district town we haven't been to. We will continue. Ladyville. Anywhere you want me to go, Minister Dolores, I'll be there. We will continue to give priority to first-time landowners. It's the landless and disadvantaged we want to prioritize. And the women who are head of households, the farmers who produce food and create employment and ensure that we can feed ourselves. Madam Speaker, I can't leave here without talking directly to people of Lake Eyre because I wouldn't be here without them. Throughout the years, you stuck with me. You sacrificed with me. You stood with me way back in 2004 when I resigned from cabinet in principle. You stood with me when I was fired in 2007 because we could not stand for the public guarantee of a private hospital. You stood with me in 2012 when my son became terminally ill, and you took me back with loving arms in 2015 because you know I always put you first. We suffered the last 15 years together. We've eaten bread and butter together, and we are still here. We've sacrificed through thick and thin. We've endured the toughest years together. We've kept our dignity in the hardest of times. I know when we're supposed to start live better, but it will take a little more time still. I beg for your patience. We won't get everything we want in year one, but we will get it together. We can't build all the houses we want right away and provide all the jobs we want in one day. But starting next month, you will start getting your house lots. For those of you who are into farming, you will get that too. You know, give you 100 acres, but you will get some acres. We will push hard with our urban gardens. And the Minister of Agriculture has promised us a couple greenhouses, along with the requisite support from his people who know about farming. This is important because we have to start producing what we eat and eat what we produce. If COVID has taught us anything, it has taught us the value of food. We will work with the City Council to establish a market on Lake Eyre Boulevard. You cannot have enough spaces for our farmers to sell their produce and for our residents to get their healthy food. We will transform that Lake Eyre Boulevard area into an area of commerce and activity. We will work to attract businesses that will create jobs for our people. That will be the sine qua non to get land in that area. You must create jobs. Already we have interest to establish our very own call center there. Alongside the Ministry of Finance building soon to be completed there will be a good many opportunities for small people to set up shop to cater to the many patrons there. I'm excited about the possibilities. I'm also excited after talking with the Minister of Education because we will make sure that no child is sent home because they can't pay their fees. That's how you fight crime. You don't fight crime by putting more officers on the street. You don't fight crime by getting them more guns and bullets and bullet clubs and whatever. You fight crime by making sure that every single child stays in school and making sure that that child completes at the very least high school. The child that completes high school will never kill, and the child that completes high school will probably never get killed. We might not be able to get free education right away, Minister, but we will make sure that our kids stay in school, right? The Minister of Tourism has promised that we will transform a portion of Mahogany Street between Boulevard and Jasmine Street. Transform that into a special area. You can't leave the Lake Eyre if you don't know if you cook, right? So we make sure that in a stretch there, all the finest Belizean food is sold. So when the cruise tourism come, and when the cruise tourists come, they can get good food, they can see where artists perform, they can buy where artisans wear, they left some of the money with Belizeans. And of course, that will make our Martin Fest even bigger and better. We promise to have it twice a year, but COVID, the place on serious games with it. We hope we get that off the ground soon. We won't be able to get as many houses as we would want this year. But the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing has assured us that he will be there for us. In fact, next week we're supposed to go visit a couple of the Lambarics on Flamboyant Street and Casarina Street to see what can be done to arrest the situation there. Because I don't think that the last government really appreciated the value of a bungalow cement house. I could tell you, right? I grew up in our broke up downstairs house. We never got no water. In fact, the house name didn't no more. We never got no running water. We had to go back water. We never got no indoor bathroom. We had to go to Kidel. When people used to ask me where I live, I don't want to make the girl know that I live there. So I say I live at the Lovell's house. Because the Lovell's house across the street down up and down board house. And they got shop, they got dump truck, they pull petroleum, they got farm where you go swim, they got everything. They got TV, and the first family on the block we get TV. That's the way I may live. To the young ladies never come in the neighborhood. Then when I 12, it was the girl leave bungalow. Never perfect, you never complete. We never got no ceiling inside, we never got no kitchen cabinet, but we got a bungalow. So when the girl ask me, where I live? Then I live right to that bungalow there. Right? I proud of my spot now. You understand? I start feel like things happen. My self-esteem shoot up. I feel like we make progress. I could see that my family they move up. I start study harder, start get serious. That's when a bungalow house to feel. It transform you, make you look upon things differently. Cement bungalow now, not plywood bungalow, cement bungalow. That's what we talk about. That at the very least we could get enough we community one of these cement bungalow to get a jump start in a life. Because in order to achieve certain things, you have to be able to conceive of it, you have to be able to imagine it. But if you're living in the gutter, it's hard for you to see beyond the gutter. But when you start move up and you got this space in your house, nobody don't have to go outside, go use the bathroom, you could use the bathroom inside. You could think, you could study, you could feel good in your neighborhood, you could tell a girl in there you live. So start rise. We have to focus on that. We have to make sure that we get as many bungalow cement houses as possible for the poor people in this country. That's what we spend the money on. Madam Speaker, I can't overemphasize the fact, but at the end of the day, we will have to make much out of the little we have because of all the plundering that took place over the last 13 years. I have another idea, I have a dream, right? All of we communities on the south side of Belize City have store owners who just take advantage away. They don't invest nothing in we community. Every dollar what we spend, they don't care. They don't like the old days when I grew up. Roots Belizeans had their own stores. Roots Belizeans, they are a bastion of hope, they are a bastion of achievement. That's missing now. We need to start value for we money in we communities. We need to start figure out how we could pool our resources together and get maximum buck for we dollar. Where we buy for we food have to be the place where they invest it we have to make sure that when we spend for we dollar we could get back some. I know a lot of people miss Chetomal, you know, and now a nice experience and all. But when your dollar go across the border, you not come back, you never see it again. We have to find a way to start spending for we dollar in we communities and get back for we dollar. You can't get for we dollar if you don't want to invest in our communities. It have to be, man. I tired of saying for we money just to fly away. You know how much money the merchants and they make right now since the borders closed? But we need to feel the weight tight. We need to start feel the weight tight. We need to start thinking seriously and collectively about how we want to pool our resources for own supermarkets, for only businesses, so that we money stay in our neighborhoods and benefit our neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I support this budget estimates for fiscal year 2021-2022 Our country needs this thing to work, but we have to do it together as a people. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Corridor North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask of your indulgence to refer to my presentation for the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021-2022. I want to start off by indicating that this budget is filled with hyperbole, vagueness, and generalizations, rather than solution, innovation, and unity that the country desperately needs. It attempts to address the restructuring of the public debt by putting in place an advisory committee and in so doing adding more salary expenses to our already depleted economic resources. And while this administration has heavily criticized the borrowing of the past administration, this budget promises to borrow more to continue with public infrastructure. It promises to cut back expenditures by attacking the public officers and teachers' salaries. Public officers who are expected to continue to fight the war against coronavirus and prepare for the inevitable onslaught of natural hazards. As much as our borrowing was criticized, our UDP administration did not attack its public service and did not cut salaries, as we understood that it is the collective resolve of the people that makes our country resilient. While the global economy is in a crisis, there is generally a sense of compromise and commitment by different governments as how best to intervene in alleviating the financial burdens that the COVID-19 pandemic has induced in its populace. In a majority of cases, we see how governments have widened the social assistance network to mitigate the negative socioeconomic impacts on its people. There are instances where government would approve the increased spending on economic packages designed both for businesses and individuals. Increased spending is also approved to maintain the social component of families and in general terms to assist families and businesses to cope with the challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. While it is admirable to see how other governments are able to craft legislation to find more monies to alleviate the economic burdens on their people, we see that this General Revenue Appropriation Bill is crafted to do the opposite. We see an increase in infrastructure expenditures and a decrease in the allocations made to the programs for social assistance. We see a constant hiring of cronies and political operatives with exorbitant salaries when salaries for our public officers and teachers are being slashed by 10%. We see a cut in salaries and freezing of increments, but yet we keep on seeing the hiring of contract employees to accommodate cronies with lucrative benefits. This administration keeps on telling the public officers and teachers that there is no money, and on the other hand, the hiring of cronies continues unabated. It seems to me that while the majority of other countries are redirecting their limited resources towards improving the welfare of their people, towards improving lives, we are doing otherwise. We're making investments that are designed to benefit a few at the expense of all of us Belizeans. This pandemic has affected the pockets of all Belizeans, and particularly our most susceptible and socially marginalized ones. Jobs have been lost and people need food. They need a network of social assistance to cushion them in their time of despair. They need a government that will protect them in these hard times, not a government that will snatch back on their limited money that they're earning and working so hard for. They need to suffice for the basic needs of today and not tomorrow. People are suffering, and this administration is investing in areas other than them. This administration is investing to benefit a few. Where is the todos ganamos sentiment? Is it that now that campaigning is over and you have won the elections, you will now turn your backs on the same people that gave you an overwhelming mandate? Is this the todos ganamos crude reality? While we can agree to the fact that infrastructure is a crucial factor for development, we must consider the general economic atmosphere that people are living in. The people have to come first. If we do not have a healthy population, then everything fails. If our human resources are not performing optimally, then throughput will reflect a slow or poor performance. We must be able to secure monies to meet the needs of those affected, and those affected the most. We ought to find a balance between the needs of our people and that of development. We have to be very analytical on the timing upon which we implement these interventions, so that when we look at the allocations in this General Revenue Appropriation Bill, we must take these considerations into account. People have to come first. In terms of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, we take a comprehensive approach to the negative economic effects that this pandemic has induced on this country. The ideal scenario would have been for a major investment in the agriculture sector. Small-scale farming is seen by many experts as a viable alternative to generating income and at the same time securing food for their families. One of the primary and probably the most salient challenge that families have on a daily basis is the ability to provide food for their families. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, Belize saw major industries negatively impacted. As such, many of those persons affected either had to resort to other means of a living or resort to agriculture. This pandemic presented to the world and Belize with probably the most convincing scenario of how important agriculture is to our economy, the economy of the farming communities and their families. When we take a look at the sectors in the economy that were able to sustain their families afloat, we realize that a large portion of those families come from the agriculture sector. What comes to mind when we come to appreciate that agriculture represents a stable source of income and a secure source of food for our families? One would think that a responsible government will intervene in programs that are designed to assist the small and medium-scale farmers in improving their livelihoods. Programs aimed at securing the necessary infrastructure, the necessary equipment and training, a relevant and a timely technical support mechanism is a must. The provision of adequate seed stock for the propagation of products that meet the demands of the ever-changing market conditions is crucial at this juncture, as many small and medium-scale farmers are finding it increasingly difficult to improve their production, to improve on their practices, and at the same time taking care of the needs of their families. A national budget should be geared towards meeting the needs of these farmers. In this regard, this government should be looking at ways in which to meet the farmers either halfway through or even fully to get them over in this crisis, in this time of crisis. This is a time that we cannot afford to leave our farmers on their own. This administration fails to realize that allocating funds to assist the farmers in securing the necessary inputs for their farms would alleviate the financial burdens that families and farmers are going through. Additionally, we take a look at the percentage of the allocation to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, and that which represents against the national budget. It is a staggering minuscule of 0.933%. It does not even represent 1% of the national budget. This is the message that this administration is sending to farmers. As we would say in chum change, for every dollar that the government collects, 0.9 of 1 cent is allocated to agriculture. Is this how important farmers are to this administration? I could quite recall the countless times that the member for Wendrock South complained to the past administration, complained to our administration on the allocation for agriculture to our farmers. In view that he is now the minister with responsibility for agriculture, we would have expected to see a significant increase in the allocation, but this is not the case. So farmers literally will be left to suffer in the cold, just as our teachers and our public officers. I just want to remind this administration that small and medium-scale farming is what is keeping our families in the rural communities surviving this pandemic. Farming for them represents a way of living. It represents their culture. It represents who they are. It represents their source of income, and more importantly, it represents for them a secure source of food. So when we see a budget being presented by this administration without any kind of meaningful allocation to the sector, it simply means that they see no importance in investing on our farmers or improving their livelihoods. Guess it's just a reflection of campaign promises, campaign manifesto, todos ganamos. And now, Madam Speaker, allow me to make a couple of interventions in the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government. And I will refer you to page 259 under Capital 2 Expenditure. The first line item for village roads has an allocation of $100,000 Belize. I question whether we are not duplicating allocations, as the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has a similar allocation made for the maintenance and upkeep of village roads. If it is that it is not a duplication, then the member for Toledo West needs to provide to this honorable House an explanation as to how these monies will be spent. It cannot be that a ministry that has no in-house technical capacity to oversee roadworks will now have 100,000 allocated to its ministry. And if it is the case that now the ministry will be overseeing village works, are we questioning the capacity of our engineers, our experienced and technical public officers in the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing? An explanation must be provided to the Belizean public. I would also like to point out on the allocations made for training. There is an allocation made of $61,781 for the fiscal year 2021-2022. I would like to suggest, Madam Speaker, that the monies allocated for the purposes of training should include the training to the newly appointed water boards. I should point out that this new administration has appointed all, if not a majority, of the water boards. The problem arises, however, when there is no transition and these new people are not given the necessary training to run and manage effectively these water systems. In many instances, we have seen how villages are left without potable water as a consequence of having people in these positions doing work that they have not been adequately trained to do. Madam Speaker, and the member for Corozal South West yesterday made mention on the situation that we had in Pachacan. And Pachacan indeed was a very peculiar situation. And for your information, Madam Speaker, Pachacan was left without water since Saturday night. And for 4 days, we had no water. No water under conditions where we have the peak of the summer, the heat is on, there is no access to potable drinking water, and there is no access for families to meet their needs. In realizing how important it is to have people with the necessary talent, with the necessary capacity, with the necessary training, it is important for us to realize that while the legislation was designed for the government for the party in government to appoint board members, you just don't put members because they're in the PUP. Don't take for granted that common sense is common. There are certain things that need to be in place in order to make sure that the people who you appoint are able to manage these systems. And it is my suggestion, Madam Speaker, that the ministry would give priority to making sure that those people who have been appointed newly would be able to get necessary training. I could quite recall the day after the election, and I want to thank the Prime Minister, because what actually happened was a forceful takeover of the water board. Madam Speaker, no time was given for any transition. And when you look at what happened to us last week, you would understand that if there had been the transition process as mandated by law, then none of this would have happened. The administration that was there then knew exactly what the challenges were. And we were of the opinion that, look, elections is over, the people need their water, we understand that a new water board will be appointed, but let's do it right. And the administration that was there then was more than willing to cooperate with this administration. None of that happened. They were practically thrown out of the office, and this administration took over, really knowing nothing of how to operate. I would also like to refer to page 259 under recurrent expenditures and referring to the line item grants. There is an allocation made of $132,000 for assistance to village councils. Madam Speaker, there are approximately 207 villages in the entire country of Belize. And when we allocate these funds equally, each village is getting approximately $637.68. Bear in mind that this administration was elected on the many promises made to the rural communities. We could quite remember when the member for Toledo West was questioning the allocations made to the different villages and village councils. In fact, one of his major concerns were that allocations were dismal and that the villages and the rural areas should be getting more. Is it that $637.68 is more, and would that more suffice for the needs of these communities and their bodies? So that on the basis of campaign promises, these rural communities are expecting their fair share of the allocations, and I'm certain they're expecting to see an increase in the allocations made to their communities. This is just food for thought for you, member. Again, they're expecting the campaign promises, todos ganamos. Madam Speaker, given the current economic crisis that Belize, and as a matter of fact, the whole world is enduring, the immediate logical response that any government would seek to implement is the expansion of its social network across its populace. Each government seeks to implement these measures in its own home scenarios, and each government, in its own ways, seeks to implement rigorous plans aimed at making an outreach to a vast majority of its population. And this is done through its ministries. In our case, one of the core implementing ministries would be the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. Yet, when we refer to page 191, Capital Expenditure 2, under item Food Assistance, we see a minimal allocation of $3 million. When we calculate this figure by an average value of $100 per bag per family, we're looking at a figure of 30,000 families that will get the food basket once. And what happens to those who did not get any assistance? And worse yet, how do we address their needs going forward? Be reminded that the pandemic is here to stay. It is not going anywhere tomorrow or next week. So that this budget lacks the necessary resources to adequately finance a food basket program that would see our most vulnerable families getting their food baskets on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis for an extended period of time. Everything remaining constant in this line item, it is only a counted few that will be getting this much needed benefit. Alternately, when they take a look at the allocation of $10 million to support for the families affected by coronavirus, one begs to question, how is it that these funds will suffice for the needs of these families, considering the fact that you would have to provide enough food and other necessary items for a period of at least 2 weeks? Certainly, these allocations would be just enough to complement the immediate. It would suffice for today, and it does not address the needs of our people in the short term, and worse yet, it does not address their needs in the long term. We need to invest in people and give priority to the vulnerable. Where is the campaign promise of Todos Ganamos? Now that you have won, this budget is a testament that campaigns are over and the reality is kicking in. It is now from Todos Ganamos to Pocos Ganamos going forward. Now moving on to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, I will refer you, Madam Speaker, to page 211 under Capital Expenditure 2, item on housing assistance. There is an allocation of $2.5 million. Madam Speaker, when we have allocations made of this nature, one has to be concerned on the implementation of these monies as we are obliged to make reference to what transpired in the past under a PUP administration, as we do not intend on staying quiet when things go wrong and the people's monies are wasted and squandered. Madam Speaker, I make reference to one of the initiatives that were implemented under our past administration, where government had to pay off a majority of the loans on behalf of recipients as part of a settlement program with the Development Finance Corporation. It was a program designed similarly to this being presented today. We were then made to understand that there were a number of flaws in the implementation of that housing program, which the then PUP administration implemented through the Ministry of Housing and the Development Finance Corporation. First of all, the interest rates were high given the nature of the program. At the time, the program targeted families with marginal incomes, so that when the calculations were made with these high interest rates, the final loan figures doubled that of the principal amount. Secondly, the repayment plan was too demanding and heavy on the pockets of these families that delinquency in repayment became the norm. Consequently, the program was halted and eventually it was moved on as part of the bad debts for the Development Finance Corporation. Now, the people of this country need to know the mechanism to be used in implementing these monies, as we do not intend on seeing a replica of what happened with the then DFC fiasco. Or probably what we can suggest is that while there can be an oversight body which can come from under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, why not use the National Bank to facilitate these monies? At the end of the day, the National Bank of Belize already has the necessary infrastructure and capable human resources to be able to process loan applications, if this is the case. We have seen how the National Bank of Belize was able to establish itself as a credible and competent institution within the banking sector. Now, in terms of the allocations made that will affect Corozal North, I will refer to the allocations made to the rehabilitation of the Philip Goldson Highway, and I will make particular reference to the section of the highway known as the Remate Road. Madam Speaker, I live in that section of the highway. I was a kid, and now I'm 41, I have white hair. And ever since we have been hearing the story after election, that stretch of road would have been paved. I did some research, Madam Speaker, trying to understand why it is that at the time that the entire Philip Goldson Highway was paved, how it is that there was a diversion from the official highway, because that Remate Road, in essence, is not the Remate Road. It is part and parcel of the Philip Goldson Highway, and I think the member for Cayo South will agree. And eventually, in finding that information, I gathered that part of the reasoning behind was that if they had paved that section of the road, Corozal town itself would have lost in terms of the financial benefits. And this is something that the member for Corozal B has to consider, because now that that stretch of road will be paved, there will be a huge impact in terms of the traffic, in terms of the economic activity, in terms of jobs, in terms of basically getting cargo, getting traffic to come through the official highway, and in so doing, it will actually cause many of the vendors probably in town to be either affected to the point that they will have to close down. Madam Speaker, that stretch of road has a lot of history, and the history does not go back only in our administration. I want to indicate to you that in trying to secure funds, which we finally got, and thanks to the Caribbean Development Bank and to the people from the United Kingdom, we had to go through struggles to get the financing possible to make sure that this particular stretch of the highway is actually paved. And these are not monies that we only got through loans. It is actually a compilation and part and parcel of grants that we were able to secure. But what I can tell you is that for those of us who are living in that area, you will realize that in the hot and summer days, particularly now, you will encounter a number of houses in that stretch of road actually closed. You might want to think that there are people not living in those houses. The reality is that those houses are closed because the dust is so intolerable that many of these families have to find a way to get out of their houses during the day, come back at night, try to clean the houses, and eventually that has been a norm across the years. That finally will come to an end, and while politically speaking, it's not our party that will be signing the contracts, it's not our party who will be taking the political credentials. Madam Speaker, I know that I planted a seed, and while I'm not going to be the one to shelter under that shade, I know that the people of Corozal North, the people of San Pedro Village, the people of Cristo Rey, the people of Yochen, the people of Pachacan, the people of Chanchen will get the benefit. And if you would allow me, Madam Speaker, there are particular families that I would like to mention today. In San Pedro, my heart practically is broken when I see the family of Doña Valeria Cobb. Doña Valeria Cobb, Madam Speaker, never has her house open because of the issues of dust. We have had to make interventions in the past on diseases caused by dust. And so when you look at the kinds of interventions that we have been able to secure, you can be guaranteed that Doña Valeria Cobb will be eternally gratified for the rest of her life. We have in Chanchen the family of Aniceto Chablé. In Pachacan, we have the family of Anatek. In Cristo Rey, we have the families of Maria Garcia, and we have the Acosta families. In Chanchen, we have big PUP families. You have the Mori families, part of the Losa families. All of these people will be getting the benefit out of having a paved road. And so, Madam Speaker, another issue that I need to bring into this discussion in light of this General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021-2022 is education. Corozal North has a large population of students, and our families, like in many parts of our country, dedicate a lot of time, effort, and money towards the education of our children. As we all know, education is the single most important inheritance parents can give to their children. It is one that is time-consuming and costly, but it represents a sacrifice that every parent is willing to undertake to give his or her child a decent education. It is in this regard that a number of initiatives were introduced by our administration in Corozal North to provide a helping hand to shoulder the cost of education to our children. Of particular interest is the free transportation provided to the different secondary and tertiary students in the area. I refer to page 125 under recurrent expenditure, item 41, school transportation. This allocation was cut from 7,853,730 to 4,008,103. This represents a cut of 3,845,627, or 48.92% of the allocation. Now, if this administration is intending to have our schools open by September, how do we expect our parents to come up with the money, the additional monies, to pay for transportation costs? We're talking of approximately 50% cut in transportation costs. This represents a major blow to the pockets of our parents. When we consider that the prices of fuel are skyrocketing, and I think today we're blessed with another increase in the prices of fuel, we're expecting our parents to come up with this additional expenditure once more. What price will the bus owners charge to the students, considering that the fuel prices keep going up? On an average, a student would pay approximately $3 per day on transportation. If we calculate this on approximately 180 days, it would cost each parent approximately $540 for the year. If this family has 2 children, it would cost this family $1,080, and so the numbers would go up. For the honorable ministers, this would represent a pittance. As a matter of fact, I think it represents a day or two of their ministerial salaries. But for the ordinary single mother out there, for the struggling parents, it represents a huge challenge, an additional burden that they must now carry on. How can a responsible government continue to squeeze money out of their population to save funds for their political purposes? So, for those parents who have children going to high school and sixth forms, understand that this administration is putting an additional burden on your already heavy pockets. That now you must also have to include in your bills, which at the time you did not incur. Madam Speaker, when you look at the average that a family would spend on transportation, it might seem dismal. A dollar or two might not make a difference. But when you can save a dollar or two, and you put that dollar or two towards lunch, towards a snack, it makes a difference. I don't know if this administration recognizes that there are many children who go to schools without having breakfast, who go to schools without having money for lunch. And this consideration was brought to our attention at the time, and it is on the basis of these considerations that we introduced the free transportation for students. And lastly, Madam Speaker, allow me to make a couple interventions on the Ministry of Natural Resources, Petroleum and Mining. One of the manifesto promises that this POP administration made is that they will make land available to first-time landowners, either in the form of house lots or agricultural parcels. One constituency that can be assured that that will happen is the constituency of Lake Independence. I'm not sure about the others, but I hear this administration making promises on land to be made available to all Belizeans. While there are certain districts that still have some national land available, there are others who simply don't. And fulfilling these manifesto promises, in my view, is wishful thinking. Now, from a realistic standpoint, the issue arises as to how can land be made available to Belizeans, and particularly in areas where we do not have national land. Acquisitions would probably be the straightforward solution, but given the crisis, it will require a substantial amount of funding, which at this point in time, the government does not have. But I also hear this administration saying that part of the recovery plan of the country is the improved collection of taxes. This can be a solution twofold. In one hand, you can make land available to first-time landowners, and on the other hand, you can generate a viable source of revenue. Revenue that, if recovered, can meet the shortfall of 80 million that the government is currently getting from the salary cuts of teachers and public officers. Madam Speaker, in early 2019, we conducted a comprehensive analysis on the situation of arrears on land tax. This exercise was geared toward the recovery of taxes owed to government at the time. Taxes owed to government range in the figure of 90 million. And by the way, remember, this is not 90 million that we wrote off. That 90 million is still in the books of the Lands Department. We initiated the program with a view to allow landowners to voluntarily come in and pay their taxes under an incentive program of land amnesty that saw the complete waiver of interest and the principal amount discounted by 25% upon full payment. The second step was geared towards putting in place legislation to be able to summons landowners with the intent of recovering taxes accrued or the return of land to government in lieu of taxes. But with the advent of coronavirus, all our plans changed. But this is an alternative that this administration can look into. I would suggest that you pursue this avenue instead of cutting 10% of salaries from teachers and public officers. In late 2019, land tax owed to government ranged in the figure of 90 million, I am sure that by now that figure is close to 100 million. And of that debt, 80% was from a handful of large landowners, and the remaining 20% was from small landowners. Now, how do you maneuver with these landowners is something that this administration needs to give a careful attention to, as you will find out that some of these same people finance their campaigns. But these are times that are tough, and tough decisions have to be taken. These people owe taxes to the government, and they must be able to come up good and true. And I heard the member from Lake Independence indicating that he will make sure that all taxes are collected. Remember, you have 100 million sitting there. And I will be personally the first one to congratulate you if you are able to get that 100 million. Bear in mind that you will have to meet some of the very good people, very generous people to the People's United Party, who you would have to negotiate. In closing, Madam Speaker, I have to register my disapproval on this budget. This budget should be about the people and not about benefiting a few at the expense of Belizean taxpayers. And so, Madam Speaker, as this new fiscal year unfolds upon us, it is evident that the sacrifices of our teachers, our public officers, and the wider Belizean community will be profound and far-reaching. The utter disregard for these sacrifices by those ministries that continue to hire cronies, the assignment of vehicles and fuel, all paid for by the very sacrifices we're asking our teachers and public officers to undertake, must be denounced and must be put to a stop. We cannot, in one hand, ask our teachers, our public officers, and the general Belizean public to sacrifice, while on the other hand, we keep on benefiting cronies for our own political fortunes. And so, Madam Speaker, allow me to refer to my constituents, the lovely people of Corozal North. To them, I express my most humble gratitude. For 3 consecutive terms, they have given me their support and confidence to represent them in this honorable House. I can assure them that all their voices will continue to be heard loud and clear in this House. Thank you very much.
I recognize member for Corozal Bay.
A pleasant good morning. Permission to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I must congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your appointment and the excellent job that you have been doing. The novelty that you bring to this honorable House is very admirable. Before further ado, it is imperative that I thank the good Lord above for granting me this opportunity to serve the Corozal Bay residents. For without our dear Lord, we wouldn't be able to be gathered here today. Today is surely a memorable day. I am indeed humbled to be the first woman area representative for Corozal Bay. As I have mentioned before, it is not only a man's world, but also a woman's world. I must thank you, the beautiful people of Corozal Bay, for loving and supporting my dear brother, the late Honorable David Dido Vega, who had nothing but love for you. The work continues, bro. Today, as I stand before you, I thank you, my Corozal Bay people, for the overwhelming win. I thank you for exercising your constitutional right. I thank the Corozal Bay people who voted for me and for my opponent. Whether you voted for me or not, believe you me, that I have learned from you and I have listened to your concerns. And for this, I am thankful. You have made me a better person. Thanks for having me in your humble abodes. I must say that I felt the love, and I am very honored for the confidence that you have placed on me. You, the Corozaleños, came out in large numbers on March 3rd, 2021 to vote for me, and I will forever be grateful for that. As I have said, and I will continue to say, I am ready to serve you with integrity. I, Elvia Vega Samos, am your humble servant, and I am here to bring change to Corozal Bay, which has been abandoned for too long. I am here to be your voice and to represent you in the manner that you truly deserve to be represented. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to thank some persons. Thank you to my husband, my daughter, and my son for the consistent support. My family, especially my two sisters, my brother and my sister-in-law, for the love they showed. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, for the support that he has given me. It surely did not go unnoticed. Thank you to Mr. Renan Briceño for your consistent assistance. Thanks to Honorable Ramon Cervantes and the Mayor of Orange Walk, who walked with me during the campaign trail. Thank you to Mr. Nigel Belay, Honorable Balderramos Garcia. Special thanks to Honorable Henry Charles for the unique support and advice given to me. A heartfelt thanks to Honorable Karim Musa for the unwavering support from the very beginning, for your guidance, and for being there for my family and I during our bereavement. Consistently checking, I truly appreciate it. Thank you to the Corozal Bay Executive and all the support given by the Corozal Bay campaigners. I am unable to thank each and every person, but believe you me, that I am truly humbled by your support and love. Madam Speaker, I cannot fathom the idea how the member for Corozal North can stand up here today in a righteous, self-righteous manner when he, along with two ministers from Corozal, and Corozal is still the second poorest district in the country. I cannot understand how he can stand up here today and be in a hypocritical manner. I do not understand that, Madam Speaker. The member for Corozal North mentioned about the Remate Road. I can safely say that with the new tourist attractions that are in place, I am confident that the town will continue to see traffic in Corozal. It really pains my heart to see that after so many years under the Barrow administration, Corozal has not gotten the attention that it so much needs. I am committed to uplifting Corozal into a safer and thriving community for underprivileged families and upcoming generations. I can safely say that under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, prosperity will come to Corozal Bay. I have always mentioned this, and I think it's important to mention it here today. You, the people, are the ones that are our bosses and not the other way around. Many times it is evident that representatives that were chosen by the people forget who they are representing. We must always remember that we are servants of the people. Corozal has so much untapped potential that has been ignored for too long. under the United Democratic Party, our lives did not get better. We have been a stagnant community. There was the downfall of industries such as the papaya industry and the collapse of the Corozal Free Zone. Thanks to the People's United Party, the Corozal Free Zone has reopened, and many families are very grateful for the job opportunities, Madam Speaker. Much was left to be desired under the previous Corozal Bay Area representatives. As I heard the opposition speak, it did leave me in awe. They kept mentioning about Plan Belize not being executed. However, we must be cognizant of the fact that this is not able to happen at this point due to the economic crisis we are presently facing, which was brought about by the same opposition who have become the righteous ones. I don't understand the hypocrisy. The present government, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, truly believes in the empowerment of the people. Thank you. And not hands down as was prominent in the previous government. It is imperative that I share this analogy, Madam Speaker. The metaphor of the savage pigs. At a university, one of the students asked the professor, "Sir, do you know how to capture savage pigs?" The teacher thought it was a joke and was waiting for a funny answer. The student said, "No, sir, this is a serious matter. To capture savage pigs, first we must choose a place where the pigs love to go. And on the floor, they give them corn on a daily basis. In that manner, the pig would come every day to eat the free corn. They became accustomed to eat on one side of the fence. Then they got accustomed to all areas until they were fenced in. They have learned to eat free corn, and in the last second, the pigs lose their freedom. They start running in circles. Then they get accustomed to eating the free food and they lose their freedom. They forget how to hunt and accept losing their liberty. They go happy to the pig killer." Unfortunately, why am I sharing this with you? Unfortunately, the UDP government did just this. They gave money that came from the same workers. Tacos Day, for example, they did this to have control over the people. The free corn is disguised free money. It takes away from the Belizean people the ability to think critically. Then we become dependent. However, I must emphasize that the Belizean people are very intelligent. And on November 11th and March 3rd, 2021, they showed the government that they are in control. The present government is totally different. We are a government of empowerment. This budget includes education, health, amongst other essential factors that are needed. Under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, we are taking a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach, which would certainly otherwise be our downfall. May we always be mindful that a true leader is not someone with power, but a true leader is someone that empowers others. This can be clearly seen, Madam Speaker, in the program mentioned by Honorable Julius Espat with the home system for single unemployed mothers. This can also be seen in the first-time land ownership under the ministry of Honorable Cordell Hyde. The budget also includes education. We firmly believe that education is the greatest equalizer, and in this manner, we are able to let our people become independent. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Madam Speaker, even though we as a people have our individual goals, we always manage to come together for the good of our country. We rise or we fall together. One piece of log creates a small fire, adequate to warm you up. Add just a few more pieces to blast an immense bonfire, large enough to warm up your entire circle. Needless to say that individuality counts, but teamwork dynamites, and I quote Jim Kent. I hereby assure the Belizean people that there are better days ahead. We just need to get over this hurdle. Hope should always be the last thing we should lose. I humbly ask the Belizeans for your support. We are not quitters. As I have said, and I will emphasize, I am not here for Elvia Vega Samos, but I am here for the people of Corozal Bay and by extension, for the people of Belize on a whole. I pray that the good Lord guides us in making the best decisions for the people of Belize. We do mean well, and we do have our people at heart. Thank you, and may God bless us all. With that said, I do support the budget 2021-2022. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Fort George.
Morning, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. I ask your indulgence, Madam Speaker, in allowing me to express condolences on behalf of the Usher and Price families to the family of the late Net Vasquez. Though on opposite sides of the political divide, Net and Miss Jane were business acquaintances and friends. He was certainly a colorful part of the fabric of Belizean society, and I'm sure he will be missed. Allow me also, Madam Speaker, to express my congratulations to the Speaker before me, Honorable Elvia Vega Samos, the member for Corozal Bay. What a dynamic, eloquent, and energetic representative the people of Corozal Bay have. It is an honor to be working with her, serving our beloved Belize in this honorable house. Turning now to the business of the day, the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, before I get into my presentation, I'd like to respond to 2 points that the member from Corozal North made. I am sure that my brother, the Minister of Agriculture and member for Orange Walk South, will deal with the issues of agriculture. But Madam Speaker, there were 2 matters raised by the member from Corozal North that I believe I must respond to. The first has to do with the matter of hiring. Madam Speaker, the member from Corozal North needs only look at the black and white to see that this government of the People's United Party has been fiscally disciplined in terms of hiring. It has been difficult, Madam Speaker, to have to explain to your constituents, to have to explain that right now we have to keep spending down. It has been difficult, as the Deputy Prime Minister said. Madam Speaker, in the height of the corona pandemic last year, the former administration of the UDP increased emoluments. As a matter of fact, in June of 2020, it peaked, and it remained up there right up to October of 2020. And we all know why they were hiring all those people, Madam Speaker. Yet again, they were trying to buy an election. But, Madam Speaker, if you look at those figures, the 3 months that were the lowest happened to be December 2020, January 2021, February 2021. I haven't seen the figures for March 2021 as yet, but I am confident that those figures are down again. As a matter of fact, under the guidance of the Honorable John Briceño, we have already reduced the monthly spending on emoluments by $4 million, Madam Speaker. Savings already being shown. The other issue I needed to raise and respond to, Madam Speaker, had to do with the member raising the issue of land taxes. I hold here, Madam Speaker, an agreement signed between the government of Belize and the Nature Conservancy. This agreement was signed, Madam Speaker, on the 19th day of October 2020. I believe Parliament was dissolved on the 6th of October 2020. So this agreement came after Parliament was dissolved and just before a general election. And this agreement, Madam Speaker, was signed on behalf of the government of Belize by the member for Corozal North, who was then the Minister of Natural Resources. The reason I bring up this agreement, and it's right here, the reason I bring up this agreement, Madam Speaker, because incredibly, in this agreement, 260,000 acres of land was acquired by the Nature Conservancy. In the agreement, Government of Belize agrees to remit, waive, and exempt the payment of stamp duty on these properties for a term of 50 years. The Government of Belize agrees to remit, waive, and exempt the payment of land tax for a term of 50 years. Madam Speaker, how could he be talking about collecting land tax when a few weeks before the election he was signing these types of agreements? Waiving land tax for 50 years, Madam Speaker, for this group. 50 years waiving stamp duty. Madam Speaker, to make it worse, the carbon rights for these properties. The government of Belize, signed by the member from Corozal North, permitted the trustee to retain, exercise, and transfer to them the carbon rights on the trust properties and the exclusive rights to perfect, market, and sell any and all verified carbon credits or offsets. Madam Speaker, couple that with the write-offs of land tax that was done by the previous administration, 90 million last year, so much more before then. Couple that with now the waiver of land tax, and we see that they were not serious about collecting land tax, and that is why we are where we are with a huge bill for the land tax to be collected. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I can use the word hypocrisy, but I don't know what else to use when it comes to that type of behavior. I'll turn now to my presentation, Madam Speaker. My contribution this morning will be organized as follows: what we found, what we've done, and how we rebound. This is my first budget exercise, Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, and it has been interesting to say the least. I am here because of the great people of the Fort George Division. I salute them today and thank them for giving me the opportunity to serve them. Together, Fort George, together we will blaze the fire. Madam Speaker, when I received the draft estimates a couple weeks ago, I showed them to my 11-year-old daughter, Sophia, and I showed her the numbers that were spent in previous years and how much was being spent in different ministries and everything else. And the first thing she asked me when she saw these numbers were, where all the money gone? That's a good question, Madam Speaker. Where all the money gone? All the money that the former UDP administration spent, where did it go? What was it spent on? How was it wasted? If an 11-year-old can see this, Madam Speaker, then I'm sure the country of Belize can also see this. When the Prime Minister selected me as part of the consultation team along with the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Curdell Hyde, Minister Fonseca and Minister of State, Koye, I never expected to have learned so much, and I am grateful for it. It has been quite an eye-opening experience. Since the consultation started on February 10th, the discussions have been frank and respectful and always done in good faith. The exchange of ideas and information were, I believe, mutually beneficial. What is clear is that the level of disrespect, corruption, and maladministration of the former UDP government was beyond belief and certainly led to their demise and devastating defeats in November 2020 and March of this year. Madam Speaker, this budget comes at a time of unparalleled national crisis. After 13 wasted years under the UDP, 13 years of extravagant spending of Petrocarib millions, 13 years of reckless and criminal behavior, 13 years of failed litigation in the courts, costing the taxpayers, the people of Belize, millions of dollars. 13 years of exorbitant spending on contracts to benefit family members and cronies. The economy of Belize has been driven into bankruptcy and ruin. In his presentation, the leader of the opposition begged the Prime Minister and the government to stop reminding the Belizean people about why we are where we are. It reminded me of an old General Degree song. I don't know if you remember this one, Madam Speaker. When the granny said, "Stop hollering out my name." You remember that song, Madam Speaker? Well, that's what it sounded like. Well, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, it won't be just 19 times we have to tell the Belizean people the truth. It will be 19 times, 19 times, 19 times over the next 5 years. We have to remind the Belizean people why we are where we are. As my colleague from Belize Rural North said, Belize experienced two plagues, COVID-19 and UDP 13. I don't know which one was worse. What is just as bad, these former UDP ministers have been exposed for the world to see as serial violators of the Constitution and our laws. Their past leader was a master of camouflaging and disguising their administration's deep-rooted corruption with glittering verbosity. But the nation will not forget that he too violated the law. And I wanted to quote from the Amandala newspaper in February 2020, and he said, former Chief Justice Benjamin ruled that the UDP government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Dean Barrow, spent $1.3 billion unconstitutionally. $1.3 billion unconstitutionally. It went on. PM Barrow, as Minister of Finance, spent the money without parliamentary approval, and that was in violation of the Constitution of Belize, and also in violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act. Nothing Belizeans will forget that, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. I could go on, but this is no time to pour scorn on the UDP greed and corruption. We have to get on with the business of rescuing the economy. The PUP must once again become the party of new, fresh ideas, progressive in our vision to develop Belize as a nation that promotes greater income equality and social justice. We must apply bold solutions to cut through this financial Gordian knot left by the UDP. How we navigate through this extraordinary crisis by pursuing our recovery plan will determine the fate of all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. The unions and the government are on the same side. We want the same things. We want good governance. We want efficient service. We want national development. We have to work together to achieve those. Do you think, Madam Speaker, that in the first few months in government, I or any of my colleagues would have wanted to be talking about salary adjustments or adjustments in the wage bill? It makes no political sense, Madam Speaker. But the people of Belize elected a PUP government to think and work not with our eyes on the next or future elections, but to secure a future for generations of Belizeans to come. We need to build back the tracks that were destroyed, blown up, removed before COVID-19. For as the Minister of Education said yesterday, the economy was already in crisis before COVID came to our shores. Only by rebuilding these tracks will the economic train get going again. Madam Speaker, in the very first cabinet meeting of November the 16th, we were presented with a grim economic picture. This was presented to us by the Central Bank of Belize and the Ministry of Finance. And the same presentation was made to the Joint Union team. What this presentation was clear, Madam Speaker, was that after UDP 13, Belize was left bad in all the worst categories. Debt to GDP ratio, 130%. GDP per capita falling to 5,843 from a peak in 2008 of 7,412. Unemployment, 29.6%. Underemployment, 38%. Rising poverty. Belize being the 6th most indebted nation. I don't know, the leader of the opposition was trying to argue that no, it's the 11th. Well, 6th or 11th leader of the opposition, that still is very bad. The 5th biggest economic collapse. Belize is not even, or has not even sent information to Transparency International. We're not on the corruption watch list under the UDP. Amazing. They can't even come in here and get the information. It's one of the worst countries in ease of doing business. Belize ranks one of the worst countries in ease of doing business. Yet the other side talk about trying to get business in and trying to spur the economy. Well, after 13 years, that's what they left us. The debt to GDP ratio, Madam Speaker, at 130%, does not even take into account the contingent liability. You see, Madam Speaker, the UDP saddled the nation with huge foreign judgments and awards. Remember, they lost every single case despite paying massive legal fees to select attorneys. These are debts, Madam Speaker. These are loans that have to be paid. And if added to the total, the debt to GDP ratio may well go above 140%. The current debt profile for Belize is as follows. External debt, and this includes bilateral and multilateral, $1.67 billion, 40% of the total amount. Domestic debt, $1.33 billion, 32% of the total amount. And the US bond, $1.17 billion, the smallest now, Madam Speaker. 1.17 billion, or 28% of the total debt, of 4.17 billion. 4.2 billion, Madam Speaker. We have a population of 420,000 Belizeans. That means that every Belizean man, woman, and child owes $10,000, Madam Speaker. If a child is born today, and I'm sure some will be born at the hospitals, that child will owe $10,000, thanks to UDP 13. What is incredible is the huge rise in domestic debt from 333 million in 2008 to 1.33 billion now. Belize is fast approaching the debt ceiling. There's just no more room to borrow. Madam Speaker, government cannot continue to borrow at the rate of $1 million per day to meet expenses. That is unsustainable. Expenses must be reduced to give GOB some cash flow relief. The projected saving from the wage adjustment is $60 million and $20 million from the increment freeze. That is not a saving of $80 million, Madam Speaker. GOB will not have $80 million that it can use elsewhere. It is simply a cash flow relief tool because GOB, hopefully, these savings, these adjustments are made, GOB will only need to borrow less. We'll still be borrowing, but we'll borrow less. Instead of 30 million a month, perhaps 18 million, then 12 million, then 10 million, and so on and so forth. Eventually, with the grace of God and the hard work of the Belizean people, we will reach a point where the monthly borrowing will cease. Madam Speaker, even with all that borrowing by UDP 13, incredibly, GDP per capita fell. That is a clear indication that the UDP failed to grow the economy. In 1998, when the PUP took office, the GDP per capita was around $5,900. By 2008, it had increased to $7,412. Under the UDP, there was a decline in 2009, a decline in 2010, a decline in 2011, 2012, 2013. We did see a slight increase in 2014, 2015. I wonder if that is Petro-Carib money being spent. Again, perhaps, you know why. But following 2015 and the election, there was again declines in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and a sharp drop in 2020. We are now at $5,843, a level not seen since 1992. We have jumped into an economic time machine, Madam Speaker. We have gone back in time. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition made reference to the budget speech in 2008, a budget that was read 3 months after the end of the fiscal year. What he omitted was that in 2008, the PUP left nearly $100 million in the account. $100 million that was squandered in an orgy of parties, office upgrades, vehicle purchases. The Guardian newspaper in 2008 said, "Let the good times roll." And the UDP lived true to that motto, but only for their friends, family, and close associates. The vast majority of Belizeans were punished. Compare that to November 2020, when the UDP were booted out of office. The account was empty, zero. In fact, the account was in overdraft. Madam Speaker, they liked the color red so much that they left all the government accounts in the red. Turning now to the recovery plan. There are 5 steps to this plan, Madam Speaker, and I'll just go through them. Number 1, immediate curtailment of recurrent spending. This means a cut in spending in goods and services. This has already begun. Cuts in telephone, fuel usage, utilities. Something as simple, Madam Speaker, as taking off the lights and the ACs when you leave the room, checking the wiring in old buildings, cutting down on supplies being used. Cuts have been initiated across the board for government rentals, both office and dwelling quarters. Contracts have been renegotiated or terminated in certain circumstances where value for money was not being realized. A most egregious example, Madam Speaker, was a building being rented by GOB in Dangriga by an associate of her family member, I'm not sure, of a former UDP minister. Madam Speaker, that building was being rented for $15,000, the entire building. That price itself was above market value. But what it made it worse was that even though the entire building was being rented for $15,000, an office in that building was being rented for $1,500, an additional $1,500. 10% of the total value of the building. I wonder who was getting that 10%. Needless to say, Madam Speaker, this contract has been terminated. Second on the recovery plan is aggressive debt renegotiation. We're not talking UDP-style renegotiation where all they could do or achieve was a capitalization of interest. All that did was add to the principal. A debt management team has been established, and that team is working aggressively to bring down the quantum of the debt through innovative techniques. Third on the recovery plan is the spurring of economic activity, including structural reforms to boost investment, employment, and GDP growth. The amendment to the Central Bank Act was one of the tools employed to secure a fund that will be administered by financial institutions like the National Bank. It will not be administered by the Central Bank, Madam Speaker. The Central Bank will merely provide the funds for these projects. This will allow for cheaper money to be available. Projects funded will need to create jobs and earn foreign exchange. We have also seen the slow but steady reopening of the economy, the free zone. We must, of course, be mindful that COVID is still here. The numbers seem to be on a slight uptick, so we must continue to adhere to the health and safety protocols. I do implore at this time all Belizeans to get vaccinated. Number 4 on the recovery plan is the collection of outstanding taxes, GST, customs, land tax. A debt recovery unit is being established. A specialized tax court is being created. Better enforcement is being done to make sure that the taxes now are being collected as they should. We will go after those tax debtors, Madam Speaker, but we'll also make sure that that list of tax debtors do not increase. I already spoke about the sale of 260,000 acres where stamp duty and land tax was waived. This cannot be countenanced, Madam Speaker. The next item on the recovery plan is a reduction in wage, salary, pension, expense. Why is this needed? Madam Speaker, in 2008, the wage salary bill was $275 million. Today, it is around $550 million. 83 cents out of every dollar government collects goes to paying wages. This is just not sustainable. Imagine, Madam Speaker, if you were building a house for $100,000 and your contractor comes to you and says that labor is $83,000. You would only have $17,000 to buy all your materials, buy everything to build your house. That cannot be sustainable, Madam Speaker. Similarly, if you are earning $100 a week, but you have to hire a babysitter, and you have to pay that babysitter $83, then your take-home pay for the week is $17, Madam Speaker. $17 to pay the light bill, the water bill, the internet bill, school fees, put food on the table, pay your loan if you have a loan. Madam Speaker, that is just not sustainable. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister highlighted in his budget speech that the hope for this fiscal year is a 14% increase in revenue, which would be approximately a 2.5% GDP growth. Combined with the cost-saving measures that we have already highlighted, we will begin to replace those economic tracks. In the budget, Despite all the challenges, I am proud that we are still investing in certain areas, Madam Speaker. Despite all the challenges, the investments include in the health sector, food assistance, national security, low-income housing, sugar and agricultural roads, education, rural infrastructure, poverty alleviation, quality of life. Because we need to rebuild the social infrastructure of our country. And that we need to do quickly. We need to invest in people now for the future. I'll turn now to the Ministry of the Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform. As outlined in the estimates, the mission of the public service is to promote social, sound management practices conducive to effective public and electoral administration. The strategic priorities of the ministry: facilitate efficient management of the public service, influence behavioral change through strategic interactions, conduct training and development to enable a competent workforce, promote customer-centered service delivery to the public, manage the administration of free and fair elections. Madam Speaker, when we went into the office in November, we found very low morale in our public officers. Officers were assigned with duties that did not match their job description. There were poor response to requests made. 300 files that were pending processing was found in the CEO's office alone, mostly pension files. One of these files went back as long as 8 years. Files were left unattended, ranging from 1 to 5 years. Officers waited for clerical training for almost 10 years, Madam Speaker. We hit the ground running with the CEO, Dr. Osman Martinez, and our competent staff, which I have to congratulate for the work done. They know that when I got in there, I told them very succinctly, I've come here to work. I've come here to get the job done. And I want them to work along with me. So the heads of departments in that ministry, Madam Speaker, I congratulate and thank them for all the hard work that they have put in over these 5 months, because it was a lot of work that needed to be done. And what have we accomplished? Completion of Cohort 1 for first virtual clerical program, 40 participants. First ever clerical virtual certificate ceremony. Completion of Cohort 2 of this program. Commencement of Cohort 3 has already started. 125 second-class clerks and technical clerks received training in Microsoft Office 365 Teams platform. Commencement of a 15-week certificate course in fundamentals of professional business for senior secretaries of the public service. Collaboration with Galen University to train the trainers. Implementing good governance, ethics, and transparency, a module developed by the Love Foundation. Signed MOU with the Love Foundation for a good governance curriculum. Made payments for 18 government-sponsored employees. Partnership between the Ministry of the Public Service and the University of Belize. We've met with the representatives of the UNDP with regards to implementing UNCAC. The JCCU has completed job descriptions for all the positions in the following ministries: public service, education, natural resources, immigration, human development, tourism, Office of the Auditor General, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Economic Development, Petroleum Investment, Ministry of Transport, and we're working right now on the Ministry of Finance. These exercises, Madam Speaker, have been in the pipeline for years. When we got in there, we said we need to get it completed. We need to make sure that job descriptions are in place for all of the workers in these ministries, in the administrative grade, in the finance grade, secretarial grade, information and communication, and others, including office assistant, driver, security guard, watchman, cleaner. All of these needed job descriptions. Issues now brought forward by public officers are dealt with in a timely manner. All files that were found in the office, the 300 files that we found, have been dealt with. The morale of the public officers has skyrocketed. New requests are being responded to within 2 weeks. We've held a workshop for administrative officers, and very recently we signed with Galen a George Price Scholarship for public officers, completely funded by Galen, a scholarship that will be awarded every 2 years to a public officer. He or she gets to choose their field of study. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, the recruitment model has been created and is centrally managed by this ministry to uphold recruiting standards which are entrenched in the public service regulations. The recruiting site is accessible from a link on our website. The site is fully secure and is hosted by CETO. Outstanding awards programs will continue to take place, and hard-working and deserving public officers will be recognized. Professional development modules for administrative assistants and administrative officers is being discussed and developed. Discussion with the University of the West Indies Open Campus about a certificate in secretarial studies and a certificate in administrative secretarial studies will continue. Understudy program for bachelor's degree in public service management will begin in August. A finance officers workshop in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to take place in May. A signing of an MOU with the Ministry of the Public Service and Galen University. Madam Speaker, some of the staff, and I have to especially thank the Senior Secretary of the Ministry, Ms. Christine Hyde, who has really educated me on the function of the ministry, who has been a rock since I got there to make sure that I got everything done. And she said that with the legal background now being brought into the ministry is being guided to make fair decisions, Madam Speaker. Very important. Gone are the days when decisions were made without any rhyme or reason. Promotions were given without qualification. New persons were brought in when a job didn't even exist. Those days are over. Likewise, Mr. Bruce Thompson, who works as a driver mechanic for the ministry, he said, I feel like I'm being treated fairly. My job description has been clearly defined. I enjoy coming to work now. Those are the types of quotes, those are the types of feelings and expressions, Madam Speaker, that we want to see and hear in the public service, because that is what it's all about. Efficient, professional work being done in the ministry. Likewise, I have to thank the Chief Elections Officer and the Election and Boundaries staff, and really all public officers. Despite the challenges, the health risks, they successfully managed the November 2020 general election, the March 3rd by-election, and the March 3rd municipal election. Thank you to all public officers, but on a special thank you to the Chief Election Officer, Ms. Josephine Tamai, and her staff at Elections and Boundary. On the matter of good governance, Madam Speaker, this is the very platform on which the PUP administration committed with the people of Belize in Plan Belize. Our agenda has been put on record in this National Assembly and is being fully implemented by this administration on an expedited and prudent basis. Some of what has already been done: amendment to the Public Accounts Committee, the introduction of the Public Contracts Committee, Commission of Inquiry into the Fire Sale of Government Assets, Supreme Court Amendment Bill, Court of Appeal Amendment Bill, Court of Appeal Decisions Validation Bill, Time Limit of for Judicial Decisions Bill, Belize Constitution 9th Amendment Bill. And what is coming, Madam Speaker? Whistleblowers legislation, civil and criminal unjust enrichment legislation, asset recovery law, a central procurement unit for all government supplies, campaign finance reform, amendment to the public service regulations and the general workers regulations. And yes, Madam Speaker, the implementation of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. This government is committed to fully implementing UNCAC. It is a full agenda, but the PUP government will get it done. Madam Speaker, I'm an optimist. I work for solutions. This is not a time for lamenting, for stare-downs. We need to be creative. We need to be bold. We need to be united as one. This year marks the 40th anniversary of our nation's independence. The PUP, with the support of the majority of the people, fought for and won independence. But the promise of independence is not yet fulfilled. We have to now reactivate the decolonization project and free our people from the vestiges of colonialism and neo-colonialism. Our government structure must be reformed. Many of our laws we inherited are antiquated and not fit for purpose. We must modernize. Another land reform project, Minister, another land reform project must be done. We must, as servants of the people, be more accountable to the people. We must build an inclusive country and always respect each other. Together, we can do this. Together, we will achieve this, Madam Speaker. God bless our beloved Belize. Madam Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize, I'll proceed. I had some nods a little bit earlier, and then I'll come back to you. All right. I recognize the member for Orange Walk South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll refer to my notes. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I need to comment on statements made by the member for Corozal North. I don't know if it is amnesia or convenient amnesia or just plain craziness. But the member made mention the little allocation for the agriculture sector, for the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. And he mentioned that I had been complaining every year about the small allocation towards agriculture sector. And yes, that is true. And today, again, I complain about the small allocation to the Ministry of Agriculture. But today, it is different. How can the member forget so fast about the $450 million petrocalibre dollars which the UDP squandered? When I came to this house and I urged the Prime Minister to invest those resources in the productive sector, they laughed at me. If they would have done so today, the agriculture sector would have been strong and vibrant, and the tourism industry could have fallen, and the agriculture sector would have sustained this country. But they squandered, they plundered, they misplaced, they spilled $100 million of the petrocalibre dollars. I don't know if they find it yet. But how can he forget the carcass that they built parties in the Corozal Bay on the seaside by the leader of the opposition? And now today he comes to say that the budget for agriculture is small. And then he mentioned also about the Remate Road. Madam Speaker, that's 16 miles from San Pedro to Pachacan. under the accompanying measures for sugar. $16 million was already allocated for that highway. It was the corrupt people in the Ministry of Works and the incompetent people in the Ministry of Works who messed up with the design for that road. And the EU said to them, you need to correct it. And the government refused to correct the design of that road. Therefore, that money went back to the EU. We lost that money. And it was free money. It was grant money that came for the accompanying measures of sugar from the EU, Madam Speaker. So now, how can we be speaking about the loan for that highway? That highway should have been done a long time, and at zero cost to the Belizean people. Now we are borrowing money to do that. But you know why that happened, Madam Speaker? Because it was easy to spend the Petrocaribe money. All you had to do, that go to the Prime Minister's office with your hand, and they may give you money for the from the Petrocaribe. It was easy to spend that. The EU money would not have been spent easily. There were so many criteria, and that's why they end up spending the Petrocaribe money, and they could not spend the EU money in time, and that money went back to the EU. We lost, Madam Speaker, the country lost $30 million from the accompanying measures to sugar. So, the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. I had sat here over and over warning them. They are spending the Petrocaribe money, and not a single dollar went to the agriculture sector. So I thought I had to make that statement, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, going back to my presentation, Madam Speaker, if this is about the 10th appearance I'm making in this House to discuss the government's revenue and expenditure. But this time, Madam Speaker, I am here to support this budget. It is not the budget that we may have wanted or that we like, but given the circumstances, it is the best that we can do. I first, Madam Speaker, thank God, or Almighty, for giving me this opportunity to be in this honorable House, but this time on this side of the aisle. I also, Madam Speaker, am thankful to the beautiful, the hard-working, and the proud people of Orinduak South for once again having placed their trust and confidence in me. Indeed, we've come a long way. I represented them in opposition for 2 terms to the best of my ability. And today, in government, on this side of the aisle, I will continue to serve them right. I will continue to serve them to the best of my ability. It is not going to be an easy task, but with God's help and guidance, we shall prevail. Madam Speaker, on 16th of November, 2021, I was appointed the Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. I inherited the Ministry of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, since the time that I was a public servant at the Ministry of Agriculture, I've always thought that we were the best trained staff in government. Today, Madam Speaker, I can confirm that indeed the Ministry of Agriculture has the best trained, intelligent staff. What was terribly lacking, Madam Speaker, was good leadership for 13 years. What we found, Madam Speaker, is a highly trained staff, but unmotivated, discouraged, intimidated and completely unsupported. Brilliant individuals, but too intimidated to be expressed. Bold thoughts, Madam Speaker, great ideas, but no opportunities to express their views. Out-of-the-box solutions, but chastised and dismissed. No one could express their views in that ministry. It was a one-man show, and that is the reason why we are where we are today. But, Madam Speaker, 162 days after election, 162 days after being the minister, it is rapidly changing. We have injected energy into the ministry. We have injected motivation, courage, respect, and confidence into the agriculture family. We have injected good leadership. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, we have gained their confidence. We've gained their trust. We have gained their respect. And that is why today our ministry is re-energized and working as a team. That is why, Madam Speaker, the staff understands the critical role that they play in ensuring food security, income generation, foreign exchange earnings, and employment. Madam Speaker, I may be their minister, but most importantly, I am their colleague. We discuss administrative matters together. We discuss and argue over technical matters, which is my favorite. And we plan and execute together. We are the agriculture family. We have successfully restructured the Ministry of Agriculture. There are new clear lines of leadership and responsibilities. We have placed important responsibilities on our female technocrats, giving them importance and respect they deserve. Today, I am proud to report that our agriculture family understands their new role under the new structure. They have embraced our new policy and have hit the ground running. What you see on the news daily is a direct result of good understanding, unity, teamwork, and leadership. Madam Speaker, for the first time in 13 years, the ministry is going to have an annual general meeting. Unbelievable, but true. For 13 years, they have not had an annual general meeting. No reporting, no planning. What a shame. No wonder farmers lost confidence in the Ministry of Agriculture. No wonder farmers spoke ill of the Ministry of Agriculture. But that has come to an end, because on Thursday and Friday of next week, we'll be having our first AGM in 13 years, and everyone will be able to see the achievements and the plans of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, because it will be done virtually and with the participation of our partners in development. Madam Speaker, we take our responsibility serious. Since November 12, 2020, up to April 6, 2021, 162 days, the country has exported 20,543 heads of cattle. 16,827 through the western borders, and 3,716 head of cattle through the southern border at Halakte. This exportation has generated $29,581,920 for cattle farmers and for this country. We can round that off to 30 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the cattle industry is next to the sugar industry. Orange Walk is the largest producer of cattle in the country. Our exports, well managed, can be as high as $50 million annually. That is why the ministry's director, the new director of livestock, is developing a comprehensive national plan that will see the industry grow. How can anyone in their right state of mind stop the exportation of cattle? How could anyone deprive farmers? How can anyone deprive farmers from generating $30 million? How foolish a leader could be to refuse foreign exchange at a time when the country mostly needed it. How irresponsible. Farmers were losing their homes, their farms, because they could not market their cattle. Farm hands were sent home, no jobs, no money, no food for their families, simply because of a foolish, irresponsible political decision. For 8 months, farmers were stopped from exporting cattle. The chairman of Bully Tree stopped them. The police stopped them. The BDF stopped them. The former prime minister referred to them as money launderers. He claimed that the Guatemalans did not want us to export. He claimed that there was a diplomatic complaint. Never did we see it. He claimed that the Mexicans were not going to buy our cattle if we continued to export to Guatemala. All a pack of concocted lies. Lied, Madam Speaker. After 20,543 heads of cattle exported, the only complaint we have had so far from the Guatemalans is that they want more, more and more. Madam Speaker, we continue to export cattle to Mexico. We are in the process of certifying 2 more farms for animal quarantine prior to exporting 700 cattle. We will go into preparation this week, this time in Shipyard, in a central location where farmers in the other villages can take their animals to this quarantine center. As we speak, Baja personnel are on the ground doing the inspection and working with our Mexican counterparts from Seneca. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we are seeking ways to lower the cost of export, the cost of quarantine, and other costs associated with exportation. As we speak, the Minister of Foreign Trade and his team are working overtime to develop the partial scope agreement with Mexico to facilitate trade and to address the tariffs implemented by Mexico. Cattle is given priority on the list of commodities we wish to trade. Madam Speaker, in the sugar industry, we inherited a production estimate quickly concocted by the SCPC, which was led by a crony at the time. This was concocted in October, just before elections, 1 month before election. An estimate that would have deprived 2,500 cane farmers from delivering their sugar cane. This was unacceptable. We worked tirelessly and negotiated with ASR and with the associations until we arrived at a compromise that satisfied both farmers and the mill. We knew at the time that we were going to have a bumper crop this year. By doing this, Madam Speaker, we quickly diffused a tense situation, one that could have easily led to another chaos in the sugar industry in the first month of our governance. And even so, Madam Speaker, there is a surplus of sugarcane today. So much that thousands of tons of sugarcane will be left in the field this year. Our data indicates that there will be an oversupply. 128,000 tons. That's 128,000 tons. Conservative, Madam Speaker. and that will not be able to be milled this year. This will result in a loss of $5.7 million. Last year, because of the drought, farmers lost $55 million. This year, farmers are expected to lose $5.7 million or more. This is because, Madam Speaker, the mill will be unable to absorb the volumes of sugarcane. This government, Madam Speaker, will not allow farmers to continue losing money, not if we can avoid it. The northern sugar industry forecasted a production of 1.3 million tons of sugarcane for 2020-2021. By the end of the crop period, the Belize Sugar Industry Limited projects that only 1.06 million tons will be milled. That is a surplus of 360,000 tons. But a revision, conservative, we are seeing that is 128,000 tons out there. Yesterday, we received a letter from the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association saying that there will be a greater number of tons left out there. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow farmers to be losing money every year. In 2011, Madam Speaker, the production estimate was 942,000 tons. But 956,000 tons were delivered. The farmers delivered 13,000 tons more. In 2012, 84,000 tons were left in the field to rot. In 2013, 106,000 tons was left.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12, subsection 8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at the day's sitting at any order opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, in 2012, 84,000 tons of sugarcane was left to rot in the field. In 2013, 106,000 tons was left. In 2015, 230,000 tons were left to rot and for the rodents in the field. In 2016, 27,000 tons were left. In 2017, 105,000 tons were left. In 2018, 104,000 tons were left. In 2019, 63,000 tons were left. Madam Speaker, farmers have been losing millions and millions over the years. This cannot continue. The reason for the leftover, Madam Speaker, is due to the inefficiency of the mill during the crop. And the mill will not be able to absorb this sugarcane before the rains come in. For the end of crop, scheduled 30th of June 2021, it is projected that only 1.06 million tons will be milled. So we will lose, Madam Speaker, a total of $5,743,770. So, Madam Speaker, Santander Group is offering to receive and mill 50,000 tons of sugarcane from the northern cane farmers at a minimum price of $55 per ton. The gross income to be generated from the process is valued at $2.75 million. However, Madam Speaker, there will still be left sugarcane in the field. To achieve this objective, the Ministry of Agriculture recommends a minimum of 60 tons per transport unit. It means that Santander has to transport 60 tons at a time in a unit. At this rate, Corozal farmers' net income would equate to $15 per ton. Orange Rock farmers would net $20 per ton. Madam Speaker, it is not with the delivery of 50,000 tons, 25,000 from Corozal and 25,000 from Orange Rock, the estimated loss will decrease by 48%. So, Madam Speaker, this is some savings for the farmers. The government cannot oblige anybody to sell sugarcane. It is the decision of the cane farmer. The government has only created an opportunity for the farmer to deliver their cane to an alternative source. At the end of the day, it is the farmer who will decide. Madam Speaker, my group leader, my harvest leader, has said to me in no uncertain terms, I do not believe that I will be able to harvest a sugarcane. As a cane farmer, I have to decide what to do. Leave it out there to rot or get $20 net. This is a decision that many farmers will face. I, Madam Speaker, prefer to sell it at a cheaper price maybe, because transportation is higher than transporting to Orange Rock. But I prefer to get $10 than to get $0 and can't pay DFC again. Because last year, I kept owing DFC for sugarcane because of the drought. Unlike me, there are thousands of farmers, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, they will have to decide, leave it or sell it. So, Madam Speaker, this is not, Madam Speaker, an action to undermine ASR, as the opposition may want to put it. I would never want to undermine ASR. Everybody lived off ASR in the years. My father used to work there, my brother used to work there. I got my education because my dad had a job. Who would want to undermine ASR? None at all. And the Prime Minister would never allow me to undermine ASR. He likes them more than I do. So I would never do that. But this, Madam Speaker, is an alternative for the farmers. In other Central American countries, this is what sugar mills do. They help each other. And this is what we need to do in this country. Madam Speaker, this government will not allow farmers to continue losing money. This government of the PUP is a pro-agriculture government. This is not intended to undermine ASR, but rather it is to safeguard the future of the sugarcane industry and the cane farmers' livelihood. It is securing employment, foreign exchange, and income to farmers and their families. It is a way to ease the pain of the farmers. Madam Speaker, the UDP would have never, ever done what we are doing today. Never. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because they were compromised they were conflicted. None of us on this side are wholesalers of sugar. I don't need to go and tell ASR, please give me sugar, make I sell. We owe ASR nothing. We sell sugar cane. On this side, we are cane farmers. We owe ASR nothing. On that side, Madam Speaker, they would have never had the guts, the courage, the political will to do this. This is history in the making. It is the first time that this is occurring in the sugar industry. And it's being done in good faith to secure the future of this industry. We, Madam Speaker, have successfully penetrated the CARICOM market with poultry, a small amount but significant in the sense that precedent has been set, and we will grow our exports into the CARICOM markets. Madam Speaker, we're even exporting poultry to Mexico. During COVID times, poultry price increased in Mexico, giving us the opportunity to export to Mexico. And we did just that. We continue to export poultry into Guatemala today. We initiated the trade of black beans, cocoa beans, corn, cardamom, and fresh oranges into Guatemala. You see, Madam Speaker, feeding a country of 18 million people is a challenge. We are fortunate that we only have 360,000 people. But the Guatemalans buy everything and anything from you. Madam Speaker, anything that could make $1 for the farmer must go. Anything that can bring back $1 to Belize should go. Madam Speaker, the dairy industry is so talked about in the past. The dairy industry has improved, Madam Speaker. Fresh milk sales increased from 93,202 pounds to 115,823 pounds. Flavored milk, Madam Speaker, the so-flavored milk that the UDP wanted to tax GST on, just because it has coloring in it, increased from 63,352 pounds to 84,468. Cheddar cheese, Madam Speaker, has increased from 12,126 to 14,504. Mozzarella, the famous mozzarella for the pizzas that some people believe the American tourists come to eat only, increased from 14,000 pounds to 21,000 pounds, Madam Speaker. Yogurt has increased from 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. Ice cream has increased from 65,000 pounds to 90,000 pounds, Madam Speaker. All of these dairy products increase with a simple shift in government policy, regulating the importation of cheap, subsidized dairy products from abroad. And every time, Madam Speaker, 1 pound of cheese is sold, we are putting food on the table of a family. Every time a gallon of milk is sold, we are putting food on the table of a family. Again, Madam Speaker, the UDP would have never, ever done what we did today, because we are a government that will look after the interests of the Belizean farmer. We have successfully opened the free zone, Madam Speaker. 1,000 jobs created, 1,000 families benefiting, and 1,000 families less that government has to feed. Madam Speaker, our protocols and COVID measures were well implemented, thanks to the Minister of Wellness. Our protocols were well implemented, and even though Chatamal had a high number of COVID cases, it never affected us in the free zone. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because we know what we are doing. We know how to do it. We plan and we execute. We work hard, Madam Speaker. We are the People's United Party. We are not like the UDP. Dozens of greenhouses, Madam Speaker, left by the UDP in Toledo District, abandoned and left to deteriorate, has been salvaged by our technicians. Thousands of dollars gone to waste. But we, Madam Speaker, salvaged what we could. And we are now restoring these greenhouses to redistribute to people, to persons who are worthy and who want and can produce their own food. Producing our own food, Madam Speaker, is synonymous to producing or to printing your own money. We have distributed thousands of seedlings across the country to rural and urban areas so that people can learn to produce their own food. Thousands more will be distributed in the next coming months. We are now engaging the schools so that when schools reopen, the children can start to learn how to produce their food. Madam Speaker, we have re-established links that were lost for 13 years with our partners in development. We have re-established that link with BAHA, OIRSA, ICA, CATIE, PCB, BLPA, CARDI, FAO, the ROC mission, and others. We are now an extended family working under one mission, working towards an objective, one common objective. Madam Speaker, our vegetable farmers, with our renewed and well-energized, highly motivated Ministry of Agriculture staff, increase production of vegetables. Onions, Madam Speaker, 101 acres. That's 3 million pounds. That, Madam Speaker, is between $2.8 and $3 million. Potatoes, $4.8 million. Carrots, $2.4 million. Lettuce, $747,000. Madam Speaker, this is what the Ministry of Agriculture ought to have been doing for 13 long years. For the first time in many years, the farmers were able to market their product well. The production of potatoes and onions was well organized, properly scheduled, and our government has managed to control the illegal importation well. Our ministry has also managed the importation of these commodities. No one, and I mean no one, Madam Speaker, it matters not how big a PUP you are or a friend of me you are, no one has been given import permit for any commodity produced in Belize. I prefer, Madam Speaker, that there be a 1 week scarcity than there be a 1 month oversupply and destroy the farmers of this country. No one has ever died, Madam Speaker, because of not eating a certain commodity for 1 week. No one. That will not happen. Not while I am the Minister of Agriculture. Importers have been warned that they will not qualify for an import permit if they fail to show evidence that they are purchasing and distributing our farmers' products. See, Madam Speaker, everybody wants to import. It's easy to import. It's the cheapest thing to buy and you sell it expensive. But when the farmers have, nobody wants to buy from them. So if they cannot show us evidence that they are buying, I'm sorry, you're not getting a permit. Or our farmers come first. This action has led to farmers being able to market potatoes, onions, and carrots at a decent price, making a profit, and at the same time, making it affordable to the Belizean consumer. Only when we are certain that our farmers cannot supply a product, we will authorize importation. And that is the policy of the Ministry of Agriculture. That is the way that this PUP government works. We first and foremost safeguard the interests of our farmers and their families. They ought to be treated with respect and dignity. They have suffered for 13 long years under the UDP. 4,745 days of the UDP. The citrus industry was abandoned, neglected, left in the wilderness to die. The former Prime Minister, in several meetings with citrus stakeholders, treated them like lepers with disrespect and disdain. Today, Madam Speaker, it may well be said that citrus production is down to 1.6 million boxes. We had expected 2.5. Sadly, this is not so. The Ministry of Agriculture has appointed a working committee to look at reviving and diversifying the citrus industry. This committee, approved by Cabinet, is being led by former CEO in the Ministry of Agriculture, Hugh O'Brien, an outstanding professional and nationalist with a passion for agriculture. The committee, Madam Speaker, includes members of CGA, Citrus Mutual, CPBL, DFC, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Trade. Their recommendations will come to Cabinet at a defined time. Madam Speaker, our rice producers in the South currently are reorganizing and preparing for planting. With the changes adopted by farmers due to market demands in terms of quality and price, there is an opportunity for the milpa rice farmer in the South, especially in organic rice production. The Extension Service and the BMDC in Toledo are on the ground today doing what they do best. This, Madam Speaker, is a government looking out for all farmers. Currently, our research station in Central Farm is preparing for an open day. We have, under this new government, given our researchers and technicians the moral support and the motivation to do what they do best. We have a lot to share with our farmers, students, and entrepreneurs. So as soon as the Minister of Wellness allows us, we will be announcing our open day. There is much to be seen. The Tilapia project, going strong, providing fingerlings to producers. This program is being headed by a young, intelligent, and hard-working technician, Mr. Miguel Sosa. We have the Sheep and Goat Genetic Improvement Program, again, co-financed by the Taiwanese government and headed by veteran livestock officer Melanio Pech. We have our greenhouse program, ongoing and being run by well-trained technicians. We have our seedling programs, again, ongoing for distribution. We have our coconut seed program, headed by an outstanding female agronomist, Mr. Rosita Balan. We have our fruit tree program, headed again by another outstanding female agronomist, Ms. Faye Garnett. And we have our food processing unit, again, Madam Speaker, being run by competent people, carrying out trials at this time for French fries, using our locally grown potatoes, among many other trials. Madam Speaker, great things are happening in the Ministry of Agriculture today. We have a strong drainage and irrigation unit headed by two outstanding technicians, Harold Westby and Rene Gutierrez. Madam Speaker, all this, and only in 162 days of governance. Madam, compare this to 4,745 days of the UDP government. Madam Speaker, we love our public service. We love our public servants. I was a public servant for 18 years in the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm still a public servant now. My wife is a teacher for 31 years. My sisters are also teachers. And I must acknowledge the hard work and dedication that many teachers and public servants put in. But we must admit that many other Belizeans who are not public servants, who are not teachers, are also hard workers. They're also dedicated people. Thousands of these people, thousands, receive 20% salary cuts. Thousands receive 30% salary cuts. Thousands receive 100% salary cuts. Thousands are still unemployed. Hundreds lost their jobs as tour guides, waiters, hotel maintenance personnel. And today, many of them are in my constituency, cutting sugarcane. Cutting sugarcane and surviving for $25 a day in the hot, blazing sun. Dozens of businesses are being sold off by banks in the free zone. No one can buy, but they are selling off. Shortly, many homes will appear in the newspapers for auctions. Madam Speaker, agriculture businesses lost sales of 50%. Some of these businesses still have not recovered. Farmers were selling pork meat at $1.75 a pound, from $5, from $6 to $2 a pound, Madam Speaker. Poultry was being given away and sold at $1 a pound. Aren't these monumental sacrifices? Today, the bank is selling out an entire farming community. Not a farm, not a house, an entire farming community where hundreds of families live because of the inability to service their loans. And even at the low prices that the farmers were selling these foods, people could still not afford to purchase because thousands were jobless. But do you know who were the ones, the only ones who could buy, whose salary was intact? The teachers, the public servants. They were at home, locked up because of COVID, but they had purchasing power when nobody else had. Madam Speaker, I salute the teachers and the public servants for their determination, for their unionism. We love the teachers and the public servants, especially those at the Ministry of Agriculture, who have showed up to work daily because they understand the important role that they play in this nation's food security. But I must also warn union members. Many of the public servants are genuine in their beliefs and actions. They are genuine in their principles. But be aware of those that are around you with ulterior motives. Be aware of those around you who have no moral authority to speak on corruption, on nepotism, much less on transparency. For at some point, they may well be the subject of investigation. Be aware, brothers and sisters of the unions. Madam Speaker, our government is for good governance. We were elected on good governance. The UDP was voted out because of corruption. We were elected because of good governance. People wanted good governance, and they voted in for us. Good governance is our agenda. It is the PUP's agenda. Our government is for transparency and accountability. That is our agenda. But give us the time. Give us the time. We are a government that is 162-day old. Yes, 162-day old government. Do not judge me in 162 days. You had 4,745 days to manifest, to demonstrate, to overthrow the UDP who squandered, who plundered and raped this country and left it in shambles, being ranked now among the lowest countries in the world. Sadly, among our union members, yellow shirts, are a few persons who actively participated and are guilty of this same plundering of this beloved country. Don't judge me in 162 days. Don't compare 162 days of governance to 4,745 days of plundering. Madam Speaker, I want to end. I salute each and every farmer out there today in this beautiful country for feeding us daily, for never giving up, even during the peak of the COVID-19. Our farmers just kept going. When all of us were hiding in the comfort of our houses, the farmers kept going, risking their lives and their families' lives. Thank you, farmers, for being there for us. Thanks you, farmers, for so much that you've done for this country in very difficult times. God bless you and your families. I support this budget, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support this annual budget of the People's United Party for the year 21. And before I begin, I'd like to also address the situation with our teachers today. I spent 17 years in the classroom before getting involved in politics. So I understand a lot of what teachers have been through over the years. And I'd just like to remind them that if you look back from before independence, 1981, salaries for a teacher with a degree was $500. 1981. After that, it was the government of the People's United Party and the George Price, Said Musa government, where the lobbying started to increase salaries for teachers to where it is today. The UDP has never really blessed teachers with salary increases. It was always under the People's United Party. We have always taken care of the teachers to see and to show the importance that the teachers play in the economy of this country, educating our young people, which we consider to be very, very important. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, listening to the people sitting on the other side of this house, now there are only 5 of them, and I remember us sitting on that side of the House, not being able to get anything done for our particular constituencies under the United Democratic Party. And if I say here today, you may not believe, but if my colleagues, the member for Toledo West, member for Stancrick West, and the member for Stancrick at that time, we made visits to members on the other side who were ministers of government, asking for assistance, and nothing ever happened. I think only one minister from that other side of the House would answer your phone call. One. Over 13 long years. That shows you how difficult it was. My brothers and sisters, I keep reminding this House that this business does not belong to us. This is the people's business. And whether you are on that side of the House or on this side of the House, the people are paying all of us. We owe the people of Belize. That is why we are here. That is why they elected us to be here. Not to be enemies and not being able to help one another. We should help one another. My telephone number is simple enough, 671-4494. And I am not here to hide from anybody. You want to get in touch with me, I am there. Because we are supposed to having, in this National Assembly, one purpose. And that is to benefit the people of Belize that voted for us and sent us to this National Assembly. Madam Speaker, this budget today may not satisfy everybody. I think budgets never satisfy everybody. But there has to come a time when you also become realistic and understand the situation in which we live today. And I think all of us realize the sacrifices that our Belizean people are making. Tremendous sacrifices. When people call and tell me I have nothing to eat, that is a very serious thing. And my children have nothing to eat. So we have to take this situation seriously. I come and represent an area. The Minister of Agriculture just a while ago was discussing some of the projects that he was doing. But the area in which we represent, myself and the Honorable from Toledo West, is one of the most productive areas in this country. That is the greenest area in this country, with 150 inches of rain every year, blessed with rain, blessed with rivers. Where is the banana industry? In the Toledo district. The shrimp industry, Toledo district. Now we are boasting, I guess, one of the largest coconut farms in this country, in the Toledo district. The rice industry, the papaya industry, the pineapple industry, you name it. And let me tell you something else, that some of the land on which we are producing is land that most Belizeans would neglect and say that those lands are no good. Pine Ridge land. But that is where you find coconut, you find avocado, you find just about any other crop that you want to plant. And that came not from our Belizean people, because our Belizean people always shun away from Pine Ridge, but from the Hispanic people that come into this country to help us in these industries. They are the ones that are utilizing this type of soil, this type of land, to produce what they are putting out today on the market. The banana industry, for example, they have money today, but just recently we had a meeting with them, and they are producing like 5 million boxes of banana. They want to expand to 8 million boxes. They have the financing, but they don't have the land. So this is something that we will have to address. This is something that we will have to look after, because that industry every single week brings foreign exchange into this country. Every week. So it is something that we cannot just play a blind eye with and say, well, not important. It is an important industry. Madam Speaker, we have been faced under this government with problems at the Lands Department. The present Minister of Lands is trying to, the best he can, to try to make it possible for people to have access to their documents. Because without those documents, they can't go to the bank to borrow, to try to do anything for themselves. So that is a very important area that has to be addressed, and the Minister is doing his best at this time to deal with that. The Survey Department, man, I tell you, right now we are having a problem in a village, San Isidro, between San Isidro and Bella Vista, where under the United Democratic Party, because they believed that they were above the law in everything they did, the standard bearer at that time agreed along with one of the alcaldes to go ahead and survey land. They actually surveyed over about 300 acres of land, totaling some 90,000 Belize dollars. Now these are poor people. These are hard-working people. To be paying out over $90,000 and to date have not received nothing. Nothing. Why? Because the representative at that time told them, don't worry about it. We will get you the permission to survey. Now, a lot of people really don't understand that whenever the government of Belize issue a permission to survey, the government is also taking on the responsibility for road, electricity, water, for that particular development. So that is an expense that would be added to our national budget that maybe was unforeseen and at that time not prepared to do. So the government also has to be careful when they issue permissions to survey or permission to subdivide. If it is the private sector, then the private sector will carry the responsibility for the electricity, the water, and whatever else you need for the development of that community. Electricity. Today, I hear a lot about solar power. And even the government has been engaged with funding agencies that are promoting solar power. Indian Creek, I think Corazon, I think the Minister of Rural Development, Graham Creek, Mabilha, have also been promoting solar power. Solar power is good. It's something that the world community is pushing, the environmental community is pushing, but at the same time it has its drawbacks. I think today I sent a message to the Minister of Rural Development where the water system in Conejo Creek, which is solar powered, they are in trouble, no water. So, you know, before we get these projects on the road, we also have to have standby arrangements that if anything should go wrong, then we are capable of dealing with the situation. I think we took some people out just recently to check other solar systems. There's one for the San Benito Poite in Toledo West that was done by the Cuban government. They had electricity on the street. They had every house had electricity. Today, nada, nothing. San Jose village, the same thing applied. That was another UN project, I believe, and the batteries went dead, project dead. So, you know, we have to really look into these projects carefully because you excite people when they get electricity, when they have to use a lamp or a candle to go to study and get their homeworks done in these particular villages. So it is important that as a government, we look at these projects carefully before we get involved in them. The projects that we have been doing in the south, for example. The southern area of this country, because of the heavy rainfall, the earth between June 15th, July, August, September, October, that is when we get monsoon. The soil becomes saturated, and if the roads are not properly compact, pretty soon your tires are going down into the mud. And we experience this year after year. And this is an area that we will have to look at carefully. In the past, PUP governments, 3 of them that I served in, we had our own equipments to deal with the road problems in the Toledo district. The UDP made fun of us while we were on the other side, and that we sold the equipment, me personally, that I sold the equipment 3 times, I guess, that belonged to the government and people of this country, and they did not replace none. So the district now is left without equipment, and whenever the government has work to do, they have to hire somebody, some contractor, to travel all the way down south. Because this road problems in Toledo is not on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. It is an everyday problem. An everyday problem. I have brought to the attention of the Minister of Infrastructure that the bus to go to Corazon Creek for the high school can't travel the road because the road is in such a bad condition. So this puts an extra pressure on whatever budget he has to be running up and down, trying to get these roads in good shape for the children to be able to attend school. We have been working, like I said before, San Jose, San Benito Poite, all these villages in rural Toledo, Sunderwood, Conejo Creek, Criquetsarco, Dolores, Otosha, all these villages had no roads. The minister is promising me, with Mr. Member from the Toledo West, that he will do everything in his effort to complete the road to Machakila this fiscal year. We need to have these roads open simply because it creates an immigration problem also. In that this is where people can flood in from Guatemala into Belize and then reside in these areas and have no connection with no police, no immigration, nobody. So it is important that we have access to Graham Creek and Machakila. These are the only 2 villages in the Toledo district that still do not have an all-weather road. And that the People's United Party have budgeted a part of that money to finish the road that is going into Machakila. My brothers and sisters on the other side of this house, I think it is time that we learn to work together for the benefit of this country, Belize that we so all love. When the Minister of Infrastructure got that $12 million emergency fund, we had road works in Monkey River. Monkey River is not a PUP division. Monkey River is nearly 100 UDP votes every election without fail. But we fixed the road. Monkey River has a serious problem with erosion right now. People's houses are falling into the sea. The graveyard is into the sea. And nothing was done, or whatever was done was not enough during the administration of the United Democratic Party to try to slow down that erosion. Nothing was done. We recently took some people out there to do an investigation, to study the situation, and to come up with a proper solution to deal with that problem in Monkey River. Because this is not only Monkey River that is being affected. If you go to Dangriga, by the Deepwater Port, you will find the same problem, that the sea is taking away the landmass away from that area. So this, you know, is something essential, something important to deal with. Now, it can also be an environmental problem because of all the material that we are taking out of the river. So you are doing something good in one sense, but that good is also creating bad on the other side. In that all that sand that used to flow down the rivers, empty into the sea, and then spread out all the way to the reef, and come all the way back with the waves, that is no longer there. Because the amount of tonnage that is being taken out of the rivers is tremendous, really tremendous. We also did the streets in Bella Vista Village out of that $12 million. Streets were neglected again, 13 years. The road to San Pablo, which is a banana road, the banana company also assisted with budgetary help along with the government of Belize to complete that road going into San Pablo village. The road going into Trio village, same, another banana road, where the banana fields are in the back. Abandoned, and I don't know if you understand the banana business, in that if these trucks carrying the banana to the ship is with all the spring, with all the tires, every time it is bouncing, the bananas in the box are also doing this. And if those bananas reach the United Kingdom with blemish or a stain on it, they will charge you for the damage. Not the government of Belize, you know. They will charge the farmers for the damage of that banana. So they pay a fine. And that is why it is important that these roads are properly kept so that the banana industry can get a fair share for the labor and work that they are putting into it. So the work for us in the road business is very essential, very important, and should be a very big part of our budget. I don't want to get into situations that deal with roads in this country that have the same problem, but I represent the Toledo district. Part of it with my brother from Toledo West, and I have been there for 6 elections. The people, I must thank all those people. And you know, I don't have to campaign like some of you guys and you get all crazy, you know, and jumpy, because I have always had confidence and faith in the people that I represent. And I never lied to them. If I can't do something, I will tell them that I can't do it. And if I can't do it, I will go overboard to make sure that I can accomplish what I promise. And that is important for any politician in this National Assembly. And we as members on this side, I must also congratulate the new appointed ministers of the People's United Party. And I must also congratulate the 10 members that sit in the back bench of the People's United Party. Because we are one team. We are one team, and we are here to serve the best interests of the Belizean people. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I seek leave to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the 2021-2022 budget debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the sober words from the member from Toledo East. And as an elder in this house, he being an elder in this house and me being my first term, it is that type of example that I would like to follow as far as unity and making sure that I am always committed to why I'm here, which is, as he rightfully said, not to grandstand and not to get jumpy, but to serve the people. So your words are very much taken, received well. Having said that, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the members' need for assistance when it comes to infrastructure. I appreciate that. It is not lost on me, Madam Speaker, and I am sorry, I apologize that you were not able to get that assistance over the last 13 years. But the issue I have, Madam Speaker, with this budget, no is not the time for infrastructure. This budget is a my turn budget, Madam Speaker. And this is not what the people voted for. The people voted for a government that would be committed to their needs. And it is all about policy. This budget represents bad policy. It represents misprioritization, Madam Speaker. Because again, I empathize with the member from Toledo East, Toledo West, from all of the rural villages that do need infrastructure. I'm not saying that they don't need it, Madam Speaker. But what the 120,000 people who are unemployed right now or underemployed need more than streets and roads is social assistance, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear the member from Fort George talk about social infrastructure, Madam Speaker. But that is not reflected in this budget, Madam Speaker. I've sat here for the last day and a half, and I'm a writer, but I didn't write a speech, Madam Speaker. Just going through the budgets, and I will deal with the numbers. Because there's a saying, men lie, women lie, numbers don't, Madam Speaker. And these numbers reflect, I quote, best sum up as a kickback budget, not focused on people, but on roads and roundabouts, from which ministerial hustle can fill the pockets and pay for their excessive lifestyles. That was the member from, I believe the member from Freetown, when he was, no, I'm sorry, it was the member from Orange Walk Central, the Honorable Prime Minister, when he sat here on this side as leader of the opposition, and he was debating the budget, Madam Speaker. This bogus budget is a cheap imitation, Madam Speaker. All of a sudden, you have born-again infrastructure visionaries. When this UDP, the true champions of infrastructure, were attempting to develop this nation, they all complained, Madam Speaker. They all complained about ministerial hustle, and they all complained about these contracts. But, Madam Speaker, I would have liked to see those complaints come to fruition in action, Madam Speaker. Because I'm not sure if it was the member from Kayo South, or was it the Honorable Prime Minister, who said that all of those contracts would be cancelled. They would get rid of all of those contracts. No, we don't see that course of action being taken place, Madam Speaker. Know that they're in the position to do it. And again, not just to do it. To do it because the country is in a crisis, not caused by UDP 13, not caused by Hurricane Musa or Hurricane George Price, in 83. I'll get back to that later. But caused by COVID-19, Madam Speaker. It is dishonest for the members on that side to sit in this honorable house and lie to the people and pretend as if the economic crisis that we are in was caused by the previous administration. It is just not true, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't matter how much they say it, it will not make it true. And the numbers prove what I am saying, Madam Speaker. For years, the member from Central, Orange Walk Central, the Honorable Prime Minister, he would come into this house when he was leader of the opposition, and he would decry the anemic growth of the economy. So then it was anemic. Now, for political expediency, it was non-existent. And we ran the country into the ground. It is just not true, Madam Speaker. Many of the things, well, not many, but some of the things, some of the criticisms that they offer lose credibility. Very credible criticisms can be offered. We were not a perfect government, Madam Speaker, but that is not why we are here. But regardless of why we are here, it doesn't matter, because the people voted for solutions. They know why we are here. Whether you blame the UDP or you accept that it is COVID-19, they trusted this government. They voted this government in to find solutions, not to tell us what the problem was. Obviously, the people of this country knew what the problem was, and in the November elections and in the March elections, they decided that they wanted you, members on that side, to fix the problem. They wanted you to recover stronger, beating COVID-19. That was the presentation, where this PUP administration promised $30 million in stimulus, Madam Speaker, to the tourism industry. $50 million to the wider population, Madam Speaker. And that is nowhere in the budget, Madam Speaker. If you go to the finance part of the budget, Madam Speaker, the $80 million that was spent on COVID-19 is gone. Not budgeted, not even $1 million budgeted for 2021, 2022. Because these people on that side, Madam Speaker, have the notion that if they tell the people it was all the UDP's fault, that will somehow change the reality on the ground, which is a COVID-19 economic crisis that must be responded to with the investment in social infrastructure that the member from Fort George spoke of. Don't comfort me with your words. Let me see it in the budget book, Madam Speaker. And we don't see it in the budget book, Madam Speaker. What we see in the budget book, if you would allow me, you see that in human development, you went from $33 million under the UDP to assist with COVID-19 food assistance and relief. Madam Speaker, when the member from Belize Rural Central gets up there and says that don't look at her when it comes to poverty, who should we look at, Madam Speaker? The people didn't vote the UDP to be the government. The people voted Right Honorable Prime Minister and his government, the PUP government, to deliver, to lead us out of this COVID-19 crisis, Madam Speaker. So now is not the time to evade your very large responsibilities. I concede these are very, very serious, overwhelming responsibilities. But first, we have to accept that it is your responsibility, not the UDP's responsibility, not lamenting about what happened 13 years ago. No, Madam Speaker, when the people elected us in 1984, after the Right Honorable George Price ran the economy into the ground, there was no hurricane, there was no natural disaster. He went into an IMF program. He went into an IMF program, Madam Speaker. When we came in 1984, we fixed the economy. We accepted the responsibility. We didn't look for any escape or any alleviation from our responsibilities, Madam Speaker. And this budget is as callous and cold-hearted as could be, Madam Speaker. This budget would have you accept that there's not 120,000 people right now that don't know where their next meal is coming from, that have no source of employment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget fails at its most basic responsibility to spend the taxpayers' dollars, because these budgets are not UDP money or PUP money. This money belongs to the people. So I would think that the people, again, I don't know if the Minister of Human Development is making sure that all of the members on that side, their people are getting assistance for COVID. I don't know. I don't hear anybody complaining. But I am complaining on behalf of my people in Mesopotamia, who I thank every time that I come here for giving me the distinct privilege and honor to represent them in this honorable house, Madam Speaker. But my people are suffering, Madam Speaker. One of my constituents came into my office on Wednesday, and she had asked me for some assistance, told her to come to the office. I provided some food assistance for her. And I said to her, you know, I was fortunate to get some donations. Thanks to those very generous people who donated, I was able to distribute 500 grocery bags, Madam Speaker. And I said to her, very honest, like the member from Toledo East, you know, I can't do this all the time, but I will offer you this, but I suggest that you go to the Ministry of Human Development and explain to them your situation. She's a senior citizen, no job. And she said, well, when I go to the Ministry of Human Development, they tell me go to your area rep. That is not what the people voted for, Madam Speaker. The people voted for better. The people voted for the Plan Belize promise to continue unemployment relief to all qualified people until the COVID-19 crisis abates, Madam Speaker. That's what they promised. So when the member, and again, if you recall, Madam Speaker, my maiden address in this house, first thing I discussed was the assistance to the people. And again, Madam Speaker, I agree with the elder from Toledo East, the member from Toledo East, that we need to be united. And if you recall, I said in this honorable house, I do pray for that side of the house. I want them to succeed. Doesn't matter to me that, oh, we need to get into government in the next 4 years, so I pray that they fail. because their failure might not impact me because I have resources that I worked very hard for as a professional over the last 23 years. But what about the people that the member from Lake Eye almost come to tears describing? What about those people, Madam Speaker? Whose responsibility are those people, Madam Speaker? Who is responsible for the 120 unemployed people in this country due to COVID-19, Madam Speaker? Saying that they're unemployed because of the UDP 13 is a lie. Saying that it is not because of COVID-19 will not change the reality that it is because of COVID-19, and it will not allow for a solution, Madam Speaker. The member from Lake Eye gave one of the more sober presentations until he starts to blame the UDP. But what he said is very true. I don't sleep at night at all. I have nightmares, not the kind that the member from Kayo South talks about. But it pains me, Madam Speaker, to consider that people are suffering in my constituency. People are suffering all over this country. And we have a Minister of Human Development that says when it comes to poverty, no look for me. Where do we go, Madam Speaker? And this budget, again, I can't pile it all on the member from Belize Rural Central because this budget completely reflects that attitude, Madam Speaker. The attitude that if we close our eyes and say today is Thursday, it will be Thursday. No, Madam Speaker, today is Friday. And we have to address the problems of today. They could talk about the UDP 13 all they want. We could talk about the Musa hurricane, Hurricane Musa. That won't help us, Madam Speaker, and that will not feed the 120,000 people who are unemployed or underemployed, Madam Speaker. This is an emergency. We are in a state of emergency, Madam Speaker. We are not in a state of blame. We are not in a state of political expediency. We are in a state of emergency like many nations across the world, Madam Speaker. And when I listen to my counterparts in Jamaica, for instance, the Jamaican government is making sure that their budget is a budget that responds to the urgent needs of the people, Madam Speaker. Not urgent in the sense of, oh, well, we want to be good Samaritans. We have to be humanitarians, Madam Speaker. Where does the 120,000 people that are unemployed or underemployed go to, Madam Speaker, if not to the government of the day, if not to the Minister of Human Development, if not to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker? I need to know. This budget, again, Madam Speaker, is all about priority. And the priority of the current government to catch up, to play catch up in the sense of, oh, well, these constituencies didn't get infrastructure development while under the UDP, so now we must augment that. No, Madam Speaker. People are starving, Madam Speaker. I can't emphasize it enough. I am not crying wolf, not Chicken Little as the leader of the opposition described the budget. People are suffering, Madam Speaker. So where do they go? When you will say that, okay, you prefer spend 12 million to give the member from Toledo East roads. You have a budget for infrastructure, where the member said that, well, he blessed to have such a big budget, the third biggest budget. But a lot of that budget was inherited by this administration for projects that started under the UDP, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you what a government does who is empathetic and sympathetic to the plight of working class Belizeans, Madam Speaker, because this 120,000 unemployed and underemployed are not lazy people. You know, I get the impression that the member from Human Development, the member from Belize Rural Central, she always says, well, we need to make the people self-reliant and self-dependent. She's absolutely right. But now is not the time for that. The member, the new member, I congratulate her from Corozal Bay, congratulations. But this idea that, oh, we need to teach people to fish is a marvelous idea. But what does that have to do with the state of emergency we're in, where people can't get a boat, can't get a fishing rod, they can't get anything. The government is not providing any kind of support, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 117 million that is in the infrastructure budget, Madam Speaker. Again, if this government cared about its basic responsibility to those who are suffering in our country right now because of COVID-19, Madam Speaker, no fault of their own, they would have done what the previous administration did with about 100 million in loans, Madam Speaker. They repurposed principally from the IDB and from the World Bank. To the IDB, they repurposed money for unemployment relief, for food assistance. They were able to purchase the computers for education. To the World Bank, Madam Speaker, they repurposed this. The UDP government repurposed money to help the farmers that the member from Orange Walk South sincerely cares about. I accept his sincere concern for his farmers, Madam Speaker. The previous administration repurposed up to $100 million of monies that were earmarked by the international financial institutions for other projects, Madam Speaker, to deal with the state of emergency that we're in for COVID-19, Madam Speaker. The OPEC Fund for International Development, Madam Speaker, they repurposed that from the South Side Poverty Alleviation social component, again for them to use for food, Madam Speaker. They also repurposed another 10 million US for expansion and continuation of food assistance, Madam Speaker. That is what the people voted for. And this is not a hands-out, Madam Speaker. We are in a state of emergency. We were at 30 COVID cases. We're now back up to 90. We have to be careful, as much as I would like for the economy to reopen so that people can go back to work and don't have to burden the government, Madam Speaker. That is not a reality. And this government, Madam Speaker, this administration promised that until that was a reality, they would help with unemployment relief and food assistance, Madam Speaker. So to now come before this Honorable House and present a budget that only has 3 million geared towards food assistance, Madam Speaker. Yet no one wrote, none of the members on that side who could have written to the IFIs to repurpose the money so that we could address the state of emergency we are in. No one wrote, Madam Speaker, because again this budget reflects that no one cares. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you listen to the government talk, you would believe that everything is fine, that I listened to the member from Fort George, the public servants are in high morale. Don't you hear the drums? You know, you hear the Garifuna drums out there right now? Member from Fort George? That is not the case, because your government promised a 20% raise for the teachers. Your government promised that. Your government promised a $5 minimum wage, and I accept that these things can't happen in 4 months. I accept that. But the member of the Commission of Inquiry withdrew from the Commission of Inquiry because he said that you are making a mockery of the Commission of Inquiry, because this government is doing the same thing that got the UDP government voted out in November of 2020, Mr. Speaker. So don't come in here and try to pretend and paint yourselves sympathetic and how you so empathize with the union and you want to work this. If you wanted to work this out, you could have said, again, difficult decisions, right? That's some of the themes that I heard from the members on that side. We have to make tough decisions. A tough decision to have been made would have been to say to the member from Toledo East and to the other members who did not get infrastructure support for the last 13 years is, we see you, we hear you, but we cannot attend to those matters now, because we are in a state of emergency and we have 120,000 people that are unemployed with no source of income, and it is our responsibility as a government. It is a human rights. I hear they talk about human rights on that side. The same way people need water, people need food. So where is the priority, Mr. Speaker? This is a bogus budget. Don't come into this house and try to blame the inability or the unwillingness to shoulder the responsibility of the office that they asked for, Mr. Speaker. They asked to be given the privilege to lead this nation, Madam Speaker. And they are leading this nation further away from the direction that we need to go, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, whilst it is the right of the member to express himself during the debate, I want to bring to the attention of the chair, Mr. Speaker, 44 Standing Order 44.1. The Speaker or the Chairman, after having called the attention of the House or the committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevant, tedious repetition either of his own arguments or of the arguments used by other members. We have been listening to the member here. He's been very repetitive, Mr. Speaker, over and over. If he wants to debate the budget, let him speak about something else, but he cannot be repeating the same thing over and over. That is the point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I would appreciate if the member can, contain himself within the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting here for the last day and a half, And Madam Speaker gave great leeway, flexibility to the members from that side. Madam Speaker, I did not once get up and interrupt. There were many standing orders that I could have gotten up to intervene, but I understand the importance of the budget and them making interventions on behalf of their constituency, Mr. Speaker. So I would gracefully request that you allow me the same flexibility that was given to the members from that side, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So again, Mr. Speaker, what we have is a bogus budget, Mr. Speaker, that does not fulfill any of the promises that were offered when the members from that side were campaigning for the job. If you go to the budget for housing, Mr. Speaker, this government, this PUP government, promised at least 10,000 houses. In 5 years, they were specific. They didn't say 10,000 houses, we want to do it best. Mr. Speaker, this government promised 10,000 houses, at least in 5 years, Mr. Speaker. And then they come to the House with a budget of $5 million for housing assistance. And again, it's a all or nothing. Yes, I found the 5 million. I found the 5 million. It was 2.5. We had budgeted 2.5. The UDP had budgeted 2.5 for the 2020-21 fiscal year. We were not able to follow through on that because of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. And this government budgeted 2.5, and then they have another line for 2.5, Mr. Speaker. But if you go on that $5 million budget a year to build houses, you will have about 125 houses because the member from Lake Independence said he no want no Plaisem house. He wants cement bungalows for his people. And I agree with him. I accept that. We need to move forward and progress. We need to up the ante. I have no qualms about that, Mr. Speaker. But that will not bring you not even to 1,000 houses in 5 years, Mr. Speaker. So again, what we have are nice words. You know, the leader of the opposition said that some of the things that the Prime Minister said were laudable. I beg to differ, they were laughable. Because all we have seen from this government is a barrage of empty promises, Mr. Speaker. And again, when you look at the budget, you could argue, okay, well, we'll start with 5 million this year for housing. But then, as the economy improves, we will increase the budget, Mr. Speaker. No such thing, Mr. Speaker, because the budget goes to 2023, 2024, and that 5 million remains, Mr. Speaker. So gone is another promise of 10,000 houses, gone in the graveyard of political manifestos. Because in order to get that 10,000 houses, Mr. Speaker, you would need to spend $80 million every year if you're doing full financing, because I'm still not sure what the policy will be for the government. Will they finance 100%? I know there was talk before that You know, they may put half and the people put half. Either way you slice it or you dice it, you come nowhere close to the 10,000 houses as promised. So that is not in the budget. So Belizeans are very skeptical of this government, which is why the PSU, the teachers union, the nurses union, they're all out there right now, Mr. Speaker. We're not making this up. The opposition is not making this up. Regardless of how nice they talk about consultations with the unions, they don't believe you. They don't trust you. And it's because of the actions. The member from Lekai alluded to it. He agrees that his government has been off to a terrible start with unnecessary office rentals for the Prime Minister. They talked about the leader of the opposition, the member from Collet, who, as the Deputy Prime Minister for the UDP, was deserving of a place, a residence. That is a part of the way things work. That is procedure. Now we have, in times of austerity, in times where we are asking the people who for the last year, during this COVID-19 crisis, put their lives on the line, how many police officers, how many BDF, Coast Guards to go and get those border jumpers, how many healthcare workers, how many teachers, all of these people, public servants, sacrificing, giving their all to keep this country running. Now you come to them to fix, as it is now referred to. It's not a pay cut anymore. It is now that the minister, the member from Fort George, is fixing their salary to reflect the deteriorating financial state. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a government who has presented a budget that has no regard for the people, has no regard for the working class. Mr. Speaker, I turn to education. Again, teachers are out there right now. So you can try to interrupt me, you can try to silence me, but you can't silence those drums out there. You can't say that the renter crowd out there. Much to the chagrin of many, the opposition, guided by the infinite wisdom of the leader of the opposition, has done our best to give the union space, because we don't want to politicize their very credible and legitimate issues that they have. And if you would listen to them, they are not saying we are not amenable to a salary cut, but they are saying austerity starts at the top. They are saying don't spend $20 million on new vehicles and then come to us to cut our salary. They are saying if you already got $12 million in emergency roadworks funds, you already have $117 million in roadworks contracts. How much more roadworks we need? Make we come off of the roadworks? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have to draw your attention to Standing Order 44. He has repeated the matter of roadworks over and over. How much longer are we going to sit and listen to the same thing? He's being repetitive and tedious. Come on, you're talking about monies that have been spent. Talk to the leader of the opposition. All those contract people under education.
Mr. Speaker, can you make a ruling? It's not for him to.
But Mr. Speaker, he cannot continue to be repetitive.
Yes, Honorable Member from ESOP, please refrain from repeating yourself in your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, when the member from Fort George said, you want to say UDP 13, we say I hear it 19 times, times 19 times. Take your lick. I listened to you talk for 3 hours, for 5 years. The people sent me here to voice their dissatisfaction with your government. Accept that. I have to. Infrastructure is a part of the budget. Infrastructure highlights the misprioritization of this government, the bad policy of your government, member from Toledo West.
Honorable Member, Toledo West, please.
Mr. Speaker, again, the people were promised, the teachers in particular were promised 20% pay raise. And now we're at a 10% cut. The people were promised free education. I hear all of the members that spoke. Everybody is thanking the member from Freetown. I would like to thank the member from Freetown too. Mesopotamia needs educational assistance as well. Nobody from this side has gotten any type of communication from the member from Freetown in regards to education. And I know when the leader of the opposition was the Minister of Education, he was very generous with all the members from that side. And I think the member from Toledo East, not to be confused with the member from Toledo West, he was one of the members that answered your call. So, Mr. Speaker, promises is a comfort to a fool. And that is all that this government has done, Mr. Speaker. And while they come with their pretty words in this honorable house, they will get up and try to interrupt me because I come bearing the ugly truth. And the ugly truth is that they knew they couldn't afford any free education. They knew that, Mr. Speaker, because the manifesto has a COVID section, doesn't have an infrastructure section. As much as I love infrastructure now, there is nothing about infrastructure in Plan Belize, Mr. Speaker. But now everybody wants a road. And again, where is the priority? I could understand if there was even a balance or if there was an emphasis on the 120,000 people who are unemployed, underemployed, who are suffering, who need food assistance, who need unemployment funds, Mr. Speaker. But they have cut that dramatically, drastically, and we are still in a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker. So again, I pray for this government. I want this government to succeed. But all they have to do is keep their promises. Keep their promises. You didn't promise that you would fire 700 people and then hire all of your cronies, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't the promise. So we can't preach austerity and homegrown measures to get the economy back on track. But then you see mismanagement. You see irresponsible spending from members on that side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, in the budget, you see a cut for youth by about $1 million. Mr. Speaker, this government promised that youth would be increased to $10 million. They cut where the UDP had it, not what was projected by the UDP, Mr. Speaker. So again, how serious are these commitments by the government, Mr. Speaker? Sports, they said sports would go to 10 or 12 million under a PUP government, Mr. Speaker. But that has not happened. Again, they cut sports by a couple 100,000 from where we had it. And again, Mr. Speaker, call me naive, but I had hoped, against hope, that this government would actually deliver on the promises that they made. Much to my detriment, because if they deliver, we don't get re-elected. And I said that in my first House meeting, Mr. Speaker. But we are not even seeing a move towards delivering, and that is why you hear the noise out there right now. That is why the unions are protesting, Mr. Speaker. Because while they may have been negotiating in good faith, this government says one thing and does another, Mr. Speaker. On the matter of crime, I see that the Prime Minister's office cut a crime prevention line that they had there. They cut the Conscious Youth, CYDP. Again, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question, what was the point? What was the real ambition? Why did they ask for a job that they are unable or unwilling to do, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, before I close, I must again thank the good people in the Mesopotamia constituency who are suffering right now, Mr. Speaker. I talk about the 120,000 people unemployed. Many of those people are from Mesopotamia, Mr. Speaker. And if you ask them what it is that they would prefer, Mr. Speaker, is it to eat? Is it to have food? Some form of stability? Or if they would like streets and roads, I'm sure they would tell you they would want to eat. Again, it is mind-boggling that this government can't accept and appreciate that we are in a state of emergency. And again, the member from Toledo West accuses me of saying it over and over again. I am hoping that the more I say it, the more it will get through the thick skulls of those on the other side, Mr. Speaker. Because I'm not saying it for me. I'm not saying it for me, I am saying it for the people in Mesopotamia. Those people in rural areas, those people all over, Mr. Speaker, they are suffering. It is not, no, it doesn't matter if you suffered for 13 years. That is not the attitude, Mr. Speaker. The country is suffering right now. It is not about Mesopotamia per se, Mr. Speaker. We have a state of emergency that impacts this entire nation, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the people from Mesopotamia for understanding that there is little I can do, but whatever I can, I try. I just gave out 500 grocery bags last week. Next month, thanks to a generous donor, I will give out another 500. And it is my hope that the same type of empathy, the same type of concern and care that I have for my people in Mesopotamia, Mr. Speaker, this government would develop a heart, not a heart for what works for the cronies and what works for those. The member from Cayo South went to the Governor General to get permission for him to be able to get contracts from the government. Madam Speaker. That is not what the people voted for. The people voted for a budget that would be compassionate, a budget that would respond to the grim, dark realities of the day, and this budget totally dismisses, ignores the humanitarian crisis that we are in as a nation, Madam Speaker, and for that reason, I cannot support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Good afternoon and thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I have a speech written out here, and I know I promised not to be bad today and to be on my best behavior, but just a certain few points that I would want to address with the member from Mesopotamia before I get into my speech. I feel almost, Madam Speaker, like I wouldn't call it an honor, that'll be going a little, that's stretching it, but to follow the act of a Grammy Award winning artist. It's big, right? It's big. I mean, I would equate it to following a hype man. So you're the hype man and then I come on afterwards, or I'm giving myself a little too much credit there. Yeah, I'm the hype man, well, you went before me. So, but don't get it twisted, Flavor Flav is still the best hype man around. You can't compete with Flavor Flav. But true to your name of being a hype man, you came a lot like Daddy today. As Brother Hubert would say, all glitter and no substance. So you have to be very careful. I know that this is your maiden voyage as the member for Mesopotamia. But you have to be very careful that you don't come here with too much hype now, because as you recall from your father's legacy, which we are dealing with today, that a lot of hype can get you into trouble. I see you pointing to the outside with all the teachers and the unions that are demonstrating and protesting. But I think you have to realize that what we are dealing with in here is the residue of your term. We're in office now 162 days. The residue, the debris of Hurricane Dean, that is what they're protesting, you know. So let's not get it twisted and think that it is the PUP government. Because let me tell you this, Honorable Member for Mesopotamia, in just 162 days, you know, we brought down the COVID cases from 5,000 cases now to 102. You know, the Minister of Infrastructure, your good friend, built in very Jesus-like fashion, and I'm not trying to be blasphemous at all, he built 100 roads out of $12 million. Not one road for $8 million. Farber's Road, aptly named after, no, it wasn't named after you, sorry. Farber's Road, $8 million. The Minister of Agriculture, we are trading now. We are sending chickens to Grenada. We are trading. The agriculture is growing in our country. You know what's coming back? Tourism, my brother. Tourism is coming back thanks to the Minister of Tourism. It's 162 days with the talk here, you know. So we can't always fall into this trap of the hype. Because then you're gone and say, well, you're right away killing the 10,000 homes. In 162 days, you're killing, and maybe I shouldn't use the word kill because, you know, you're killing 10,000 homes in 162 days. I just showed you how the man built 100 roads out of $12 million. So you have to have hope, my brother. You have to have hope, especially in these trying times. And I know that the entire thrust of your presentation was to try and create some sort of convenient excuse for Daddy to say that it's COVID's fault, it's not our fault, it's COVID's fault. Just check your records. Go back to what the financial secretary said months before any of us knew anything about COVID-19. And he said Prime Minister Barrow is sending us on to the reef. That is what he said, you know, on the rocks. The words of the financial secretary, not me. So I know that COVID poses a convenient excuse for you to try to rely on. But let's be real, man. Let's be real. $550 million paid out to his favorite client for BTL, which is only worth $100 million. 50+ million paid out. You have a point of order?
Can you state the specific point of order,
Point
member?
of order is restricting the comments from the member of Caribbean Shores to the budget. He hasn't begun to debate the budget yet, Madam Speaker. And while you were gone, I was interrupted several times, even though you have been very flexible over the last day and a half.
Thank you, member.
So
I'm in the chair now.
I would appreciate that he
I'm in
keep his comments to the budget.
Thank you, member. I am now in the chair, and I will allow, as I have allowed over the last day and a half, I believe we've been here, there's a response based on the dialogue that has occurred, and then the member for Caribbean Shores already indicated he goes into his prepared speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to wrap up, because there is a reason why we have this budget today, why you are seeing cuts. And as I was saying, the reason why you're seeing these cuts is because of the $500 million paid for BTL. It's because of the $50 million+ paid in legal fees to your stepmother and your brother and all of them. That $50 million could pay the teachers right now.
Member, what's the
Speaker,
point of order?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. You said, guided by the member from Belize Rural Central, that you would not tolerate people referring to people's
Point taken,
members.
yes, point taken,
Madam
member.
Speaker.
And I did say in the beginning of today, let's try to remind ourselves that we refer to each other as members of the electoral area that all members have come from. Please proceed, member for Caribbean Shores, and let's get to prepared speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're not even touching on the $500 million+ in squandered Petrocarib funds, which I'm telling you, we will do an audit of that squandered money. I can promise you that. So, member for Mesopotamia, with all due respect, let us not try to change the narrative at this very late stage here. We know why we are where we are, but it is time to fix it. And I have to applaud you, and I think other members of the other side that have risen above in certain comments you've made in saying we need to be united. We need to move forward united. I like that approach. But I'm just saying that we need to make sure that we are putting on record the reason why we are where we are. Madam Speaker, with your permission, if I may refer to my notes. A few jealously hot days ago, I stood on the banks of the Belize River with my heart heavy. I stood with others over the murky green waters. We, family, friends, neighbors, uniformed professionals, and shoulders to lean on, had all come out to support the Konarki family in the search for young Herwin Godoy, who we had suspected fell victim to the river. Herwin was an athletic, good-natured, and charismatic Belize City male from one of the many respectable families in my constituency. For me, this was a difficult search. I replayed my conversations with Herwin at the last Kings of the Park basketball tournament and fought off the overwhelming sense of helplessness. My thoughts were flooded with sympathy for the plight of his loved ones. On this scorching day, we found refuge in what was certain, and in the earnest prayers of relatives and compassionate strangers alike. As we stood there together under the resilient shade of a friendly logwood tree and watched the community unite and brave the almost unchristian heat, I was humbled to remember that even in the face of the most hopeless situations, if we bind together and refocus on what is important, we will surely pass the darkest hours. I cherish the human opportunities to connect with the essence of why we are here in this honorable house. Lest we forget, we are part of a greater Belizean family whose only hope is to live a happy life. Sure, there are some who came here today to score political points, but for me, this is a time when true leaders have to make themselves vulnerable and trust in the virtue of every honest, hard-working Belizean. So my call today, Madam Speaker, is a call to patriotism. The same tingle of pride we feel every time we roar the first three lines of our national anthem. But to reach there, this House has to be honest with itself. It must face the fact that telling any Belizean that less money is a good thing is a near impossible suggestion to make. Who at the end of the day wants less? Which struggling single mother wants to think of not having more? The answer is an appeal to the long-term health of decision-making, the confidence that impossible decisions rise to redemption as history absolves its makers. To make those decisions, leaders must have faith in their people. This debate, I hope, binds us together and forces us to look in the mirror and to reconnect with who we are, where we are, and where we must go. In preparing for this presentation, Madam Speaker, I asked a few young Caribbean Shores voters, what should I talk about? This being my first budget statement as a member of the majority side of the House. One youth said, talk about what will happen with sports. Another said, talk about the problems we face. And don't use too much big words. Talk so people can understand what you are saying. And finally, one said, don't talk too long. Make it like TikTok videos, straight to the point. Madam Speaker, I support this budget because it is a responsible response to an impossible situation. I am reminded as a young leader that Belize faced an impossible situation in the 1970s, struggling for the right to self-determination in the arena of superpowers like Great Britain and the USA, who had their own program for us, and an aggressor to the West, who fashioned historical cravings for our homeland. Madam Speaker, we are at a turning point in our history. The global catastrophe of a pandemic and the 12-year heartless rampage of the banished UDP regime are traumas from which we are slowly emerging and processing. In October 2020, just weeks before the historic UDP collapse of 11th November, the publisher of Belize's leading newspaper, the Amandala, opened his From the Publisher with the line, "The Right Honorable Dean Barrow and elements of the Barrow family have joined the ranks of Belize's financial oligarchy." The UDP rampage was a careful cultivation inside a cabinet circus where factual guilt and legal guilt became code and creed for a culture of corruption. In 2016, our Auditor General published her report on the Penner Wong Hong Kim passport scandal, and it helped to explain how the UDP made Belize into a hideaway for hoodlums, human traffickers, and money launderers. When historians write the first chapter of the UDP 12-year rampage, they could start at the end and easily explain the entire story. Most of us will remember 2020 as the start of COVID-19. But can we ever forget what the Chief Justice of Belize said in his historic judgment of January 2020, that the former Prime Minister spent $1.4 billion in violation of our Constitution? The former Prime Minister forgot many things, like in 2019 when he told journalists he knew nothing about Sanctuary Bay. But how do we reconcile this? For a country that has a GDP value of $2 billion, blowing away $1.4 billion without approval is not just criminal, it is cutthroat. The names Lev Dermin and John Saldivar are kindergarten stuff compared to the $1.4 billion burden and a huge blood stain on the former administration. Now in 2021, we are called to courage and change, to make the tough decisions today so that the triumph can come tomorrow. Madam Speaker, we live in an emerging social media democracy, where political honeymoons that were once 100 days are now 100 hours, where yesterday you did great and today you are horrible, where paying attention, listening, and your time are the currency of connection. We are being called to courage and change. I support this budget, Madam Speaker, because it is a responsible response to an impossible situation. It is a clear path to redemption and recovery. When we prepared our Plan Belize manifesto, it was done in consultation with a wide cross-section of people and organizations. That process was successful because it was developed and designed together. Now that we are government, the culture of governing together is urgent, real, and requires a commitment to courage and change. On the 11th of November 2020, the Belizean people voted for hope and for change. All 88,040 voters who voted for the blue voted for John Briceño and the PUP because our ideas are realistic, responsible, and when implemented will help push Belize forward. Here, Madam Speaker, are some of the key initiatives and ideas we will pursue in our Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries. Every opportunity we get, we intend to champion the redemptive economic opportunities that await under the newly paired Ministry of New Growth Industries. The refreshing vision and potential of this ministry is within reach. Why? This ministry is 100% fueled by the ingenuity, imagination, and the right to stand with new ideas, concepts, and commodities in a world craving to spend on the next big thing. Whether that be in the international movie industry, Cahoon products, renewable energy, futuristic green city projects, or the budding cannabis frontier, our commitment is to put in place the structure, business environment, and tools to ensure that Belize cashes in on the opportunities which will bring recovery money back into Belizean wallets. New Growth Industries presents Belize with the brightest hope for economic stimulus. The excitement of New Growth Industries is far more than what cannabis and hemp will bring. What is a new growth industry? A new growth industry is any product, service, or technology that is untapped, unstructured, or in the early stages of development. It may not have a developed infrastructure or operating ecosystem. NGI, Madam Speaker, is an exercise of faith, of belief in our people, belief in their intelligence, potential, and imagination. NGI is the answer to brain drain and the reversal of neocolonialism and exploitation. These newly created industries will transform Belize into generators of money and creators of wealth for our people. New industries are guaranteed to expand the job market by creating jobs for individuals. Surely, Madam Speaker, when the industries become profitable, they will continue to grow and expand. Belize and Belizeans will take advantage of its competitive advantage in the world market, make strategic alliances, and streamline assets to finally earn our piece of the emerging market economies. Belize, these are exciting times. Please allow me to remind the wary that what was considered emerging industries in the past are considered well-established industries today. In the 1990s, the internet was a new technology that became increasingly popular, creating the dot-com bubble. Today, technology is as essential and as lucrative as Orange Walk tacos in the mornings. For those still in doubt as to what Belizean entrepreneurship and innovation will do, I double my confidence in our people, and I shout my unshakable guarantee that they will not let us down. Belize may today be tying its laces and buckling its straps, but tomorrow we are ready for new mornings in the future. Madam Speaker, let me start with hemp and cannabis. In just a few weeks, I will bring the promised legislation to this House that will frame a responsible approach to the proper management and cultivation of the hemp and cannabis industry in Belize. Sure, many will question, will our economy rebound where we will be able to return value for the sacrifices of our public servants, teachers, nurses, police officers, and their families? I believe so. Let's take a single example, Madam Speaker. In 2020, the year of the pandemic and global lockdowns, the U.S. state of Colorado made $2 billion in sales from cannabis and close to $390 million in taxes. The world is moving, Madam Speaker. Forbes just marked U.S. cannabis sales as $17.5 billion in 2020, while the U.S. state of Illinois tax department generated more revenue from cannabis sales than alcohol. And the U.S. House again passed the cannabis banking bill called the SAFE Banking Act, which would allow credit unions and banks to work with cannabis companies. Madam Speaker, in our social context, we must consider the toll and legacy that the illegal trade and violence and the economic inequality has caused us when we ignore the reality of cannabis. We will move the law to have it begin the healing process through the expunging of criminal records for certain cannabis offenses, while striking a balance which will see the disadvantaged man and woman rise in the industry. We hope to see a legal and much needed local and foreign exchange injection and the possibility of millions in tax collection if the delicate cannabis industry is rolled out responsibly and monitored properly. Madam Speaker, on our Ministry of Home Affairs front, you will be happy to know that we have already begun to roll out a new program to utilize body cams in the Safe Society Plan. In my last House presentation, I declared 2021 the year of innovation in our department. Sure, there are some inside our institution who will resist. This is natural. But like the teacher resisting computers in their work, the time will overtake you. I call on those inside and outside the department. Let us govern together to make innovation a culture and not just a gadget. When I talk about body cams, I am focused on fairness. In a heated situation where there is confrontation, deeply ingrained behaviors bubble up. And so we see the body cams as one more tool to make policing better. It is about having a better record of what actually transpired. Justice comes when we have the facts, but more importantly, when we have understanding. So, we will need a full frontal debate about how best we can implement the new policy on body cams. Our witness victim protection program is being streamlined while gaps are being addressed and working groups continue to diligently rewrite the program. We have crafted our national cybersecurity strategy, where the legal framework will be put in place to allow for digital evidence, data protection, and the procedural tools for investigators and prosecutors to fight and prevent digital-related crimes. This, we hope, will slow the cyberbullying, exploitation of, and digital shaming of our young women, account hacking, and unmasking the criminals behind fake Facebook accounts. Belizeans will and must be safe in both society and social media. A serious part of our Safe Society program is for continuous learning education inside the police department. Our new Dean of the Police Learning Institute, Dr. Priscilla Lopez, is working with our partners and community to develop a curriculum that is focused on innovation, social skills, negotiation, and wellness. Madam Speaker, allow me to share a short experience. In the massive cuts that have been made to the budget, we sat in a ministry meeting where one public officer said, almost defeated, "Minister, I guess we will not be able to execute your vision of innovation and technology." Before I could lend a response, another young public servant challenged by saying, "No, Actually, it is when you have less money that you must be more innovative. The vision and spirit, Madam Speaker, of success is catching a fire. Our Plan Belize manifesto pledges are clear, and we have started to tackle every line. We are focused on merit-based recruitment, forensics, community policing that will harness the untapped value of neighborhood watch groups, disbanding the GSU, using facial and license plate recognition cameras, CCTV, and biometrics, and of course, promoting better police relations. Madam Speaker, our 5-year term is a marathon, not a sprint, and we need to implement our program strategically. No matter what is the line item in the budget, we in my ministry refuse to devalue the focus on the human element. We will problem solve from the person-centered approach. The goals in our ministry are to 1. Use innovation to provoke change. 2. Aggressively promote empathy and wellness inside our department. And 3. To show humility and vision in offering the hand of friendship for governing together. Madam Speaker, it is clear that we are all called to be the good Samaritan, giving our time, recognizing there is another priority. Our people are in pain. They are suffering. So we need to put aside our personal program and develop the greater good. Oftentimes, we pass by the difficulty and pain, but really we have a choice when we see the suffering, and that is to fight the impossible fight every day to make things better. Madam Speaker, as the representative of Caribbean Shores, I ask myself, what is the most important thing I can do as a young leader? I need to become a better person and learn how to give more of my time and effort. And in doing this, we can govern better together. In our own humble ministry of law enforcement, we continue to work with the Police Association and each and every good officer. We continue the daily fight to draw the line for our society between good and bad, to rid ourselves of the bad officers and to wash the tears, hurt, and pain from the victims while making the evil pay for their wrongs. Madam Speaker, we in my ministry see police officers not as a uniform, but as nation builders and keepers. I continue to work, listen, and stand with the Police Association, the rank and file of the law enforcement apparatus, to move us through the dark corners of this budget. They are essential to our safety and livelihoods, and their khaki and blue are as Belizean as our nurses, teachers, soldiers, and frontline officers. On the footsteps of this budget, please allow me to express national thanks to every police officer, prison officer, forensic scientist, and ministry worker. We value and appreciate what you do every single day. Madam Speaker, there is no way I can conclude my presentation without expressing my gratitude, pride, and inspirited joy to the people of Caribbean Shores. This is our home. This is our family. The politics of it is far removed from our community spirit and unmatched love for our country. The families of Caribbean Shores are measured and reasonable people. Yes, there are families at different economic stations, but no matter what their income I will tell you that Caribbean Shores families are some of the hardest working people in this country. They share with me their views on the budget and where we are, and I listen even more keenly because these are people who earn with honest sweat every shilling and dollar they pay in bills, necessities, or tithes to their church. Caribbean Shores wants the right thing done, the honest thing done. The reading of this budget, Madam Speaker, is a test. In this test, I am led by the women of Caribbean Shores, our mothers, our daughters, our wives, who lead us in virtue, substance, and discernment. Allow me to boast that, as you know, Madam Speaker, when I call the names Valerie Woods, Speaker of the House, Estelle Leslie, Comptroller of Customs, Caroline Trent Sandiford, President of the Senate, and Madam Justice Michelle Arana, Acting Chief Justice, you know that I speak from and on behalf of a constituency of powerful, accomplished, and pioneering women. Madam Speaker, and while she may not be a constituent of mine, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the firebrand warrior of Corozal Bay, Honorable Elvis Samos, on her huge victory at the polls. Madam Speaker, I conclude my presentation today by saying big respect to our Prime Minister for guiding us through the middle of a massive economic and health war. We know we are broke, facing down the barrel of the dark side of the world. But this Prime Minister and our cabinet are clear about where we want to go. We want to go up, not back. Madam Speaker, I support this budget because it is a responsible response to an impossible situation. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully rise to address this Honorable House. I beg your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I refer and read from my notes. Madam Speaker, I first and foremost take this opportunity to commend you on your continuous, firm, and just arbitration of these parliamentary proceedings, a task not easily accomplished, but one that you are quickly mastering as you invoke the much needed order and respect due to this noble house. Madam Speaker, it has been a mere 5 months since our much respected Prime Minister entrusted me with two very important portfolios of his cabinet, blue economy and civil aviation. A privilege and honor that I accepted with great humility, but with much excitement. A privilege and honor that I, just like my other colleagues on this side of the House, I quickly realized that there was really no time to waste. We had inherited a greater economic crisis than we had ever fathomed. The Barrow administration scampered off, leaving us holding a ticking time bomb that threaten the well-being and future of every single citizen of this country, saddled with a loan burden of $4 billion and a wages and pensions bill that has skyrocketed to $677 million. Our new government recognized that we needed to act swiftly if we were to salvage our country from the imminent economic devastation. Madam Speaker, to add what the Honourable Member of Fort George said earlier today, we are not creating enemies among our social partners. Of course not. We acknowledge their concerns and we listen to their calls for better governance. They are no different from us as a government that offered itself to the electorate on a platform of good governance, transparency, and accountability. We are on common ground. We are all victims of an administration that for 13 years pillaged our government coffers and shamelessly exploited and abused our natural resources. Now today, we all have been given the responsibility to bring back our economy and to rescue the future of our country for our children and our children's children. Madam Speaker, it is time to put the metal to the pedal. There is a lot of work to do, and every single one of us must be part of the recovery efforts of our country. There is no time for rebellion, resistance, and disobedience. It is time for resilience, sacrifice, and unified efforts. Madam Speaker, I would also like to recognize my good friend and colleague, the Honourable Member from the Pigstock, the Minister of Tourism. We are working closely together as tourism, blue economy, and civil aviation, all inherently intertwined, and our success depends on our ability to be well coordinated. We also have a great working relationship both at the ministerial and CEO level. We are also collaborating closely with the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. Madam Speaker, as a ministry, we recognize the need to make fiscal adjustments as we see the drastic decrease of the financial resources that will be available to us to carry out our operations and programs with this 2021-22 budget. We know that it will be imperative on our part to be innovative in seeking resources through available external sources. As a ministry, we are committed to put in place all the policies and plans necessary to be able to seek grants and technical support that will not burden our country with additional fiscal obligations, but rather to serve to strengthen our ministries to be catalysts and drivers of our country's economic recovery and growth. Madam Speaker, I am proud to share that in just 5 months, we have moved very quickly to establish our Ministry of Blue Economy. We have successfully established a policy and planning unit that is busy mobilizing resources and guiding the exercise of developing the first ever 5-year multi-sectoral plan for our national blue economy. Our mission is to increase the gross domestic product of this country by taking advantage of our aquatic resources and spaces to generate innovative economic activities in a manner that is environmentally friendly. Madam Speaker, the global ocean economy has an overturn of $3 to $6 trillion US. As the newly unleashed Blue Economy Ministry, coming right behind the heels of agriculture sector and tourism sector, we must be recognized as an important driver in our national economy recovery efforts. The blue economy, the new kid on the block. Our fishing industry, which is at the core of our blue economy model, continues to contribute significantly to the Belizean economy through export earnings and employment. The value of the fisheries exports in 2020 was estimated at Belize dollars 43.5 million. The fishing sector provided direct employment to 3,188 licensed fishers in 2020 and over 200 processing plant workers in the capture fisheries subsector. We all know the negative impacts of COVID-19 were felt globally, and more so in small developing countries like Belize. There was a general decline in the demand for seafood products. Many of the unemployed turned to the fisheries sector to survive the economic crisis due to COVID. In consideration of this, as a ministry, we approved the issuing of some 420 new licenses, specifically for finfish. In further supporting fisheries during the COVID pandemic, in March 2021, we opened the sea cucumber fisheries, mind you, carefully monitoring it, to provide additional economic opportunities to our local fishermen. Madam Speaker, we are a ministry that places the needs and challenges as priority. Madam Speaker, this new budget for 2021-22 will see the strengthening of management for key fisheries and the development of a national finfish management plan. The Belize Fisheries Department will continue its work with key partners in the development of an economically sustainable and ecologically friendly mariculture industry through a mariculture policy which focuses on seaweed, such as the medium-sized seaweed mariculture in the Turnef Atoll Marine Reserve. The project for Belize's spiny lobster fishery will continue and include the two largest fishing cooperatives. Madam Speaker, as a country and a ministry, we can boast that Belize continues to be one of the leaders in the protection of coastal and marine ecosystems through the establishment of a functional marine protected areas network. This great achievement will continue to support the productive sector, tourism, and securing livelihoods for fishers. The ministry, through the Fisheries Department, will transform and restructure the administration and management of our marine protected areas to ensure their effective management, financial sustainability, and meaningful stakeholders' participation. Madam Speaker, also, the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute is one of the key institutions in the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation. Its mandate to provide evidence-based technical guidance to inform public policy and good governance over the utilization and planned development of Belize's coastal zone, which is central to the mandate of the ministry. And this is to forge a sustainable blue economy for Belize that will continue to the country's economic growth and development, as well as create opportunities for improved livelihoods through the sustainable use and management of its ocean resources. This budget will support the continued work of Coastal Zone in the implementation of its strategy and its support in the development of the National 5-Year Blue Economy Strategy and Plan. In particular, the development of a Blue Economy Spatial Plan, which will be the blueprint for the development and management of our aquatic resources and space. Madam Speaker, the budget as presented for the Department of Civil Aviation as well will be utilized not only to ensure that the highest level of aviation safety and security are maintained, but also to help in the implementation of the ambitious plans that have been formulated to take aviation into the future. The current budget will allow for continued provision of the resources needed to ensure that our Corps of Air Traffic Controller officers and inspectors remain qualified and ready to carry out their duties. It will ensure that officers are provided with the tools needed to certify, inspect, and track aviation undertakings. Madam Speaker, understanding that we are operating in lean times, our Department of Civil Aviation will be seeking to supplement the current budgetary allocation with funding from regional and international partner agencies. These supplementary funds will be used in the implementation of the project to modernize the country's aviation safety and security oversight system as recently approved by Cabinet. Additionally, these funds will be used to support implementation of the initiatives defined in the current aviation sector strategic plan that is currently being formulated. Madam Speaker, that in a nutshell is what the works that we have been doing within the Ministries of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation. But at this point in time, Madam Speaker, allow me to address the issues of my beloved constituency, Belize Rural South. On behalf of and with the permission of the great people of Belize Rural South, that I am so honored and fortunate to represent them, I will now elucidate on the situation of the Belize Rural South constituency, a representation which I hold close to heart and mind, as it is a sacred trust given to me by every citizen of San Pedro and Borrigisky and Kikakar. When they cast their vote of confidence in me on November 11, 2020, it was a resounding, loud sound of almost a score of 2-1. It was, without a doubt, a resounding call for change. Change from a deplorable situation, the product of 13 years of neglect and abuse at the hands of an area rep who chose to squander the natural resources of this constituency as if they belonged to him personally and his cronies. This was even more evidently sickening, Madam Speaker, when in the final hours just before elections, UDP cronies grabbed prize lands and islands, depriving the deserving and hard-working people of San Pedro and Kikakar of a piece of land. But in fact, as of today, many innocent families were later to find out that the $500 paid to acquire a land lease after elections was nothing but a sham, a huge and embarrassing lie on the part of the previous area representative. So when I hear the member from Corozal North talking on that side, when he himself knows exactly when you're talking about lands, Madam Speaker, these are copies that we have documented in my office of many receipts, whereby the people of San Pedro and Kikakar were duped. They paid some paid 500, some paid 550, and they were guaranteed a piece of land according to the last administration. And the copies that read here and are stamped from the office of the Belize Rural South office, the previous area rep, for $550, and it says for survey fees. No guarantee for a piece of land. And we continue to receive them, Madam Speaker. As I speak to you, my office continues to be flooded, documented, each and every one of them representing a citizen that has been disenfranchised, deceived from the past administration. This is what we have inherited and the mess that we have to clean up It's a pity that the Corozal North member is not here, but I'm sure he's listening to recording because he should be answering, because he was in cahoots with the area rep there as well in doing with these lands. Madam Speaker, however, I want to acknowledge the Deputy Prime Minister because he has collaborated with us, assisting us in cleaning up the mess. It is clear that Belize Royal South, Kikaka and Burgiski both have been plundered. Perhaps when they used to talk about the hotbed of corruption, the most that has been plundered is Belize Royal South. Madam Speaker, as I speak about these atrocities committed by the previous area rep, I would wish to look him in the eyes and ask, how could he? But I look across the room and I realize, alas, he is no longer here. The people of San Pedro and Kikaka obviously had enough. After 18 years of UDP dominance and corruption, since 2003, San Pedro spoke loudly as well on March 4th this year. And I must recognize our young mayor, Wally Nunes, and his vibrant councillors, among which there are 4 vibrant and intelligent women. In less than 4 weeks of taking office, the scandals began to get exposed for all to see as what was happening at the San Pedro Town Council. It was clear, and we knew, now that we have the proof, that this town council had been plundered for so many years, with no accountability and no trace to be found. The new council has been left clueless. No records have been left behind. The exposure of the traffic department that has made national news of fake licenses, fake import permits, fake vehicle certificates has created major uproar and anger among the San Pedro community. In another particular instance, Madam Speaker, we have found out as well of a particular case of a loan made out by the town council in 2013 to a private individual in San Pedro for a loan of $300,000 on an interest rate of 10% on a monthly repayment of $3,000. Today, 2021, that $300,000 is still owed, and with payments being delinquent. It's basically like a loan shark. That is what was done for this $300,000. It is clear that we continue to investigate. It is more evident than ever that the good people of San Pedro have been robbed of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But, Madam Speaker, we have good news with this new PUP Town Council. This Town Council has already hit the ground running, and a salient example is the launching of a market day, a first for San Pedro, and by all accounts, a resounding success. Similarly, at the Holchan Marine Reserve, at the hands of cronies in the board, which used to be the pride of San Pedro, Holchan Marine Reserve was also plundered, leaving it with a massive debt in excess of $650,000. It was reduced from a profit-making, robust Holchan to a debt-saddled organization. The audit report found that as much as $4 million may have been mismanaged. The people of San Pedro demand justice. Madam Speaker, as the new area representative, I know that my people deserve much better and have been working tirelessly to do just that. In just 5 months, my dedicated team and I have moved swiftly to resolve these land issues for over 340 residents, bringing smiles of relief and contentment to those we have served. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, by bringing the First Call Center to San Pedro, over 100 persons have been gainfully employed and the recruitment continues. I also want to thank my able colleague, the Minister of Health and Wellness, who collaborated with me at the very beginning when I reached out to him to provide a much-needed vehicle for the San Pedro Polyclinic. While with the support of the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, we have seen the commencement of the rehabilitation of streets. As a direct response to the dire health crisis created by COVID-19 on the island of San Pedro, I moved quickly with my team to assist in the refurbishing of the flu clinic, making it fit for persons seeking COVID-19 testing and medical services. This place, Madam Speaker, with the floodings was left abandoned and in a mess, and that was the result of a hard work of community-based spirit, something that we must always recognize of Kikaka and San Pedro, always rising to the occasion. And this building was abandoned due to the floods and never attended. We went back and we fixed it. And of course, Madam Speaker, yes, we did salvage the building that was literally underwater, and it was put to good use. Recognizing the importance of proactive planning and coordination, just this week, I met with over 50 members of the San Pedro community and Kikaka who joined me in a community forum to discuss the challenges of COVID-19 and preparations for the full reopening of the tourism sector. As a result, I can share with you that a community task force comprising of all 10 government departments, the private sector, the tourism as well, the fisheries sectors, among others, has been established. The establishment of this community task force is an indication of my firm belief in the power of the community and the need to always continue to work as united and responsible community that we have known to be. I can't and I won't forget to speak about the beautiful sister island of Kikaka, Madam Speaker, beautiful Kikaka. I am sure you will agree that it lives up to its name as La Isla Cariñosa, a sweet and affectionate name, and indeed a sweet and affectionate haven. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, to share that we also have been very busy in Kikaka as well, bringing back this forgotten haven by the past administration to much needed progress and growth. As a part of my Blue Economy portfolio, we have brought a pilot solar energy project to Kikaka. Working in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Utilities, we plan to see homeowners as well as businesses benefiting from affordable and environmentally friendly energy. In addition, Madam Speaker, we have moved quickly to address urgently matters such as the acquisition of the land and building of the Kikaka High School and Kikaka Primary School. The bids are being revised with the construction set to start very soon. The land for the Kikaka Health Center has been cleared and the dredging and filling of that land has started. Next will be the land for the Kikaka multi-complex building and the new Kikaka football field. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, with my head set on firm shoulders and my heart in the right place, I want to make an appeal to all our Belizean brothers and sisters to unite as one people. Brighter days are promised to us, but this can happen if, it can only happen if selflessly and wholeheartedly we put Belize first. Put Belize first. For Belize, everything we should do and everything is possible. Por Belize, si se puede. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And because of this, I join my colleagues in approving the new budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I would like to refer to my notes extensively, Madam Speaker. First of all, Madam Speaker, as we were listening to the members of the opposition, I was listening with amazement at their presentation, as if they were behaving as if they were not in government 5 months ago, as if they did not have 13 years, 3 terms of governance, as if this mess was created on November 12th, Madam Speaker, and not from 2008. Madam Speaker, they now have the gall to actually try to come and say they're caring for the Belizean people. Madness. If they really had cared for the public servants, Madam Speaker, they would not have mismanaged this economy. Even the former PM said, after me, the deluge. We did not hear no protests from them at the time. They have the they have the gall to speak. Instead, they should be apologizing whenever they come into this house, Madam Speaker. That apology would only be just good enough if they were to do it for the next 5 years, Madam Speaker, every time they come into this house because of the damage they have done to this country. They have no moral authority to criticize us. Instead, again, I repeat, they should be apologizing, Madam Speaker. Imagine if we had had that Petrocarib, what we could be doing. We won't be discussing any salary cuts right now. We'll be having a lot of programs moving on. But we have inherited this mess, and we will fix this mess, Madam Speaker. Under the leadership of this new Prime Minister, we will, in spite of all the constraints that we're facing, improve this country. Madam Speaker, the district that I come from, again, for 13 years, the Corozal people are saying, finally, the nightmare is over. I want to thank the people of Corozal Southeast for their patience, long in the coming, for sticking with us in the PUP, in the good and the bad times, Madam Speaker. They have never drunk from that poisoned chalice that is known for the UDP, or as the UDP. At this point, Madam Speaker, I believe that we must remind them of their 13 years of neglect, especially the people of Progreso and San Esteban, that have not forgotten the cancellation of the paving of the road from the beginning of their government. They have not, and they will not forgive them. In 2008, Madam Speaker, the Corozal district benefited from a thriving papaya industry. Again, 2021, that does not exist in the Corozal district. In 2008, there were 3,000 employed at the free zone. Before COVID, it fell to 1,500 under their management. In 2008, there were 3 casinos operating along the border. Now we only have 2. Of course, COVID for now. About 100 workers lost their jobs then, Madam Speaker. No one said a word about that. During the 13 years in power, they had numerous times to support the cane farmers. They did not. They didn't support them when they had the dreaded frog hopper. They didn't support them during the drought. And on numerous other issues, Madam Speaker, they ignored the plight of the farmer. This, we now know, has ended under the able leadership of our new Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Jose Mai, Madam Speaker. I know we shouldn't be calling names, but please excuse me. Referring to the agriculture assistance, Madam Speaker, just to show you how Corozal was abandoned, and I mean that it was abandoned under these UDP. Remember, the member for Corozal Bay said that they had 3 ministers, right? We got report from some agricultural report called SERP, of which resources are being spent, a total of $20 million in agricultural support, Madam Speaker, and I was looking at what they call the priority areas. There's priority areas in Belize District, 6 villages, Orange Walk, 5 villages, Cayo, 5, Stan Creek, 2, Toledo District, 5. No Corozal District. Are these people at the front telling us that Corozal does not need any agricultural assistance? Where were they for 13 years trying to defend this district, Madam Speaker? This, trust me, has ended. Going a little bit more closer to my era, Madam Speaker, in the final House meeting of the previous government, I had thanked the then Prime Minister for nothing. By nothing, I really meant nothing. He did nothing for Corozal Southeast. We had no electricity expansion, no investment in schools, nothing, nada, Madam Speaker. They claim, or they're trying to claim credit for this paving of the Sartaneja Road, but Madam Speaker, I have investigated what that was, and that was a loan from Taiwan to the area that had the most social impact in the country, Madam Speaker. When we investigated further, they were trying to push that money towards the Caracol Road. It was the Taiwanese government that said, no, the Corozal district needed the most social impact infrastructure. Thanks to them, Corozal got something, at least in the previous government, Madam Speaker. But in these 5 short months, work has finally begun again in our area. And, Madam Speaker, fortunately, the people of Corozal Southeast do understand the situation we are in right now. When I hold clinics, they all understand. They too are nervous of the challenges ahead, but they have faith. They have faith in the PUP, Madam Speaker, and they know that we will fix this. And fix it we will, Madam Speaker. But when I also speak with them, Madam Speaker, they know fully well who is the cause of all this financial mess that we are in. They are not buying the cheap narrative spewed out there that it is us in the PUP, Madam Speaker. Instead, they have hope. They're having a little bit of patience, and they keep telling me, Mr. Marin, when I improve the economy, not forget me. I keep telling them, I promise you, I will not. Just by their words, Madam Speaker, they know that only the PUP can fix this situation, and I promise you, fix it, we will. Madam Speaker, we have 4 villages with water system in Corozal Southeast area. I wanted to give a brief description of 2, and the member for Toledo West commented on it because it's in his ministry, and I want to thank him for supporting us in Corozal Southeast. In 2008, Madam Speaker, the former PUP government left 2 brand new water system, reverse osmosis water system in the whole country, Madam Speaker. 2 brand new. Government came in, UDP government came in, Madam Speaker, and in the same year, both reverse osmosis systems stopped functioning. And you know what? When they started to repair it, Madam Speaker, actually they never did. It is only until the visit of the member for Toledo West that we are now having repairs being done to these water systems, Madam Speaker. And year after year, I brought it to this House, explaining it to the Prime Minister. They need to repair these systems. Shortly after taking over government again, Madam Speaker, you may remember that we had incessant rains hitting us very hard. Immediately, the Ministry of Infrastructure under Honorable Julius Espat went to work and fixed the roads from Sartaneja to Chunush with the help of OECC, OECC being the company that is paving the road, Chunush to Capabank to the ferry, and from the ferry to Progreso. We also managed to fix the main entrance to Caledonia, Madam Speaker, from Buena Vista. And I must point out that this village, Caledonia, has historically been red, and for the first time has voted overwhelmingly for the People's United Party in the previous general election. And ironically, Madam Speaker, for the first time, these villagers are telling me that they are actually seeing work from the government being done. They have remained faithful, even in the previous PUP government, Madam Speaker, they had remained faithful to the UDP. They remained faithful for the past 13 years, and they didn't get one investment from the previous government, Madam Speaker. So they are now witnessing this momentous shift of this new PUP government, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Cayo South, who has shown the initiative to actually support us in these desperately needed road works. Again, Madam Speaker, from member for Cayo South, helped us with sugar roads. Again, for the first time in 13 years in Corozal Southeast, sugar roads were repaired, despite the meager resources that we have for the time being. For the first time, they were fixed in the village of Progreso, San Joaquin, and Caledonia. Moving to lands, Madam Speaker, I want to also again give special thanks to the new Minister of Lands, the Deputy Prime Minister, and Member for Lake Independence, for finally making the Lands Ministry accessible to the people of Corozal Southeast and the Corozal District. Currently, we are working with this ministry to assist the many land issues that were backlogged in the past 13 years. For 13 years, they locked up land documents for people not to pay their taxes, not to get their titles, and not to build. The previous government even gave people letters saying they will take away their land if they do not pay. But how could they have paid if they were not allowed to pay, Madam Speaker? Imagine that hypocrisy. But we here in the PUP are up to this task to resolve these problems. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Lands, it got so bad that people, even after November 11, still came to me and are asking my permission for them to go to the Lands Ministry. You could believe that they were actually afraid to approach this ministry. Every time I patiently take the time to explain to them that this now ministry is open to all Belizeans and that the workers in there are going to attend to everyone fairly and honestly in their issues, Madam Speaker. After 13 years as well, in the same issue with lands, Madam Speaker, it seemed that some people began to feel entitled to all lands. In this past year alone, we noticed that a lot of them, UDPs, are desperately trying to apply for all the lands in the area. Right? Some of them that even have ownership. This is so bad that they're even beginning to apply for lands that are from their own UDPs, Madam Speaker. I can't tell you how much time I have to spend just trying to unravel a lot of these issues, dialoguing with the workers of the Lands Office in Corozal, Madam Speaker. Again, in the Corozal Southeast Division, Madam Speaker, you know that we have fishermen. And when the issue of robbery at the sea occurred down in the southern waters, another first for Corozal Southeast since the past 13 years, the leadership of the Coast Guard, the police, and the fishermen arrived in the village to address the community and to have a one-on-one dialogue with them on the issues. The community was relieved for this dialogue, and as well they were even more so relieved when it resulted in the successful capturing of the suspect, who some of them had even escaped up to Honduras, Madam Speaker. I want to give a warm thanks and a special shout out to our members from the Coast Guard and to the police for this swift and prompt response, and by restoring confidence in our fishing community, Madam Speaker. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, I want to now speak a little bit about the Ministry of National Security and Border Protection, Madam Speaker. First of all, like all my other colleagues, when we took over the ministry, Madam Speaker, we inherited a messful situation. But we have one mantra. When everybody asks us, how are we going to resolve the issues, in particular in this difficult financial times, Madam Speaker, I tell them it is not a hard problem. I mean, the execution will be challenging, but it is not a hard thing to know what to do. And they ask me why, and I tell them simply, I just quote the famous Stoic former Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who said, "The obstacle is the way." Wherever we have problems, we tackle these problems, and upon resolving them, we will find our way forward. Today, our Belize Defense Force faces several fundamental challenges: inadequate resources to sustain soldiers' welfare, limited kits and equipment, limited training, inadequate medical care, and our soldiers' morale are at a record all-time low, and especially in this recovery period of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our BDF infrastructure, Madam Speaker, is in shambles. The current assessment of the condition of the buildings on a BDF basis show the following: 27.2 need a complete rebuild. This means that the buildings are not in use and are a safety hazard. 27.2, Madam Speaker, is a little bit over a quarter of the buildings. So a little bit more than 1 out of 4 buildings are completely unusable. 61.4% of buildings, 135 of them, need major renovations. The buildings require a complete change of roof, electrical, plumbing, windows, doors, and painting. 9.1 require minor renovation, and only 2 are fit for purpose. Only 2% are fit for purpose and require no repairs at all, Madam Speaker. Imagine that we have found. Second, there are key elements of the BDF that need to be addressed to deliver services responsive to the needs of the soldiers and their families in order to optimize operational effectiveness so that they can do their jobs. These include the health care, which includes as well mental health. The medical center of the BDF, Madam Speaker, is barely operational due to a lack of support and minimal resources, including medicine. This must change, Madam Speaker, and I am dialoguing right now with the Minister of Health to get us some much-needed medicines for our Force Medical Center. Our soldiers should not have to get a loan to pay for their medical care, Madam Speaker. We are working again with the Ministry of Health to stand up a premier health trauma center that will not only serve the BDF, but as well serve the neighboring community where Price Barracks is located. 2. Education. Tuition assistance is not available for service members and their immediate families. At present, the BDF provides some relief with tuition grant, but much more needs to be done. Again, Madam Speaker, we are liaising with the Ministry of Education for assistance. Housing, home building projects. Financial assistance is not available preferentially to service members. Soldiers in the camps are in dire living conditions due to poor infrastructure, and some are clustered in buildings that are not suitable to inhabit. Again, Madam Speaker, one of the obstacles that we have to tackle. Life insurance, very critical point, Madam Speaker. All service members should be enrolled in service member life insurance that provides for the soldier's family in the event of an incident. At present, there is no group medical or life insurance plan. We are in the process of discussing with different insurance providers how we can resolve this problem, Madam Speaker. I think what comes to mind is the incident last year, the helicopter crash last year, Madam Speaker. Physical fitness facilities. At present, there is no functioning gym or sporting facilities to promote the overall physical fitness of soldiers in the camps. Madam Speaker, again, a situation that we must address. We are also facing anomalies in the salaries of the soldiers, Madam Speaker, and we now have a new pay mistress whose primary task is to fix these irregularities, Madam Speaker. And I do like her because I remember when she was being transferred to our ministry, she was proactive. She called way ahead of time and asked, what are the problems I'm going to encounter so that I know that what I will have to tackle. I really appreciated her can-do attitude. In the Belize Coast Guard, Madam Speaker, the Coast Guard, though a much younger organization at 15 years compared to the BDF 43, is in similar circumstances. The condition of the infrastructure, communications, electrical supplies, and potable water access is deplorable. The infrastructure is deteriorating for facility maintenance. Critical infrastructure is lacking, leaving the organization vulnerable. Secure communications do not exist at all, but to one of the 11 main forward operating bases. Vessels are grounded and sitting awaiting funds for repairs for years. Electrical and plumbing systems that have been broken down years ago remain unrepaired. Sailors continue to work without flushing toilets, without running water, without power to keep their rations from spoiling, without generations to keep the lights on. They continue to work in buildings where the water comes in, and when it rains and structures rot. This must end. We must prioritize and address the basic morale and welfare issues to safeguard our soldiers and sailors' operational readiness. Corrective measures are needed now to address this crisis. We are dealing with the consequences of years of neglect, but we can turn these challenges into an opportunity to step forward and lead the way. Madam Speaker, my ministry as well will also stand up a new force. It is going to be called the Border Protection Force, Madam Speaker, and we are now preparing to have it come into force within the next few months. This Border Protection Force will fill a critical void along our western borders. They will be working alongside Yaschek Conservation Trust, Friends for Conservation and Development, as well as with the BDF, the Customs, Immigration, and other NGOs to assist in maintaining the integrity of our territory within our borders, to deter the constant degradation of our forests and illegal mining of our minerals. Along with the partners, Madam Speaker, we believe that we can begin to reclaim lost forests that has been utilized illegally and collect vital information of our natural resources in the protected areas along our border. We in the Ministry, Madam Speaker, are excited about this new force, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to thank dearly the people of Corozal Southeast for having the faith in me from 2008, Madam Speaker. In 2008, Madam Speaker, I was a newcomer. I went against the tide. I entered politics as a newcomer, and I won my seat when, sadly, the party was exited, the UDP came in. And the people of Corozal Southeast, Madam Speaker, they supported me in 2012, in 2015, and now they've supported me in 2021. And they're expecting big things from myself and from the People's United Party, Madam Speaker. And it is a charge that I take very seriously. And I promise you, people from Corozal Southeast, I will not let you down. Madam Speaker, I also want, from the bottom of my heart, to thank all the soldiers and all the sailors in the Coast Guard who are doing their duty under the challenging circumstances, Madam Speaker. If you noticed, Madam Speaker, these organizations, the country call upon them whenever we have a crisis. The country call upon them to do border security at the border establishments that are closed down. They call upon them to do to do custom duties in Halakte. They call upon them to do quarantine duty for the COVID-19 people who come in. And currently we are being called by several ministries to assist, Madam Speaker. We are the go-to ministry whenever there's a problem in this country, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank these soldiers and sailors from the bottom of my heart. And I want them to know that I only have one mantra for as long as I'm in that ministry, Madam Speaker, and that is their welfare. My focus is the welfare of the soldiers and sailors. My focus is the welfare of the soldiers and sailors, Madam Speaker. The welfare is what we are going to be focusing on for as long as we are here, Madam Speaker, and we are going to get it right. All these problems I've highlighted, we are going to get it right. And you know how I know we're going to get it right again, Madam Speaker? Because, and I quote again, the obstacle is the way. We fix these problems, and I know our BDF, our Coast Guard, and the new Border Protection Force will rebound to fully support this country, Madam Speaker. I support this budget. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
a very important foundation as we go forward and we confront these challenges. There has to be some set of values, some set of principles upon which we all stand. And I think when we pray the national prayer, it says a lot. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would just like to recite some parts of the national prayer, because I think it's important, as I delved into this debate, for us to be cognizant of, in fact, the foundations of our country. The prayer, Madam Speaker, starts out with recognition of Almighty and Eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. So we ask our Creator to protect and preserve Belize. We were sent here, in fact, as representatives of our people, to protect and preserve Belize, the country we all love. The prayer goes on to say, God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. We're asking God to assist our Belizean government and people. So relevant to what we're doing here as part of the government. We want wisdom, we want justice, and so that we can do the right things, we can make the right decisions. It says, let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. Divine wisdom to direct their plans and endeavors, to direct us. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. Look at what we're asking for: peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. All things that we are debating today in this national budget. The last part of the prayer reminds us, well, we come from dust and we will return to dust. And so it leaves us with the strongest sense of humility, that we are not here forever, that our time is as long as God permits, and so that we must do the best that we can. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make those remarks. I'll just say one more thing. John 8:32 speaks that the truth shall set us free. And having listened to our colleagues from the other side, it seems that we're having difficulty with the truth. What is the truth? And I would like to, I've done some work to try to put together facts, so that if there were independent persons looking at all the data, then they would be able to make up their minds what is true and what is not true. It is our obligation to the people who have put us here to make sure that we only seek the truth and speak the truth. And so the first hat that I wear, Madam Speaker, is that of the student, that of the person trying to learn. And then upon that, I put on my ERA rep hat, representing the people of Dangriga. We have, as we've heard from yesterday to today from my colleagues, and for the main reason why I believe we're here, we were voted in such large numbers. We have experienced two major catastrophes. The first one, well, the most recent one, is indeed COVID-19, which we call the COVID-19 pandemic. And it seems like And a term that I thought I was coining has already been coined by some of my colleagues, UDP 13. And I want to call it the UDP 13 tormentation, because that is what our people have experienced over the last 13 years. Torment. It's another word that you'll find in scriptures that speaks to what happens when you're in hell. There's torment. And every division, every representative here who has spoken speaks about the torment that our people have suffered over the past 13 years. I would like to submit, Madam Speaker, that unlike what the opposition is trying to put forward, that it is not simply because of COVID-19 that we are having the degree of devastation that we are experiencing right now. And I want to share some numbers. Again, as we say, the truth shall set us free. If anyone goes to the internet and types in www.statista.com, it's an organization that gathers information, data of economic conditions around the world. And you go and look up what has transpired with GDP of countries around the world in 2020. You will find that Statista is telling us that for Latin America and the Caribbean, the average reduction in GDP was 8%. 8%. They list out countries in our region, and I picked a few of them. Jamaica, a negative 8.5%. El Salvador, negative 6%. Honduras, negative 5%. Haiti, negative 4%. And Guatemala, negative 2%. In fact, we are in the top 5. And it is because of our high numbers, negative 14%, that the average for the region is so high at 8%. The world average is negative 4.2%. That comes from the Economist Intelligence Unit. So we might ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, well, why is it that Belize, our beloved country, has experienced negative 14% reduction in GDP? And we've seen also that in a very short period of time, our debt to GDP ratio increased to 130%. In fact, I can give you some numbers because the member from Mesopotamia was saying that we are just throwing out numbers and that they're inaccurate. And in fact, he said that we're lying. But if you go to the Central Bank of Belize website, you can look up, and the Statistical Institute of Belize, you can look up debt to GDP ratio for a country for the past 25 years. In 2008, that figure stood at 82%. And by 2019, it was at 95%. And that does not include certain debts that were also incurred that were not reported. And we know that it is above 130% today. Wow, 130%. In Dangriga, we would say Kataisa, which means what in the world is this? What is this? How can this be? Maybe in Espanol we'd say caramba. Wow. And I have some probably descriptions in Creole, but we'll stay there because we don't want to go outside of the, the standing orders, Madam Speaker. But really and truly, these are numbers that are factual. Anybody can go and look them up. and see that in fact we are one of the worst performers in Latin America and the Caribbean, not just in the Caribbean, not just in Central America, but in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in fact in the entire world. My submission is, Mr. Speaker, that the UDP 13, sorry, I'm mixing them up with the pandemic now. The UDP 13 tormentation is really what caused us to have these very, very dismal numbers. We did not, the last administration did nothing that it should have done to make our economy resilient, to increase our social capital and our social cohesion, to protect our environment, to strengthen our institutions. Those are the things that we are sent here for when we are given the opportunity to lead, to make sure that we have sustainable human development. They did not do that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to repeat what we have said here for the past 2 days, except to say that clearly what they did was for political expediency and self-interest. The opposite of true leadership. That is called pseudo-leadership. That is what we have suffered from over the past 13 years. That is why we are in this calamity that we're in today. That is why we have a budget that is less than what was there for last year. It's not that we came here and just like to cut items. That's preposterous to suggest from the other side. The cuts are there because the economy has fallen through the floor and the government cannot collect taxes. It cannot collect revenue. Yes, of course, COVID-19 had its impact. But if we were more resilient, if the last administration had done what it was supposed to do, we should have been seeing numbers closer to our neighbors. Imagine our friends from Haiti, only 4% drop. Guatemala, only 2% drop. We are at 14% drop in our GDP. It's because we have a weak economy. And I will go a little further with some more information for our friends. Now, I wondered, Mr. Speaker, if they have left already or they're in the back room. If they are in the back room, for the public's information, I repeat, there are speakers in the back room for the opposition room and for the government side. So if they are still around, then they can hear. And I'm happy to send them the recording of this and a copy of my book that I published last October, The Sustainable Human Development of Belize, in which we gather all this information. A very weak economy. In 2008, our balance of trade was only $616 million. By 2019, it had ballooned, and the balance of trade is the difference between imports and exports. You've heard how our colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, is working so hard to increase our exports and reduce our imports. At last, some common sense being used. And if you go to primary school, they'll be able to tell you that this is the right policy to use. You don't have to have a doctorate in economics for that. You can't be buying and spending more than you're earning, man. Come on. But what did they do? They did precisely that. By 2019, it was basically $1.5 billion. The deficit, the difference. Imports were basically $2 billion. And exports were about $500 million. Imports had grown 4 times more than exports. 4 times more. What a neglect. What an absolute neglect of our economy. We heard earlier that we are now all into infrastructure. That before we were saying that infrastructure was not important. I stood here when I had the privilege of serving as senator to make the point very strongly that infrastructure-led development policy is flawed. It has to be flawed. If all you're going to do is invest everything in infrastructure, but if you can read and you look through this budget that we're presenting today, that we're debating today, it is clear that what we have has been spread, prioritized across various sectors, not just the infrastructure sector, but the social sector as well, which is very important during these times. I will come to education, which is a pillar of the social sector in a second. So, how can they try to get away with saying that what happened in the past that we know, imagine that we, who campaigned and who were elected, saying that we would stand here to change things, new leadership, strengthening our economy, pointing out the same points that we've been saying. They want us now to say that no, the past 13 years did not occur. It vanished in thin air. That's like a person coming home, the bread earner from the home coming home and walking home gets attacked and everything is stolen from him or her, and then get home, have no money, they just got paid, have no money, and sits down around the table with the family and say, hello, everything is going fine, and forget and put that aside that they were not robbed. They were not stolen of what they just earned. That is what they're asking us to do. That bread earner will have to go and tell their family that, listen, I was just robbed. Things are bad. We have to watch the flour now that we have, the sugar, the rice, and so on. And we have to be careful. Because one thief just gone and thief out everything we had. It would be irresponsible for that person not to say so. That's what they are really asking us to do. Earlier, we also heard comments about the Ministry of Education and cuts in the budgets, in the budget items, line items for the ministry. The Prime Minister made it very clear in his budget comments that, in fact, one of the areas that was practically preserved was education. And that is because we are being led by a compassionate, understanding Prime Minister who knows these things and has made sure that education has practically been untouched. Education really only declined about 5% compared to the previous year. That's about it. In fact, there were many areas of increase in the budget for education. I will list a few of them. Recurrent expenses, Rural Education Grant Fund, went up from nothing to $1.18 million to assist families and students in rural areas. A promise of Plan Belize. That's a promise of Plan Belize delivered, ladies and gentlemen. And it goes to show that we, even in this difficult budget that we have, we are going to try our best to assist those in most need. We know that what COVID-19 has brought on is a very difficult situation for us to have delivered education in the traditional way. And we know that rural students and families are the ones who have been affected the most because they don't have access to technology, we don't have coverage for them to log on to the internet, etc. And so, with this investment, we're planning to develop hotspots in different villages that don't have outlets for students, so that they can log on, if that's necessary, between now and when schools open, but that they get opportunities, that when school actually opens, that they get the opportunities just like students from urban areas. CAP 2, we have a National Healthy Start program, feeding program, that has gone from nothing to $200,000. Education Opportunity Center from nothing to $100,000. DigiLearn has been increased from $918,000 to $1.1 million. So, what we're sharing here is, in fact, we are countering these comments that were made earlier that, oh, everything has been cut from education. And these people are presenting to you lies, lies, and lies. Well, the facts are there. The facts are there. In Capital 3, the CDB project, the Enhancement of Policy Strategy Framework in Education, will be increased from $5.6 million to $450,000 more. We know how UB has been so neglected by the last administration. Imagine our national university, a subvention that was at $10 million in 2008, remained that way for practically 11 years. No increase of subvention to UB. That is evidence to anybody who wants to see that the last administration was not serious about developing our country. How can we neglect our national university like that? And our government is committed to restore and to increase the subvention of UB once it is possible for us to do so. That's a commitment that we have made. The National Archives and Record Management increased from $999,000 to $1.4 million. So, it's hard to understand why the opposition, Mr. Speaker, would want to give the impression that we are lying to the people of Belize. The reality is the reality that we have been left with by the last administration, and we are doing the very best that we can with what is there to move our country forward. And like was said earlier, it requires innovation, it requires new ways of thinking, and the people of Belize elected us because they believe that the people who are here now are innovators and are people with new progressive thinking. So I turn now to that portion of our Ministry of Education that deals with science and technology. To prove the very point that our government is serious about science and technology. This year, we continue to focus internally in the ministry, applying information communication technologies to improve our processes and to make the operations of the ministry more efficient and more effective. As you know, we've had a COVID-19 task force that has been integral, and I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the entire ministry, on behalf of our senior minister, Honorable Fonseca, to thank all those who have worked so hard on the COVID-19 task force that has now allowed already for 55 schools to open and welcome back students into the classroom. This was facilitated by information and communication technology, where teacher readiness surveys were sent out electronically, online, and that was able to make the process flow so that we could have gotten the information at the ministry we needed. It is being used to look at schools who have applied. 283 have applied for opening on May 10th. 48 have already been approved, and the others are being processed. It's also being used for virtual training programs. Technical training of teachers has been ongoing. 689 teachers have already completed phase 1 of training on how to use new modalities for teaching. This is important because COVID-19 has helped us to recognize that other modalities, hybrid teaching, can occur that can actually reduce our cost of operations and improve the performance of our students. So going forward, it is not going to be possible for us to go back to exactly what used to be the case. In fact, we want to make sure that our staff, our teachers are prepared to take advantage of information and communications technology. They are getting continuous professional development, CPD credits, for taking those courses. Also, it's being used for us to facilitate. We're in the process of setting up an IT system that now teachers will be able to apply for special license, special permits, update and upgrade their teacher licenses or full licenses online. Applications for scholarships and grants will be able to be done online. Our district education centers be able to work with the schools in the various districts using technology and making it more efficient and more effective. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, under the leadership of our minister, our senior minister, Francis Fonseca, we have been hard at work, and I want to thank him. I certainly want to thank again the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to work in the ministry as Minister of State. And I want to take this opportunity to also thank all the people who work within the ministry. They work very hard. We have great people, very smart people who are there working in the Ministry of Education. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to work alongside them. Two more points I want to raise, Mr. Speaker. We're also engaged in the groundwork for curriculum reform. Curriculum reform is critical for the future development of our country. The first thing we are tackling is curriculum overload. Curriculum overload has really done a number to our education system. We use the analogy in agriculture. There was a time in citrus, for example, that 30, 35 years ago, farmers used to throw out 8, 10 acres of fertilizer on every tree, regardless. And gradually, with more education, more exposure, the application of technology, better cultural practices started to be adopted by the industry. And guess what was actually done? They were able to identify the degree of nutrition in the soils in different parts of the farms. Take leaf tests to find out the nutritional uptake of trees in particular parts of the farm. And so they're now able to identify areas of the farms that need maybe just 2 pounds of fertilizer, 3 pounds of fertilizer, and have great savings. What was occurring? There was an overload of fertilizer, a waste of a very expensive input. And by doing this, by cutting back, in economics we have a principle of diminishing returns to inputs. It's applied in every area, service areas, industrial areas, you name it. And it should be applied to our education system as well. By cutting back on that input of fertilizer, the savings from that were able to be used in other important parts of the farm's operations. They were now able to have funds for drainage, which is very important, right? For better horticultural practices, for pest and disease control, things that were being neglected. So by actually cutting back on that input, they were able to increase output from 75, 80 boxes per acre to 200, 250 boxes per acre by actually using less of an input. It may seem counterintuitive, but in fact, that is what knowledge brings to us. And one of the things that was very lacking in the last administration was the use of basic economic principles and ideas. So, in the education system, we're seeing an overload of subjects in the curriculum. Imagine a child doing 12, 13, 14 subjects. You see them struggling with the big knapsack. Now they can't use the regular knapsack that you put on your back. They have to have the one with wheels. One day my wife came back and told me that she was talking, after the kids went into class, they were taken to school, she was talking with other parents. And what were they doing? They were comparing the grades that they had gotten on the assignment that their children had put in. Because there is so much assignment that the parents have to do it themselves. This is madness. It is outrageous. We have to stop the madness, and that's what we were brought here for. To look at those things that do not work and to make the proper adjustments. So I have had the privilege, along with our team at the Ministry of Education, to meet with a number of stakeholders on this very important, critical matter as we go forward with curriculum reform. We've met internally, we're all on the same page. We've met with members of the Belize National Teachers Union. We've met with the Association of Managers of Schools. We've met with the principals, and we now have a schedule to meet with other stakeholders in the private sector and the NGO community. Because we all need to be on the same page. In doing research, we have found that other countries, the OECD, imagine the most developed countries, have recognized curriculum overload as a problem. They have recognized this, and they are also cutting back. A consultant who was looking at curriculum development for the secondary sector for Belize told us that recently in Jamaica, they cut back on their subjects and they have seen better performance of their students. But it makes sense, man. It makes sense. Right? Why are we going to overload? Who are we here to impress that you are going to be taking 14 subjects? We stress out the students, we stress out the parents, we stress out the teachers, we stress out the principals. So when we talk to our stakeholders, they're telling us, yes, this is what makes sense. We have to cut back. We have to decide on a core set of subjects that we all agree to. 4 or 5 subjects that we must have across our educational sector and then have a few additional subjects to that. 7, 8 subjects total. So, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the very important pieces of work that we're engaged in at the Ministry of Education. And I thank all those who have shared their views with us and who have agreed to partner with us to make sure that we come out with a curriculum that will prepare our students to be productive, happy citizens of Belize. Mr. Speaker, I've gone longer than I thought I would have. With your permission, I will close by speaking of some of the things that have occurred in Dangriga. I join my colleagues in thanking our ministers who are in charge of various services, who have shown how genuine they are in moving us forward with what we have right now. The minister responsible for infrastructure, as we've heard, has taken that $12 million and done miracles with it. We in the Dangriga constituency are grateful. For the longest, people in Hope Creek and Sarawi had not seen a grader. They had forgotten what a grader looked like and how he sung, right? And we just did the first pass of the streets. There will be much more of that. The minister has assured us of that. In Dangriga, we haven't seen street building for millennia, it seems. At least for the past 13 years, it's been very limited. And I want to congratulate the new mayor and his team, Mayor Mariano and his team, who we're working very closely together, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the priorities that we have seen, that we have heard from our citizens, from our residents, is in fact what we're following. And so a street that's almost a mile long has been paved in Dangriga. And we are grateful for that. In fact now, because the street is so nice to drive, I know that some of the people even in this house, maybe the clerk will tell you that he left, now he could drive nice and smoothly, right? Isn't that correct, clerk? That we enjoy a nice drive. People just walk down it because we still have to work on parks, right? And so that becomes almost a recreational thing now, to go and enjoy a beautiful street. Imagine that. That's what the last administration left us with. So such a terrible legacy that they have left. The Minister of Home Affairs, along with the Minister and Minister of State of National Security, Border Security, visited us. As you know, we've had a spike in crime in Dangriga, and especially off the coast of Dangriga, from pirates who have been stealing boats and attacking innocent people. They came there and gave us the assurances that together they will work with us, and hopefully we'll be looking at seeing if we can attract a Coast Guard station that would be in that area to help us to ward off these threats to our peaceful citizens of Dangriga and surrounding areas. So I thank them for that. Our Minister of Youth and Sports was one of the first to take action in Dangriga. He saw the dilapidated conditions of the office. My goodness, right? Not even rats wanted to live in there. Right? You go in there, you can't find rat nor rat bat because it's so dilapidated. And they expected our people to function in that kind of a setting. So thank you, Minister, for coming in there and improving the situation for us from your ministry. I've spoken with the Minister of Tourism, and he has assured me that this week he will be going there so we can discuss the Dangriga Tourism Development Plan. And he can meet with our stakeholders we can look at the new Garifuna Trail and work together to make sure that the things that we have said that we plan to do for Dangriga materialize. Because the time is now for us to do these things that are necessary to develop our constituency. Job creation is important. From the Ministry of Education, we have done what we can across the country and including those of our Dangriga constituency to assist with education grants. I want to thank our friend, the Minister, or my colleague, the Minister of Health, who has worked with our people at the Southern Regional. I also want to thank the Ambassador and the people of Japan who recently donated 2 ambulances, brand new ambulances, that now will help us in the entire Stan Creek and the South in emergencies. And we will continue to work to eradicate those bad practices that used to occur. We're living the legacy of the past, era rep. And I will not go into details on that, but in the coming weeks, the nation will be informed about some of the consequences of that pseudo leadership that our people suffered in the Dangriga constituency. I'll leave it for when that time comes, Mr. Speaker, which is right around the corner. So I will close by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I encourage all the people of Belize, and especially the people from the Dangriga constituency, to get vaccinated. I have a health condition called histamine intolerance. I get allergies to certain foods. And so I was very concerned about taking the vaccine. But I did my research and I found out that the vaccine is actually very safe. There are risks with everything. But when you compare it, there are so much more benefits to taking the vaccine than there are risks. The consequence of not taking it is contracting the virus and the health consequences of that. So I encourage our people, go out there and get vaccinated. We need that so we can attract tourism back to the Dangriga area, and especially with our tourism development plan, we need our people to be vaccinated so our country can reopen again. And you know that our cultural tourism village is one of the main pillars of our plan to develop our constituency. Synergies that will bring in people from the agricultural sector who will be supplying food into that village. Our fishermen who will be bringing their produce to that village. Right? The amount of employment that we will be seeing from getting that off the ground. But we need to have a healthy population there so that this, in fact, can come to pass as soon as possible to alleviate the pain that we're suffering because of lack of jobs and opportunities left by the past administration. So thank you to the people of Dangriga for this opportunity to serve you. And it is definitely an honor. I thank all my colleagues with whom I've been working. And I can assure you that we are focused on doing the right thing for our people. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Sareme. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Port Loyola.
Mr. Speaker, I ask your indulgence to read from my notes. Mr. Speaker, first I must say many thanks to the residents of the Port Loyola Division for the opportunity to serve as their ear representative in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, this is not the budget we would have liked to present to the nation, but the UDP left the country broke, so we have no other choice. Mr. Speaker, the UDP left the country broke because of 13 years of massive corruption and mismanagement. They had no care for the best interests of the Belizean people. That is why the former Minister of Education rented a house for $3,000 per month with taxpayers' money and still collected the monthly housing allowance of $1,500 every single month. Mr. Speaker, the country is broke because we lost $4 million when a UDP contractor collected $8 million of taxpayers' money for a mile of Farbers Road that should have cost no more than $4 million. Mr. Speaker, our country is broke because the UDP paid $500 million to Ashcroft for BTL, which at the time of acquisition only valued $100 million. Mr. Speaker, we are faced with this budget because the UDP spent over $500 million from PetroCaribe and over $600 million from oil, with practically nothing to show for those huge amounts of money. Mr. Speaker, our country is broke because the UDP paid out over $70 million in bogus land compensation and wrote off over $90 million in taxes for wealthy landowners who could have paid their taxes. Mr. Speaker, COVID caused severe hardship for hundreds of Belizeans with the loss of jobs, decrease in government revenue, and the closure of many businesses. But COVID alone is not responsible for the financial crisis which confronts us today. Mr. Speaker, the financial crisis in which Belize finds itself is merely the result of massive UDP corruption and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the millions that the UDP robbed the country in 13 years are the millions that should have been used to make land, jobs, housing, education, health care, and other basic things available for the people. Mr. Speaker, the millions that the UDP robbed the country in 13 years should have been used to promote small businesses to create jobs for the people and increase revenue for the country. Mr. Speaker, because of UDP corruption, for the last 2 years, specifically 2019 and 2020, the country borrowed $1 million every single day to pay salaries, pensions, and other expenses, which is unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, in 13 years, the UDP increased the wage bill by $415 million from $262 million in 2008 to $677 million today, without the creation of industries to increase government revenue to match such costs. Mr. Speaker, no one wants a salary cut, but as a nation, we must deal with the financial jam in which the UDP has left the country. Mr. Speaker, doing nothing will only cause our financial crisis to get worse. Mr. Speaker, we face one of three choices in dealing with the financial crisis that confronts us today. First, Mr. Speaker, we can seek financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund that will be very painful, as the fund will require the firing of a minimum of 3,000 public officers, increase in GST from 15% to 19%, and a huge reduction in government services to the people. Mr. Speaker, the second option we have in dealing with the financial crisis of the country is to do nothing. As such, we can continue borrowing millions of dollars to pay salaries until we can borrow no more from the local banks, the Central Bank of Belize, and foreign lending institutions. At that point, we will face a devaluation of the Belize dollar that will result in a huge increase in the cost of all imported goods and the loss of thousands of jobs. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with the crisis that confronts the country, we can do so by adopting the measures that the government have outlined to get the finances of the country back in order. Mr. Speaker, with the government recovery plan, the jobs of all teachers, public officers, and law enforcement officials are secured. Mr. Speaker, 10% salary cut is rough, but we must remember the thousands of Belizeans across the country who aren't getting any salaries because they lost their jobs, as well as the thousands of Belizeans who are only receiving 50% or 80% of their salaries due to COVID. Mr. Speaker, the government has given the unions the assurance that they will review the cost-saving measures every 6 months with a view to easing those measures as the economy improves. Mr. Speaker, the government has also given the unions the assurance that it will implement the good governance agenda as quickly as possible, including speeding up the implementation of UNCAF and the whistleblowers and unjust enrichment laws. Mr. Speaker, a strike over the government's proposal to rebound the economy will only make our financial situation worse. Mr. Speaker, on my way to this house this morning, I asked a teacher in front of the National Assembly building, what would it take for you to accept a 10% salary cut? And the teacher replied, I would want the good governance agreement signed in black and white between the government and the unions, and I would want good faith in the implementation of those laws. Mr. Speaker, I therefore encourage all the stakeholders in this matter to make every effort to reach an amicable solution to the nation's crisis for the benefit of the country and all Belizeans. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak about the Port Loyola division which I represent. Mr. Speaker, on November the 11th, 2020, the people of the Port Loyola division elected me as their area representative because for 20 years, the UDP area representative did absolutely nothing to address the cries of the people for land, access road, proper housing, jobs, education opportunities, and recreational facilities, among other things. Mr. Speaker, for 2 decades, all the people of Port Loyola received from their area representative was victimization for not being UDP supporters and endless turnaround and insult when they sought assistance at his office. At the same time, however, through unbridled corruption, the then area representative for Port Loyola went from a person who was struggling to survive as a pool table repairman to a UDP millionaire. Mr. Speaker, those were the days when the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Housing, and the Ministry of Human Development became hotbeds of corruption under the then Minister with responsibility for works, housing, and human development in that order. Mr. Speaker, while a few lucky persons were given highly overpriced, weak plysim houses without ceiling, partition, electrical wiring, or bathroom facilities, thousands and thousands of dollars to build proper homes for the residents of the division were stolen with fake contractors. Mr. Speaker, in similar ways, thousands of dollars to build roads in Port Loyola and other parts of the country were stolen in bloated contracts and the usual fake contractors. Mr. Speaker, although the allocations for the ministries had to be decreased as the government tries to get the economy and finances of the country out of the ditch in which UDP left it, more will still be done for the people of Port Loyola and other parts of the country, because for the first time, every dollar that is collected for a division, that is allocated for a division or a ministry, will be spent to improve the lives of the people and not end up in the banks of crooked UDP ministers and their cronies. Mr. Speaker, I must say thanks to Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Cordell Hyde, for assisting us in getting permission to survey plots of land in Port Loyola. That achievement will enable us to soon start making houses available to first-time landowners in the division. As the area representative for the division, I have also been able to assist many of the residents in resolving problems with efforts to obtain lease for their land. Mr. Speaker, I am also happy to report that with the support of Honorable Francis Fonseca, Minister of Education and Culture, I have been able to assist many persons from my division with grants towards school fees for high school, sixth form, and the University of Belize. Mr. Speaker, with Honorable Julius Espat as Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, I've also been able to assist a number of families in Port Loyola with construction materials. And we are looking forward to the start of the building of concrete houses for the people of Port Loyola, complete with partition, ceiling, electrical wiring, and bathroom facilities for the most deserving families in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am also happy to report that Honorable Julius Espat has given me his assurance that as Minister with responsibility for infrastructure, he will address the needs of the people in the division for Access Road, in Penn Road Extension, Macville Road behind YMCA, Gibson Street, and the Genosha area to make it possible for people to reach their land in those different locations. Mr. Speaker, I also want to assure the residents of Port Loyola that once the necessary access roads has been built, every effort will be made to fill the areas that are government land. Such government lands will then be surveyed and given to the people with priority for first-time landowners. Mr. Speaker, with this new PUP government, giving poor people swamp land that they cannot fill will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, we all realize the importance of jobs which enable people to take care of the needs of their families. They are happy to see that despite a major decline in economic activity due to COVID, I have been able to secure employment for a number of persons from my area, and I give the residents my assurance that as their area representative, I will continue to do everything possible to secure employment for them wherever that is possible. I'm also happy to say that with better control of the spread of COVID in the country and the gradual opening of casinos, tourism investments, the free zone, and other businesses in the country, Our people should be prepared to fill the scores of employment opportunities that are slowly but steadily becoming a reality. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to report that as part of our efforts to empower the women of Port Loyola, the ladies in the division have formed the Port Loyola United Women's Group with the aim of assisting the women of the division in every possible way. One of the first things the group did was organize a workshop on ways to combat domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Port Loyola United Women's Group is working on plans for its first fundraising activity. In empowering the women of the area, the group invites concerned persons to work with them so that together they can be of maximum assistance to the women in the community. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the people of Port Loyola, especially the youths, that every effort is being made to provide recreational activities with improved facilities in the division. In that regard, I have held discussion with Honorable Kevin Bernard, Minister of Sports, on obtaining some sporting items for each of the 4 main sporting areas in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the theme for the budget is today's sacrifice, tomorrow's triumph. As was said earlier, this is the best possible budget given the financial crisis in which the UDP left the country. Mr. Speaker, Helen Keller expressed the importance of unity, working together in solving common problems when she said, "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do much." Mr. Speaker, as a people, we should not be distracted by malcontents who expect this new government to do in 5 months what they failed to do in 13 years in office. Mr. Speaker, today I invite the unions, the business community, the NGOs, and all concerned citizens who want a better Belize for all the people within its borders to work with the government in implementing its plans to put the country back on sound financial footing and grow the economy. Because even the leader of the opposition and member for Colette has publicly agreed that the government has a good recovery plan for the country. Mr. Speaker, the people of Port Loyola and I fully support the budget for 2021-2022.
I recognize the honorable member for Orange Walk South. Sorry, Orange Walk North.
Mr. Speaker, good evening. I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Orange Walk North to support this 2021-2022 General Revenues Appropriations Bill. I ask kindly for your indulgence in allowing me to refer to my notes. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that our country is in the throes of financial survival. Yet in the face of all this, we have made great strides at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. When this new PUP administration assumed office late last year, we hit the ground running. Under the leadership and the direction of Senior Minister Honorable Eamon Courtney, we immediately arranged high-level meetings with the foreign ministers of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and of CICA, the Central American Integration System. We met with ministers and ambassadors from various countries, including the United States, the European Union, Cuba, Guatemala, Japan, Mexico, India, Republic of China, Taiwan, the Organization of American States, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, and the UNICEF representative in Belize. All this we did to reignite and to reinforce our relations with our development partners. Our ministry also supported the Ministry of Health and Wellness in acquiring 1,000 vaccines from Barbados, 25,000 vaccines from India, and most recently 33,600 vaccines through the COVAX facility. We have been integrated in the International Solar Alliance, along with India and France. In foreign trade, we work closely with the Attorney General's office in settling a trade dispute concerning sugar with our sister island nation of St. Kitts. We resolved the matter out of court and to our favor. Also, we are working towards the acceptance and implementation of the monitoring mechanism for sugar for more transparency and for promotion and protection of our sugar in the Caribbean region. To promote and deepen our opportunities in other foreign markets for our agricultural and agri-process exports, the ministry completed the long-pending bilateral trade agreements, CARICOM bilateral trade agreements with Colombia, Venezuela, and the Dominican Republic. We have initiated work towards a partial scope agreement with our giant neighbor of Mexico, and in June of this year, we should be having our first working session. With Mexico, we have also achieved a temporary waiver arrangement for the export of live cattle to Mexico, which we have seen happening already. We have negotiated and facilitated exports of poultry into the CARICOM region, as mentioned before by our Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. Our first export for the first time was in December of 2020. We have also negotiated and facilitated the export of animal feed to the Republic of China, Taiwan. And our first export was in March, last month of 2021, through CPBL. And from here on, we should be exporting 3 containers per month. Mr. Speaker, we have also reactivated the National Trade Negotiating Commission to promote our economic interests for economic growth and to promote more jobs for all our Belizean people, a commission that's very important but yet was abandoned by the previous UDP administration. All these facts point out that the honorable member of Albert, I hope she was here, but she isn't to hear it, that she was wrong when she said that the PUP administration is not giving importance to foreign trade. In fact, relatively, as you have heard, we have done more in these 5 months than they did in 13 years. In immigration, Mr. Speaker, we have launched a new website to be a one-stop shop of immigration services for Belizeans and others. We have placed an immigration officer in the Joint Intelligence Coordinating Committee, which is based in Salvador, to bolster the security of our borders and our people. For permanent residents, we have replaced the wet stamps on their passports with identification cards. About 2 weeks ago, we swore in 40 new Belizean citizens, new people that are now citizens of Belize, and next week another group of new citizens will be sworn in. We have implemented the record digitization system for the scanning and indexing of residence, nationality, and amnesty ledgers. We are also working towards the finalization and the completion of a migration policy and a final policy on refugees. Mr. Speaker, when we took over, we encountered a passport system that has been obsolete for many, many years and yet had been neglected by the previous UDP administration. Right now, 5 months into this POP administration, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, we have already contracted the procurement and further implementation and installation of a new passport system, the EPICS, the Electronic Passport Issuance and Control System, which will afford us even to have e-passports. And also, our people will be able to do their biometrics at the off-passport offices in the different districts and different towns and cities in our country, so that not everyone will have to come to Belmopan for their passports. Also, for renewals, for passport renewals, our citizens will be able to do it online. So we are moving forward in that to modernize our system and also to make life easier for our Belizean citizens. I would like to thank all the staff and the personnel who have been cooperative in the Immigration Department, in the Foreign Trade Department, and in Foreign Affairs, in the whole Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. I salute all the staff and personnel who have been serving our Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the budget, I will reiterate the truth that when the people of Belize gave us the mandate to lead and govern this nation and the government, we encountered a bankrupt treasury. We encountered departments with UDP operatives with unconscionable expensive contracts. We found ministries that were shells because their equipment were gutted out by the previous administration. We encountered a country with big loans and debts to the tune of a $4.2 billion national debt. These are the results of the crass corruption and shameless and senseless squandering that marked the previous UDP administration. They misspent, they squandered, they mismanaged $450 million of the Petrocarib loans, which we now have to pay back. How good it would be if they would have saved those millions for the rainy and stormy days of today. We all remember the $70 million land scam in the Ministry of Lands when the not normal minister was there. $70 million of phony land compensations made to even his son. $400,000, which the court has ruled that he has to give back to the people of Belize, and he hasn't done so. And also to the other lady, I think Pitts, for another $400,000 on phony land compensation scams. How shameful of them. Let's remember the $600 million that they squandered from the oil. And also another $600 million that they overpaid for BTL in the BTL nationalization compensation fiasco, when it was worth at a maximum of $150 million. Our then Prime Minister, as smart as he said he was, ended up overpaying to the tune of $600 million of our Belizean taxpayers' money to that famous person. Let us remember the bloated contracts given to Emer Hernandez Construction, where government was paying him $8 million per mile for inferior roads that are already quickly deteriorating. And just before the elections, it was revealed, Belizeans learned of the rotten PUC deal to buy a 15-year-old plus building on North Front Street in Belize City for $14 million of taxpayers' money. How crazier could they have gotten? How much more insensitive could the UDP government have been and hurtful to the Belizean people? Shame on them. Mr. Speaker, with only these few examples of pillaging by the former Dean Barrow administration that I just highlighted, these total items sum to $1.7 billion, which is 40% of our national debt. So UDP corruption was costing the Belizean people an average of $130 million per year for 13 consecutive years. That's what they did to the Belizean people. No wonder they left so early from this honorable house, because they can't face the consequences of their actions. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic, but our economy was already vulnerable. Our financial position was overexposed, and naturally, our economic immune system was weak. And yet, the former Prime Minister Dean Barrow had the audacity, the cheekiness to ignorantly say to the Belizean people that he will borrow and borrow and borrow until he can't borrow anymore. He mocked the Belizean people, saying, when he said that he grieved for Belize and that he pitied those that would come after him. How sadistic of him to be gloating over the harm that he caused to the Belizean people. Disgraceful. He knew and he knows that it is he and the United Democratic Party previous government that have Belize and Belizeans in this financial and economic mess. So now, Mr. Speaker, we are where we are with a UDP-engineered bankrupt treasury, a huge government debt of $4.2 billion with our debt to GDP ratio of 130%, reduced revenues, a very astronomical salary and wage and pension bill of $670 million, and along with that, gigantic financial commitments and obligations. We didn't create these problems. The people of Belize didn't create these problems. It was the UDP that created these problems. They are the ones responsible for where our country is today. And we must fix it because the problems are here, they are real, and they must be tackled now, immediately, pronto. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister mentioned in his budget speech, in the previous financial year, 2020-2021, which we inherited from the UDP, the overall deficit stood at $336 million. In this new financial year, 2021-2022, the people's government had to make tough decisions to cut costs and save money, and to find ways to increase our revenue flows. And still, yet, we are faced with an overall deficit of $166 million. We still have to be borrowing $30 million every month to be able to meet payroll. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the situation is dire, is critical. And we are all affected by the same problem. We are all conscious of this reality, that we all need to partake in solving our problems to rid us of this financial mess that we inherited. We need to share the burden so that we each can be able to help our falling brothers and sisters that have been without any income for over a year. Those that are in the 30% unemployment, those 64,000 Belizeans that are unemployed, we have to take care of them. We have to share the burden with all those who are earning just 50% or 40% of what they were earning before COVID. As caring Belizeans, we need to take care of each other. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I make a humble plea to the members of the unions, to the Belizean people, and even those on the other side, although they have left this honorable house. Let us all take part in this sacrifice so that we can rebuild our economy and reap the rewards in the near future. We can get out of this quagmire and take our country back to prosperity. We can bring back our beloved Belize to positive economic growth and inclusive prosperity under the able leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño. The people of Orange Rock North and your humble servant, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Prime Minister in this quest to save Belize. We can achieve it. We will achieve it together and united. Mr. Speaker, we know that our public officers do not deserve a salary cut, and that a great majority should not be made to pay for the corruption and mismanagement of the previous UDP administration. In fact, it is my belief that most of our public servants deserve an upward adjustment in salary, a raise of pay for the good work and the service that they have been rendering to the Belizean people. I say this because since we won in November of 2020, I have met good people in the various ministries and departments. Good people who are secretaries, officers, assistants, managers, soldiers, police officers, Coast Guard people, directors in all ranks and positions, all with great prowess, adroitness, skill, dedication, experience, and decades of good service and commitment to the Belizean people. That is why, Mr. Speaker, our government made several concessions to the union leaders, such as moratoriums on loan payments, availability of loans through DFC and National Bank at low rates, exemption from salary cuts of those that earn under $12,000 a year, a waiver of stamp duty on certain mortgages, data discounts at Digicel, and participation in the Budget Review Committee, among others. This is to show that, yes, we are serious about solving these problems and moving forward together to prosperity. We have implemented the Emergency Business Financing Program that, through the Central Bank, will make available $50 million to 200 businesses for export-oriented and job-creating enterprises and investments. Mr. Speaker, it is all about improving the lives of the people and getting back their jobs and getting business back to work, the people to work and prosperity. So I once again humbly ask the union members to reflect deeply, to consider objectively, and to assess soberly, and to cooperate and to join with the people's government in facing these difficult times, in overcoming them, and in marching forward to prosperity. Because we all deserve a good country. We all deserve a prosperity for all. We all deserve a country where each and every citizen not only has a right to work, but also has the opportunities for meaningful work with substantive pay, and where each and every citizen has the right and the opportunity to improve his and her life every day, constantly and consistently. Because it is the Belizean worker that drives our economy. It is the Belizean worker that forms the foundation of our economy. It is the Belizean worker that is the true face and the soothing soul of our country. It is the Belizean worker that deserves the fruits and rewards of a flourishing Belizean economy, with their labor, their input, their investment rightfully recognized and rightfully rewarded. And so it shall be, Mr. Speaker. That time will come. Be not afraid. We shall reach that plateau of prosperity with the sacrifices that we make today, together, united as one nation under God. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the wonderful people of Orange Rock North for giving me the opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. Thank you, Orange Rock North, for your patience and your understanding in these difficult times. Difficult times indeed. The demands are high. The resources are low. But our motivation and our political will is high, where we want to get the people to work, to start earning money. We want to get that 30% unemployment to zero as quickly as possible, and we are working towards it. I will do good to your trust and always fight for your well-being and progress. All the people in Trial Farm, in Otrobenque, in San Roman, in San Juan, in Santa Cruz, San Antonio, and San Pablo, and in San Luis and I will be by your side just as you have been by mine, and together we will get out of this mess. Together with sacrifice and hard work, it will be better. We have been working ever since we won on November the 11th, when we started fixing the damages that were done by Eta and Iota tropical storms. We restored the drainage system and fixed many streets. We have been working constantly up to today, fixing the sugar roads, thanks to the cooperation of the Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. We have been working hard on the sugar roads so that the farmers, the cane farmers, can deliver their sugar cane to the factory. These roads were abandoned for years by the UDP. They didn't care. They didn't care about the farmers. And the people know and they appreciate that even though our resources are scarce, we get the work done. We have been doing the utmost best to fix what is wrong, and we will continue doing it until we get the Belize back to prosperity. We have been working gradually on taking electricity and water to those who did not have before, thanks to the Honorable Minister, the member for Stann Creek West. Even though much more needs to be done, we are making progress. And we will continue making progress with major works that are in the pipeline, because we are here to work and bring results. That is why the people voted for us. We will remain true to your trust. We have done much in 5 months, and we will continue doing much more until every Belizean is at work and is producing and is taking home money to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May God bless us all.
I recognize the honorable member for Cayo Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to the budget estimates 2021-2022. I would like to do so with your leave. So that I can refer to my notes. Firstly, I want to thank God for this great opportunity to be in this honorable house once more. For it is by His grace that we are here, that we are alive, and also that it is by His guidance, Madam Speaker, that we will overcome these most difficult times that we are facing at this moment in our economy. Secondly, Madam Speaker, thanks to my family, my campaign committee, and the constituents of Cayo Central for giving me this opportunity to be their voice in this honorable house. Thirdly, if you would allow me, Madam Speaker, I want to say a few words in Maya Yucatec for my people of San Antonio Village, Cayo District. Tinsahi kiyaba Dios botik titulaklish tachayesh kambieni kayan chakawing ichilena kating katanaking titesh. I said, thank you, my humble people, for giving me the opportunity to be in this honorable house, to be your voice. Madam Speaker, yesterday at the beginning of his presentation, the Leader of the Opposition duly acknowledged
that the Belizean population had maxed out their tolerance, their patience of the neglect and the victimization of the United Democratic Party when they were in government and opted to vote for a change. Madam Speaker, we, the new People's United Party government, the new administration whom the Belizean people voted for overwhelmingly on November 11th, 2020, are here with the guidance of God to find means to bring those changes that they voted for. Just as the leader of the opposition mentioned. And this 2021-2022 budget estimates offers those changes. Madam Speaker, I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister of this nation for his continued support to Cayo Central, that even in austerity measures, we can touch the lives of some most needy residents. I know that without the UDP in government, we will be able to do more in that area with this 2021-2022 budget estimates, and will allow us to do more in those areas. Madam Speaker, I always believe in the motto which states, it is the idea that makes the money and not the money that makes the idea. Since taking office in November 2020, I have met with residents of Santa Elena Town and each of the 10 villages in Cayo Central. And I have learned and I have prioritized the needs that the people have expressed in every one of those clinics. I have gone to every single village to meet with the residents and learned that the need that has topped the list was land and land documentation issues. I must mention and I must thank the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister that upon my request in January of this year, organized with his most able mobile team to meet with the residents of Cayo Central in Santa Elena Town. At that session, we were able to address, not just take land applications, we were able to address approximately 300 land issues and were provided with answers to those issues. And thus, the people of Cayo Central are happy to have someone in my person who can speak for them, who can meet with them, and who can listen and provide the answers that they have long been awaiting for. Madam Speaker, in doing so, we have been able to facilitate and recommend to the Lands Department approximately 500 cases of land issues. The residents of Cayo Central had resisted of coming to the previous era representatives for the fact that there were UDP land sharks under the watch of the previous era representative who would revoke their land documents and apply these for these lands in their names, leaving them without the piece of the jewel that they so long deserved. In one case, there was one who had lived 65 years of his 70 years. He was born on the land, and it was wrongfully taken away from him. So that proves that it is not a lie. Madam Speaker, when we had the clinic with the Deputy Prime Minister in Santa Elena, again, it reminds me of the motto that it is the idea that makes the money. While we were able to assist the residents with their land issues, some accounts open, they were able to pay land taxes that the government much needs at this moment in time. So again, Madam Speaker, the idea is making the money. And this is where I say that the 2021-2022 budget estimates will make the money. Madam Speaker, I must commend the Deputy Prime Minister. More than half of the people who came to this session left either with a title, a lease, or a permission to survey the land that they had long wanted to do so for the last decade. Madam Speaker, I must join my other colleagues with this administration and Minister of Infrastructure for the assistance in carrying out much needed repairs of streets in the town of Santa Elena, the villages of San Antonio, El Progreso, Buena Vista, Yalbac, and La Gracia, and now Santa Teresita. These places have been abandoned, even though the previous era representative was the Minister of Works. Thanks to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Infrastructure for lending me this great assistance to address these much needed roadworks in Cayo Central. Madam Speaker, I know that with the 2021-2022 budget estimates, we will be able to do much more for our rural areas of Cayo Central, especially in repairing existing farm roads and creating farm roads for our productive villages of Cristo Rey, Selena, Yalbac, La Gracia, Buena Vista, El Progreso, and San Antonio. Our farmers, I believe, in many cases, especially the small farmers, have been neglected and have been taken for granted when they are the ones who set the table for us every single day. So, Madam Speaker, I know that even though with the austerity measures, we will be able to address these needs and these concerns of our rural areas through the Ministry of Infrastructure. Also, Madam Speaker, even though we cannot implement our free education program at this present time due to the dangerous and feeble state of our economy, which the United Democratic Party has landed us, I must thank the Minister of Education, Honorable Francis Fonseca, for honoring all the requests for financial assistance from students in my area. I want to thank you for that, Honorable Fonseca. Madam Speaker, also, I must make mention of the Ministry of Rural Transformation and the Minister Oscar Rekena, for assisting us in the villages of Georgeville and the community of Coolshade. It is very touching when I hear the expressions from constituents when we go out there and we can address their needs in the village of Georgeville. Like the Minister of Rural Transformation had mentioned earlier, there is a project for upgrading the water system, but presently there is an area where some villagers don't have access to the water system. So through the Ministry of Transformation, we were able to provide a provisional water tank so that they can have access to water as well. And as we went down to the community of Coolshade, that was the touching expression. One of the residents came out and he said, "My government and my area rep never do this for we for 13 years. Thank you, Mr. Balona." You know, it is rewarding when you can hear those expressions. Madam Speaker, I know that this new administration, the People's United Party, is for the people of Belize. And together we will deliver even through the austerity measures that we have to take. I must share with you in this honorable house and Madam Speaker, I was a teacher and I know the hard toils and the challenges that come with the profession. And I commend the teachers and the public servants out there for the hard work that they're doing. But I must remind each and every one that in these austerity measures and in this present situation of our economy, we are in it together. If we share the burden, we will move forward. If we share the burden, we will make progress. We're saying 3 years. It could be better. It could be shorter. We make plans, but God has better plans. Today I may make a plan. I may not live to see tomorrow. But if I can trust in God, I can have a better future. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that with the help and the grace of God, we, the People's United Party, will bring progress, and with the budget estimates for 2021-2022, we will move forward and rebound the economy of our country. Thank you. God bless.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tradition calls for a response to the caretaker of the opposition, or some of us say the quota, major criticisms of the budget. But I wonder why is it that they're hiding? None of them are here. I remember when we were in opposition, every time we would stay here, even though the former Prime Minister would insult us and hurl insults at us, and we would stick there and take it like one man. I don't refer to the other part of the one, no? One of them finally show up, Lee Shame Ketchum, so everyone can listen to what we have to say. So, of course, the caretaker, the member for Collett's speech was so much hot air, so hollow and devoid of substance that it's difficult to find anything significant or response-worthy in his 50 minutes of rambling. Unbelievably, when he did cite PUP history, it was pre-2008 history. Does he not yet realize that the reason he is on that side of the House, the reason that there are only 4 seats next to him, actually 3, because one hardly ever show up, and when he show up, you don't got nothing to say. That why there are only 3 of them is that the voters rejected in historic form his party's record and their performance. He seemed so dazed and hungover from the whipping at the polls that he is still fighting the last war. That battle is over, Mr. Caretaker, and you lost. And you lost big. And then you lost again last month by an even bigger margin. Mr. Caretaker, this is 2021. Your party has been shattered into small pieces. You are truly a temporary caretaker, one made of straw, one whose days are numbered. Just look to your left, and you will see those that are ready to plunge their knives into your political heart. They are not even making any secret about it. It's just a matter of months or whenever you decide to call your party's convention. The caretaker, I noted, referred to, and I quote, that which has gone so terribly wrong in this country brought on by situations of the past, end of quote. Those were his words. I wonder, are those situations of the past, the recession and then depression he and his party handed to us? Are those situations of the past the $4.2 billion or the $10,000 every Belizean man, woman, and child now owes because of UDP wild, unaccountable, borrowing spree? Are those situations of the past paying $650 million for a company that your own valuation has suggested is worth a fraction of that? Are those situations of the past the 30% unemployment you left behind? Yes, Mr. Member of Mesopotamia, your party left behind. Or the $700 million you borrowed in the last 2 years in office? Are those situations of the past the frenzied land and asset grabbing that so characterized your time in office? Those situations of the past are now determining our present and our future. There may be situations of the past for you and your few party hacks, but they are painful shackles of the present for 420,000 Belizeans left to grapple with your mess. And to obscure this coy attack on his former leader, the member of Colette, the caretaker, went on to recite quotes from a 2008 UDP budget speech. You fool no one, Mr. Caretaker. Situations of the past is your way of trying to extricate yourself from your record. It will not work. If you want to distance yourself from the sordid mess that led your party's political obliteration, then point the finger and call names, or accept the blame yourself and throw yourself upon the mercy of the Belizean people. It seems to me, though, that you are pointing the finger at your former leader. And just for the record, and so the Belizean people can see how deceptive you are in trying to mask the truth, let me quote from the very 2008 speech that the then Prime Minister, that very same leader, you are throwing under the bus. In his 2008 speech, Dean Barrow said, and I quote, "The budget for 2007-2008 had two objectives: to achieve a strong primary surplus and a small overall deficit, both necessary for fiscal and debt sustainability into the medium term. These targets set for the primary balance and the overall deficits were 3.25% of GDP, or a positive $78.9 million, and negative 0.97% of GDP, or a negative $23.6 million, respectively. The preliminary outturn for the fiscal year shows that both targets were met." Not my word, your former leader, the former Prime Minister's word. The primary surplus of $98.1 million amounted to 4.04% of GDP, while the overall deficit of $15.3 million was measured at negative 0.63% of GDP. Amortization payments of $61.7 million were covered from concessional borrowings. End of quote. Your then leader, your then Prime Minister, admitted that the PUP government in 2007-2008, when we left office, that the finances of the country was healthy. That is the fact. That's what your Prime Minister said. Not me. That's what he said. Now, fast forward to the present. Compare this to what we now face. This is what now you left for us. This is what you left for us. A primary deficit of negative 8.51%, or some $280 million in deficit, when he had enough money to pay the light bill and pay salaries, or some, and an overall deficit of a negative 10.21%, or some $336 million. Mind you, we left a primary balance of $78 million. You left a deficit of $280 million. We left an overall deficit, budget deficit of $23.6 million. You left one of $336 million. That's not my word on my feet, that is a fact. They borrowed $370 million, 46% more than what was authorized by Parliament in March 2020. And in 2018-2019 financial year, 10 cents of every dollar of recurrent revenue was borrowed money. In the 2019-2020 financial year, 24 cents out of every dollar of recurrent revenue was borrowed money. And for this financial year that just ended, 2020-2021, 43 cents of every dollar of our country's revenue was borrowed money. Que vergüenza. Your Prime Minister, who obviously know more about budgets and finance than you do, admitted that the budget performance of 2008 was even better than projected. In fact, so much better that your government's first act in 2008 was to go out and buy a whole fleet of vehicles. And speaking about vehicles, I don't know where the representative from Mesopotamia get that we spent $20 million on vehicles. You must set up on something, because I don't know where you get $20 million. Let me give you the facts, Mr. Member from Mesopotamia. I just try and say, like you get it correct, no? Let me state here for the record. When you talk, I interrupt you. Let me state here for the record that since coming to office, my administration has purchased 5 vehicles. 5. 5 for ministers. Wait, hold on. Half of our ministers and CEOs are driving their personal vehicles because we have not gone out on a major spending spree on vehicles. And then you talk that how we sell off assets, you know. This is our next thing. We sell off assets like crazy. Well, let me correct. So no, stop, embarrass yourself. They thought that we were selling off the planes. The planes have gone to auction on 2 occasions, and it was not sold. Then an attorney representing clients sent a letter that they want to buy these planes. I sent it to the FinSec, and the financial secretary said, Prime Minister, let's sell them because nobody is buying them, and the longer we keep them, the less value we will get. And then the BDF told us one of those 4 planes that they have been looking after somewhere behind Crooked Tree. It has cost the BDF $100,000 for buying the plane. $100,000. And guess what? The planes still don't sell. The planes are still here. So I don't know what you talk about. We just sell things like we're crazy. Then you talk about we selling. The only other asset that has come for us to be able to sell were some pistols that were found property. 3 of them. 3, Madam Speaker. And again, the FinSec explained to me, he said the reason why we can't auction guns is because you need to have a license to be able to buy the gun. And of the 3, 1 of them has been returned back. So of all the hundreds of assets that we sell about, all we have sold were just 2 handguns, Madam Speaker. And I wish that the unions would also listen so that they could stop propagating the UDP propaganda that we sell out assets. We have not sold a single vehicle, not a single vehicle since we got in. Well, we can't sell them, we can't, then don't get rid of all of them, Madam Speaker. 200 vehicles, right? How much can we get? $200,000 or something like that. All of the vehicles. And the other vehicles that we have purchased, Madam Speaker, they are for the Minister, for the Ministry of the Police, and for the Ministry of Health. That's all. I have the list right here. 5 for ministers, 1 Attorney General, 2 Police Department, 1 for the Blue Economy, 1 for Honorable Michael Spatucci is paying, 1 for my office, 1 for Police Department, 1 other 1 for Police Department. That's all the vehicles we have bought. So I'll count it for you. 4 plus 1, the 5 plus another 1, the 6 plus another 2, the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 vehicles we buy. That is the record, Mr. Caretaker. 13 vehicles, and we have it right there for you. So, obviously you don't understand numbers anyway, so I would forgive you for this one. You also said, Mr. Caretaker, that I should be advised, and I quote, that the 43 scholarship recipients of the Restore Belize Scholarship Program receive the aid through the very same funding cut from the Ministry of Education to support such initiatives.
We have a point of order.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I will insist that the Prime Minister, if he's going to refer to me, refers to me as the leader of the opposition or the member from Colette as you so instructed, Madam Speaker.
Point taken, member for Colette. Prime Minister, as per the standing order, we do refer to other members by the member of their electoral, by the name of their electoral area.
But you only could cry, man. Damn, shucks. You are not caretaker. You don't know how much longer you want today. But anyway, the leader of the opposition.
Let's continue, members.
Exactly. The leader of the opposition, the caretaker of the UDP, would that work? So let me finish. Let me start the quote again. That the 43 scholarships recipients of the Restore Belize Scholarship Program receive that aid through the very same funding cut from the Ministry of Education to support such initiatives. I suppose in his zeal to boast about something, he failed to ask the question where the funding came from for some of those initiatives. End of quote. That's what you said. Well, either the leader of the opposition, the caretaker of the UDP matter, that Langman, I don't know when I'll finish if I say all of that, but anyway, you are either trying to grandstand or you being disingenuous. You know what are the Creole word for disingenuous, right? All right. Because that money did not come from your former ministry. Those 43 scholarships from Restore Beliefs come from BEL, BTL, Atlantic Insurance Limited, Atlantic Bank, B&E Charitable Trust Fund, DFC, BWSL, BEI, UNDP, and some other small private donors.
There's a point of order, Prime Minister. Member for Fort George, there is a point of order.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 37, interruptions. We would like to hear the Prime Minister finish up the wrap-up without all of these interruptions under his breath. Madam Speaker, if we can get the Prime Minister to finish the interruption without the constant bickering, complaining over that side, we would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Members, the crosstalk from both sides, we do need to bring it down so that we can have the Prime Minister finish his closing.
Oh, I could see why his colleague, what do they call her? The way yellow man call her? What yellow man call her? What? Petty? And one all say the other word because they didn't say that with a berate him. But I'm just quoting, that's what I say, a petty man. But I will leave that for right now. Beyond his clumsy attempt of self-cleansing, somehow he suggests that my approach to the budget should have been to cover up, to sugarcoat, to honey-tongue what the UDP left behind and what the nation now faces. He suggests that I should be positive. Guys, I guess he wanted me to come here and use Greek mythology and quote Shakespeare and Tennyson, you know, and then big words and try get people, highty-tighty words and try to get people confused. Use their fancy quotes to cover up the way they use their fancy words to deceive people about their incompetence and corruption. See, they believe if they use big words, right? People say, man, they're smart. And that they are concentrating, trying to think, what is it that they say? And we don't be able to try to analyze what actually they have been telling us, when actually they've been deceiving us the whole time. Let me correct him emphatically. It is precisely because of the cover-up and sugarcoating, the stealth borrowing, and the refusal to face the music, the selfish preference to leave the UDP mess behind for someone else to clean up, that we are in this epic crisis in this first place. The reason that salary adjustments have become necessary is one example. As one example is because the member of Colette and his party choose to borrow year after year to pay salaries and pensions. You chose to foresee that on all of us, rather than saying to public officers and teachers that their salary increases and increments are unaffordable. Every election year, you raise the salaries of public officers, even when our nation was in recession. You raise salaries in 2012, you raise salaries in 2015, and you raise salaries again in 2018. And in all instances, you are borrowing to pay those salaries. You banged the table, you know, banged the table when your predecessor came up here with fancy words and Greek mythology to cover up your gross incompetence, using it as a distraction because you were incapable of growing revenues or the economy to match those increases and increments. It is UDP cowardice. They are sleight of hand. They are shamelessly kicking the can down the road that has brought the entire nation to the brink of bankruptcy. When you advocated a positive outlook, what you really seek is absolution from your historic sins. You want us to move the budget deficits from the debt, from the depression, from the unemployment, from the corruption and bloated contracts, from the refusal to enact the same reforms you now suddenly champion, without first establishing with the people what you bequeathed us. As well as saying a Creole, what you left for make we deal with, what we have to deal with. In opposition, we said that there was a recovery plan. And I outlined the plan. And you, even you, Mr. Leader of the opposition, caretaker of the United Democratic Party, was forced to admit in your listless remarks that our plan is a good plan. And I quote you, honestly speaking, the 4-point plan outlined by the Prime Minister is a good plan. End of quote. That's what you said. Those words belonged to the Leader of the Opposition and were uttered in this House yesterday. Yes, we agree. Our recovery plan is reasonable. It is balanced. It shares the sacrifice. It front loads spending cuts. It gives time for the economy to rebound before adding any new taxes. It preserves capital investments by the public sector. It focuses on economic growth and private sector support. And most importantly, the recovery plan supports the key areas of health, education, poverty alleviation, citizen security, and national infrastructure. The caretaker, the Leader of the Opposition, played down the 130% debt ratio the UDP ran up, citing here what? Actually citing Japan as an example of a prosperous nation with a high debt to ratio GDP. You embarrass yourself, you know. You'd embarrass yourself. Debt to GDP ratio. You'd embarrass yourself. He is comparing Belize to a nation with an A+ Standard & Poor's credit rating, a nation with exports of US $700 billion annually, and with a national saving rate of 30%. And he wants us to take him seriously. Imagine using Japan and comparing it to Belize. That Belize does not have a public debt problem because Japan don't have one. Something wrong. When he makes these absurd statements, he makes the strongest case why he will be nothing more than what? One caretaker for the UDP. He went on to draw a link between salaries and GDP performance, as if to suggest that the salary adjustments would tank the GDP. So what went wrong with your formula? When your spending on salaries rose by 18% in 2016, but the economy grew only by 3%. Or the following year, when salary spending rose by 5%, but the economy actually shrunk. The hard cold fact is that during their terms, the 3 terms, the UDP doubled spending on salaries, tripled spending on pensions, and paid for it by borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And now that the chickens have come to roost, now that we are all on the hook for this debt, the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues want to dodge the blame. They want to shift the responsibility. The caretaker, the leader of the opposition, this is what I have in my notes. So the caretaker, the leader of the opposition calls for collection of all outstanding taxes. I could have hardly believe this man have the nerves to say that. What you may like, say what? What? Somebody know how much bad teeth you like me consider the house? That's a way to remind me. Well, in the first place, is it not him and the UDP government that allowed those taxes to go uncollected for 13 years? That ever we in a government? That you all in a government? And you do nothing in 13 years? Now he want to know, make we collect all of this money in 3 months. Something we he couldn't do for 13 years. Now what make we do it in 3 months? You don't make sense. There's no rational thinking in what you say, Mr. Caretaker, leader of the opposition. What moral authority, what credibility, what standing does he and the UDP have to pass judgment on us right now? After listening to the leader of the opposition, it reminds me of a famous Spanish proverb attributed to Miguel de Cervantes. I'm going back to Millie's Spanish side. I know where to Greek mythology. I know you're at that level, right? The author of the famous Spanish novel, Don Quixote de la Mancha. The proverb says, ladran, Sancho, señala que calabamos, end of quote. In Creole, this translates to picnic, no stone, empty mango tree. That's what I mean. Some kind of highfalutin, no, but I don't, yeah, right now, I'll sit down and try to teach only Spanish afterwards. The leader of the opposition cannot accept that in the few months of our government, we have managed to address the blatant corruption and misstatements of the UDP, which have this economy hemorrhaging. He knows all too well that we are on the right track. In fact, he has admitted it so, as we pointed out earlier. They supposed to hang their head in shame. In yet another signal of either ignorance or naked deception, the leader of the opposition said that the primary surpluses achieved in 2006 and 2007 by the last UP government did not include amortizations or principal payments.
Honorable, we have a point of order. What is the specific point of order?
Point of order 44-2, who the member from Toledo West reminded me of earlier. I draw to your attention that the member from Orange Walk Central persists in irrelevance and tedious repetition. All I keep hearing is caretaker, caretaker. What happened 13 years ago, that your party fault, that your, it's, you know.
I
just wanted to raise the point of order, Madam Speaker. You decide, but could you wrap it up?
It's not irrelevance or repetition, but thank you for raising for me to address. Continue.
Good try, good try. But you don't want to ever make a caretaker? We hear you? Yes, you.
Honorable Prime Minister, please let's stick to Standing Order 35-6, where we refer to members by their electoral area. If he wants to interrupt me over simple things like that, then I guess I have to kind of remind her he want to make the man caretaker because he wants to sit down there. Members, Standing Order 42. Remember, Standing Order 42, I believe I started today with that, which is kindly allow members to speak the only way that can be done if we reduce the crosstalk. Honorable Prime Minister, please continue.
Anyway, let me try to get back. I'll have to say this portion again so you could understand, my brother, so you could understand. I say in another signal of either ignorance or probably just deception,
On Parliament, he's saying that I am either ignorant or that I'm intentionally deceiving, which is imputing improper motives and goes against the standing order. If this is what he wants to start, we can do that, Madam Speaker. I'm just very cautious that we want to uphold what it is you're asking us to do. If he wants to do that, remember, we can have opportunities to speak again. Just warning him.
Member for Color, it's not what I'm asking, it's what the very standing orders that govern the House. Honorable Prime Minister, can we
Madam
proceed
Speaker, I did not call him ignorant. I said lack of ignorance means that probably you don't know the facts. That's all. I never insult you. Maybe you genuinely never know the difference. What he's saying, that the primary surpluses achieved in 2006 and 2007, I quote what you said, By the last VP government did not include amortizations or principal debt repayments. Well, sir, of course, those estimates do not include that. That is the definition of a primary balance. They are not to include amortization. So you're no longer ignorant of that. I teach you something. May I remind this honorable House that he was a senior minister for 13 years and deputy prime minister for what? For 4 years, 5 years, how much years? And you don't know this basic fiscal rule? I'm sure that the member of Albert could teach you that.
Standing order for the two members. We can go at this. I have enough stamina in me today, so we can go at this. We will follow the standing orders. No, member for Color. No, please.
I hope also that the private sector took note of the leader of the opposition stance against the COVID-19 emergency liquidity program that we have proposed and will soon operationalize. What good reason, other than malice, other than pettiness, other than working against the national economic interests, would he have for opposing this creative and timely initiative?
Never opposed that initiative.
No.
I never opposed that initiative.
Member, are you standing?
Madam Speaker, my point.
Member, are you? Please state what is the.
I am
is it an
standing, Madam Speaker, because the standing order allows me.
Madam Speaker, that is not a point of order, and I am not yielding.
To clarify, when the member is misquoting me, I never said that. And you can find that in my speech that I opposed that initiative from the Central Bank.
Member for Paulette, all members, when you stand, all I ask so that I can provide some guidance in the presiding is just refer to the specific standing order. If it's one for elucidation, then the member on his feet must decide or accept or agree if he will yield. If he will not yield, then I have to allow the member to continue. Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, when the leader of the opposition was talking, not once did we interrupt him, we did not heckle him, we listened attentively. Well, we try not to fall asleep, no? But perhaps the most disingenuous part of his sorry presentation related to the budget provisions for the Ministry of Works and Housing. The criticism is that government did not discontinue the work on major highways such as Coastal, Caracol, Sarteneja, and the George Rice and Philip Goldson highways. Now, everybody knows that those contracts were accelerated or fast-tracked so that the UDP could pad their campaign and their personal coffers. We all know that. They even once signed the Halover Bridge, remember? About a month before the election. And I had to call the then Prime Minister, and the man said, never know, and he said, I put on stop to it. I call him. Everything they already sign up, then contracts, and put some ironclad clause in the contracts so that if we try to block the contract, we have to pay the entire amount. Well, they know what they did. Everyone knows that the selection process in many cases was rigged. I mean, no even make we start with Iber Hernandez. When they say coastal road, you could apply for both, but you only could get one, and you end up to get both of them. And right now they have problems to try to fix it. You see parts of the cement done, they broke up. Everyone knows that more than $500 million are being spent on these major projects. It's outrageous. It's scandalous. It's undefensible in the context of so much poverty that we have, so much unemployment, and so much UDP-induced misery. They are the way we cause it. They are the ones that signed those contracts, and now they want to tell you we broke the contract. So then we have to go to court and pay them without having to work. Maybe that is your plot. Maybe that's what they want to do. But we don't do that. We don't do like what Imbar used to do, quote unquote, and then what? But Dennis and all of the other people close to him get lots of contract, millions of dollars in lawyer fees. We don't do that. We want to check their work, and we make sure the work is being done well. And if they don't do it well, they have to do it again until they get it right. That is what we're going to do. We don't block the contract. The fact is that these contracts were signed and legitimized by the UDP, and every dollar that goes to those roads is a dollar less for people-related relief programs. And Mr. Mesopotamia, you know why we couldn't stop them contracts? We not sign ironclad contracts. And the leader of the opposition knows that a government, any government, cannot simply tear up their contracts that they, the UDP, signed and passed in the last parliament in the last months of their term. So they say anything there for make them think that people are on the side. But we have to expose them, that they are the ones that signed their contracts and now they want to make we block the contracts. What we have to do, we have to leave some of those contracts for the next fiscal year because we simply don't have the money to put the the funding that we have to put? The counterpart funding that we have to put? You don't think we don't want to take away Iber Hernandez's contract? But I love to take away your contract. But we are law-abiding, and we are make sure that Imer deliver. So, what is the basis? What is the basis of his criticism other than hypocrisy, other than opportunism, other than downright mendacity? So I use a big word by mendacity.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the three others, whatever he is suggesting I am doing are all negatives, imputing improper motives.
What is the point? What did I suggest?
Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister is allowed to carry on like that, then you cannot expect us to do any differently when we get up on this side. So I am begging you, I'm appealing to you, Madam Speaker, to insist that he uses language that does not impute improper motive.
Thank you for the reminder, member. I did not recall that the Prime Minister referred to you in particular. However, members, there is a point, which is why I said when we started, when we descend into the road, when we divert from using English language, we find ourselves in a little predicament. I will be so guided. Please let's refrain from using language that can very well be determined as unparliamentary. That's all I ask. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to see that cloud of fear that hung over Belize during the UDP years have been lifted. The unions, the private sector, the media, and our people in general, they feel free to speak out and express themselves without fear of a petty, vindictive UDP government. This is good for democracy, even if it means that there will be more protests. And I say my government will be subject to more criticism. That is the democratic process, something that the previous government no understood, did not understand. That whenever you criticize them, they go and attack you and try to victimize you, take away your scholarship, take away your job, take away your land. That is why they had the people keep quiet for 13 years. Yes, and send GST after you, then send tax out, then go do all kind of thing. And people were quiet for 13 years. But guess what? On November the 11th, 2020, people say, basta, enough, and they come out in large numbers and get rid of all of them. And some on the other side barely make it. That is the democracy, man. Now, let me address the serious situation we're facing with our public officers and teachers. The unions have threatened industrial action. In fact, one union has already given us notice that their members intend to go on strike. Let me be clear. No one on this side of the house disputes the right of workers, whether unionized or not, to pursue industrial action. That right is guaranteed in the Belizean Constitution, crafted and designed by the People's United Party. We are a political party with a proud history of championing workers' rights. We respect workers' rights. Madam Speaker, I respectfully urge the BNTU to reconsider its decision to serve notice that it intends to go on strike. Belizean students need their teachers now more than ever. But Madam Speaker, students have suffered tremendously as a result of the lockdowns caused by COVID-19. How many times have we heard that children are suffering depression? Some of them are getting some serious attacks because they are missing that interaction with their friends in school. How many students are being left behind? They can't keep up because they don't have that personalized attention from their teachers because of the lockdown of COVID-19. There is no doubt that 2020 has had serious effects on the education of our children and on teachers. We need the teachers in the classroom in 2021. I repeat, I'm appealing to the leadership of the BNTU to withdraw their threat of a strike. Madam Speaker, my government has a mandate from the Belizean people to implement a good governance agenda. On the 8th of January this year, we debated a good governance motion in this House. My government presented that motion as a public declaration of our sincere commitment to this agenda. Let us not forget that the leader of the opposition and the caretaker of the UDP and their members criticized us when we debated that motion. They play like they don't remember. They criticized us when we debated that motion. The unions, in their latest letter, have shifted their emphasis from proposals to implement the adjustments and coping mechanisms designed to reduce the effect of the salary adjustments to good governance reforms. My government welcomes the concerns of the unions and their request for urgent action in this area. But Madam Speaker, the Belizean people should know that during the discussions with the unions, we have gave We gave our firm commitment to table the whistleblower legislation, unjust enrichment legislation, and asset recovery legislation. That is what we offered. I now confirm that after consultations with the Honorable Attorney General, we will present draft bills on these areas within 1 month, and we will address unexplained and we will also address unexplained wealth orders and lifestyle audits. We are serious about our good governance agenda. 13 years, the UDP not do it, you know. I know they want me to do it in 3 months. 13 years. I mean, Tabo, fierce. As we said in our manifesto plan beliefs, and I quote, we intend to govern differently, and we mean it. We will establish true councils of consultation as we govern democratically rather than by cabinet dictatorship, end of quote. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform will very soon announce the members of a commission to lead the reform agenda of this government. Membership of this commission will be broad-based and resourced in order that it can work in a consultative and transparent manner. The point I make, Madam Speaker, is that there is no dispute between the government and the unions on the issue of reform agenda. Absolutely none. I say to the unions, we are on the same page when it comes to reform and good governance. I repeat again, we have moved to establish a new unit in the Ministry of Finance to recover unpaid taxes. A concentrated effort will be made to collect arrears of taxes. Every tool provided in the tax laws will be used as we seek to enhance government's revenue. In this connection, it is public officers who will lead the way. Not the ministers, the public officers. Therefore, Madam Speaker, my appeal to the public officers is to join us in our renewed and concentrated efforts to collect the taxes owed. Because the quicker we could collect the taxes, the quicker we could go back to give you back the issues of the salaries and go back to start to getting the increments. As I said, there are not the ministers going on there and collect it. This can only be done by the public officers. Industrial action by public officers will not help the tax collection. The budget presentation 2021-2022 is a tough one. We admit it. We're not trying to sugarcoat it. We're not trying to hide the truth. We don't deny that. It has proposals to cut expenditures on wages and on goods and services. These adjustments are absolutely necessary. We can't avoid it. You don't think Arawangi, the public officers, were pay raise? Why do you think we want to take away for their salary? Because we bad, we mean? We just want to show them who the boss. It has nothing to do with that. We simply can't avoid it. And this issue that how they're saying that some people are trying to make this case that all of the tough decisions, it's all based, the cuts are based solely on the salaries and wages. Madam Speaker, of every dollar that we cut, only 20 cents is on wages and salaries, Madam Speaker. 20 cents. The rest of the 80% is on other goods and services and all other things that we do to run government because we're trying to protect the salaries of our public officers and the teachers as best as we can. The alternative is worse. The IMF tells me you need to start off by firing 3,000 workers, government workers. And if we fire 3,000 of our brothers and sisters, where will they go and get a job? Thanks to the UDP, what about 60,000 people lost their jobs last year? I know you want us to put 3,000 more out there, man. We'd be heartless if we were to do that. We're trying to protect every single job in government. If we don't do these cuts right now, if we don't do these hard decisions right now, within 6 months, we're going to run out of foreign currency. This theory, I don't want to use another word, this theory where some of these economists, one in particular who should know better, is saying that if we cut salaries, we're going to cut demand. There is some truth to that, because people have less money to spend. But this economist now they talk about the other part of the equation. That if we continue to circulate all of this money, there's more and more demand for goods that we import. And if we run out of foreign currency, we don't have to pay for fuel, we don't have to pay for electricity, we don't have to pay for the basic food stuff that we import. That is the reality. So the best we can do right now is that not we tighten the belt, all of we, everybody. From the ministers down, all of us. With the tighten with belts. We are sacrificing on limit right now, but then we are working collecting taxes, and we are working growing the economy. By growing the economy, we create jobs, and creating more jobs, we create wealth for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. We continue to face a pandemic. The COVID numbers are slowly rising again. What about 2 weeks ago, it was under 20, and right now, I just saw the last numbers, it is 100. Cannot afford another lockdown. Cannot afford to spend more millions and millions of more dollars to try to reduce, to flatten that curve. So the numbers are going up again in COVID. And I say to the nurses, now is not the time for industrial action. Your patients come first. The nation's health is all of our priority. To the BNTU, I say, put the students first. They have suffered enough because of COVID. I say to the teachers, and no is not the time for industrial action. Give us a chance to fix what the UDP messed up over 13 years. All are we at this boat together, you know. If the boat sink, not only we, the ministers, or we, the PUP, you know, all are we going down. Every one of us, including the teachers and the public service and the UDP, everybody. To the public officers, we are firmly committed to the reform agenda, and now more than ever, we need your leadership in the tax collection effort. We need public officers to come on board and ensure that the cuts on expenditure on goods and services as presented in the budget are implemented. I say to the public officers, now is not the time for industrial action. And we know, for sure, no budget, the miracle pill. Just because we present on budget, no mean that everything will get better just like that. The UDP did that for the 13 years. And then borrow and borrow and borrow. And put we in the situation where we're right now, where everybody now have to pay. Everybody have to feel a little bit of pain. If we could reverse the UDP mess in an instance or at the stroke of a pen, it would have been done already. If simply by taking office, there are 13 years of incompetence, small-mindedness, and cronyism could be erased, it would have already been done. If we could fully fund our agenda of jobs and prosperity and betterment for all, if government could simply ignore the mess left behind, that would be the path we would have chosen from November 12th of last year. But we cannot fix the UDP mess, the UDP chaos, the UDP plundering, the UDP incompetence in a few weeks. 13 years and take for bring me here. And now those on the other side believe that we could fix it in a few weeks. At the core of our budget, nonetheless, is a roadmap to recovery. We show how, by next year, the primary balance will be positive. It's important to point out that even in this new budget with all the hardship, we're still going to have a primary deficit of almost $100 million. In simple layman terms, it means that we don't have enough money for pay the rent. We don't have enough money for pay all of the salaries. We don't have enough money for pay the gasoline. It's all that bad. It's like you order your house and you give your wife $100 and your wife says, well, I have to spend $150. And you say, well, maybe I try to use a credit card to keep it with $150 and then expect that then next year then you could pay off a credit card. When in effect, this year with all of the hardship, we are still going to have a primary deficit of almost $100 million. But by the following year, we are showing that with the work that we're doing, with all of the cuts and the work that we'll be doing with the economy and opening up the economy and getting more people to work, which is what we have been doing in the past few weeks, we will have a small primary balance in the next year, 2022, 2023. And for the first time ever, since 1981, since independence, our government has committed a 5-year targets that will guide revenue collection, spending, investment, and public borrowing. Has never been done before. My administration will do everything to protect public sector jobs. We will defend with everything that we have. As what the former Prime Minister said, what did they seen you or what did Mr. Hoy say? I can't use them words too big for me. But with everything, with your heart and soul, well, we want to protect that exchange, that $1 to $2 Belize. We will get the economy humming again. We will get it working again. We will bring back the thousands of jobs lost by UDP incompetence. We will build houses and open classrooms and provide scholarships and award land and develop our rural areas and offer relief to those citizens who need a helping hand. We will, in short, reverse the UDP decline, renew our communities, rebuild our national confidence, and restore that tranquil haven that our citizens seek and that they deserve. But we need everybody engaged in this endeavor. Even you on the other side, leader of the opposition, we need everybody. Now is time for unity. Now is the time for hard work. Now is the time for us, for all of us, to build Belize better. And together we can. And God willing, together we will. Juntos venceremos. Madam Speaker, I commend this budget for second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize